Hello, good evening, everyone. Thanks to be here at my channel. Tonight, we will give a closer look to the ribosome, its origin, if it's better explained by design or evolutionary mechanisms. And first, I will play a short video of about 5 minutes, and then we can have a talk and chat about it.
Life, the greatest story ever told. Life on Earth originated about 4 billion years ago. The origin of life was a transition from simple chemistry to complex biochemistry. The first branching of the tree of life created bacteria and archaea. Later, a third branch, eukarya, split off from archaea. Biological polymers are replicated, transcribed, and translated. The rules that govern the information flow during these processes are known as the central dogma of molecular biology. The central dogma says that RNA can be replicated to make new RNA. RNA can be reverse transcribed to make DNA. DNA can be replicated to make new DNA. DNA can be transcribed to make RNA. And RNA can be translated to make protein. Biology contains what we call molecular symbionts. These are different types of polymers that rely entirely on one another. RNA is one type of molecular symbiont. RNA is synthesized by protein. Protein is the other molecular symbiont. Protein is synthesized by RNA. In every cell of every organism, RNA and protein depend on each other for synthesis. The synthesis of protein by the ribosome is called translation. The ribosome is the most ancient and universal macromolecular assembly in the biological world. The ribosome has a small subunit that reads the mRNA. The ribosome also contains a large subunit that links amino acids in the correct sequence. tRNAs deliver amino acids to the ribosome. The evolution of the prokaryotic ribosome was essentially complete by the last universal common ancestor, or LUCA. The ribosome is around 4 billion years old. Even though it is extremely ancient, we have developed methods for reconstructing the evolution of the ribosome. In phase 1, the LSU and SSU both begin as small RNA stem loops. Folding to stem loops protects the RNA from chemical degradation. In phase 2, the LSU rRNA forms the peptidyl-transferase center. The SSU rRNA function is less certain. In phase 3, the peptidyl-transferase center is encased and rigidified, and the exit pore is extended into a short tunnel. The SSU termini dissociate with formation of the central pseudonon. By the end of phase 3, the LSU and the SSU associate. In phase 4, in the LSU, the tunnel is further developed. The SSU gains well-defined binding pockets for the tRNAs. In phase 5, the ratcheting system is acquired. The genetic code begins to optimize and expand. In phase 6, the prokaryotic ribosome is finalized with a fully optimized genetic code. The ribosomal surface is an integrated patchwork of RNA and mature ribosomal proteins. The ribosome grew by accretion of new RNA on old RNA, like nested Russian dolls.
So, Joel, what do you think? Did this thing come by evolution or intelligent design?
Pure design. It's so designed. We're trying to figure out how to reverse engineer it for our own intelligent designs.
Yeah. And did you see the channel? There is a very precise entrance channel, and there is the exit channel. There is the right size of the cavity where the polymerization takes place. And what happens if you don't have all these tunnels and the cavity in the right size at the right place? If you don't have the entrance of the tRNAs and the amino acid tRNA synthetases, if you don't have the tunnel for the messenger RNA to come in, if it's not there, if you don't have the tunnel for the polypeptides to get out, if you don't have all this stuff in the right order and in the right size, nothing goes.
It's not just the sizes that are also dynamically programmed and changed by those incoming RNA strands, but all the proteins, all the chemical sequencing, all of the connections have to be perfectly pre-designed as well, and just essentially, if not literally, cognitively aware of what's coming and where it's going. It's fascinating, and this is almost worth wanting to spend a lot of time to try to quote unquote solve, as I guess it seems to be elusive still, how ribosomes actually are dynamically making the proteins off this information. But I don't know, it might take a whole nother career change. I don't know.
I mean, they took literally decades just to figure out how the structure is of the ribosome. And this is one of the biggest and most complex macromolecules that we know of. And
so, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I started to read a little bit closer Dimitr's proposal, and I mean there are so many superficial assertions of how it could have happened and how these small oligomers could have evolved and then in the end to become the ribosome. And I mean, he claims that my assertion that this is an irreducibly complex factory is just wrong, you know. And he claims that he tried to explain it to me why I'm wrong, why it could be the product of prebiotic evolution. But I mean, hey, I don't see it.
Well, I tried to spend as much time as I could earlier today when after reading your email and some of the links you all were sharing, and you're absolutely right. Even the literature that he himself used, a lot of these sciencedirect.com websites, for example, these articles, admit, I mean, I was sharing with Speed there in text earlier today before this video started, how this one literally says the canic or sin ancestor, as they're calling DeLuca, the last universal common ancestor, quote unquote, is assumed to exist on the basis of extensive sharing of inferred homologous characters among representatives of living cellular organisms. I can't speak tonight, man. You got your cough. I'm having tongue tied. Living cellular organisms such as the near universal genetic code. So, I mean, these articles that they rely on themselves are admitting this is all design.
Yes, and I mean, I maybe wasn't very precise when I replied to the papers which Dimitri presented. And he said that it is not true in regards of my claim that the prokaryotic and eukaryotic ribosomes are not homologous. Yeah, I agree with him. There are parts which are closer in the sequence, but the difference is quite considerable. You can see here that the prokaryotic particle has 2,700 kilo. I don't know the CODI what it stands for the 70S ribosome, and the other has 4,200. So there is a significant difference, and there are parts which are not homologous. For example, here they write RNAs are the counterparts of the prokaryotic 5S and 23S molecules. Its 5-point-S RNA is unique to eukaryotes. So if it is unique to eukaryotes, how could it have evolved from a simple prokaryotic ribosome?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I think again, it's all assumption. They're assuming that there's, I guess, two separate divergence in code designs between the simple cell, simple bacteria, and everything else, ignoring the fact that everything else still shares these same concepts.
Yeah, of course, the structure as a whole must be similar because it's the same function. But they list here, for example, in the book Biochemistry 5th edition, all these differences here, four topics which they point out the differences of the two ribosomes. So, I mean, you can all hand wave away and say, oh, it evolved somehow, but that is not, I mean, these are just assertions.
Not only that, but my understanding is that RNAs cannot exist, RNA strands cannot exist without DNA existing first. RNAs are transcribed like a packet almost of information copied directly off DNA. You can't have RNA before DNA.
Yes, they must have been created together.
Yeah, even viral RNA strands require another living micro nanotechnology cellular factory to be able to copy itself from other DNA manufactured processes.
And today I did read something fascinating, that the balance between the speed and the error rate must be just right. If you have a too slow ribosome, then the cell dies. But if it's too fast, it doesn't work either. So it is a balance. It has to be the right velocity, about 20 amino acids per second, and that will give you an error rate which the ribosome can handle. And if it's different, if the speed is different, then the cell dies. So the question is, of course, how was that speed designed or fine-tuned in the first place, if you have to have it just right in order for the process be able to be performed, and the cell remain alive.
Right. The same exact way that we design our CNC and 3D metal printing processes I like to bring up as far as things like SpaceX is doing and others, to literally just manufacture things from scratch in a machine. There are designed pauses and areas and gaps that have to happen for the metal to be able to cool properly or to be able to be shaped in a certain way. I think it was Logical that was showing me some details about how there are pre-programmed pause codon commands within the RNA strands to literally tell the ribosomes to wait for specific sequences to finish building a certain protein to be able to design specific proteins in specific orders, and that those pause cycles have to be precisely there at the exact amount of time to literally give that ribosome, as you just described, time to build the protein properly, and then initiate another mechanism basically to start adding more protons or proteins into another structure to basically make these things that I think ultimately become more complex or more just infinitely, whatever you want to call it, designed than even our latest rocket technology, much less anything else that we do in technologies today.
I mean, hey, if you don't have 11 different error check and repair mechanisms in the whole complex, then you have not the sufficient minimalized error rate in order to have functional proteins which will fold into the right folding. So how could that happen in a stepwise process?
So is it 11 error checkers in the ribosome? Is that every
in special in the amino acyl tRNA synthetases, there are, in the whole complex, there are error check and repair mechanisms which are required in order to maintain the error rate in a acceptable minimal level.
Okay, so that's what I'm curious about the most. Then is that in every living cell, or is that in just certain types? And I mean, what's the dynamic of all this?
As far that I know, error check and repair happens in the whole pathway, starting by the DNA, and then goes to the ribosome. And also, I'm not sure now, but I think also during the transcription process, there are error check and repair mechanisms all along the pathway.
Right. I'm very familiar, or at least I used to be very familiar with the error checking, what I call artificial intelligence routines within the DNA transcription process itself. That's one of the many things we've been trying to literally reverse engineer to do similar error type checking and viral protection type stuff within our own AI code today, our modern stuff. I'm just now learning though more about the ribosome, like you're talking about tonight. So there's error checking processes in the ribosome factory. I'm calling it a factory as well. And I'm curious, how dynamic is that? How universal is that? I'm also wanting to ask questions such as from a strictly informational codic type viewpoint, because my understanding is that every component of the cell, all the membranes, all of the microtubules, all of the components that go into a basic cell, or simple, we want to say simple cells, no longer simple, all are built up from proteins that the DNA RNA information exchange creates through these factory components. So from a code step wise, it seems like this is something that we could kind of look through the code and see how it's done. What process actually says, okay, this strand make this piece, this strand make that piece, to eventually not only build all the other components, but the ribosome itself. How's a brand new cell straight out of mitosis make these ribosomes? That's what I would like to try to figure out.
Yeah, I took the article which I collected information, and here you can see that many error check and repair and error minimizations take place in the amino acid tRNA synthetase. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only in that part.
And this is just you found so far. Okay, wow.
And let me check here. Okay. Ribosome biogenesis quality control mechanisms must be in place to survey nascent ribosomes and ensure their functionality. And then I can put this in the for everyone to have a check afterwards.
Yeah,
so I mean, hey, if that is not in place, you do not get functional proteins.
Or a living organism, because the stuff will just break.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, honestly, this stuff that these abiogenesis researchers, these hypotheses of stepwise evolutionary steps from small oligomers to the complexity of the ribosome that we see, this is just conjecture. And I mean, it seems they cannot get out of their evolutionary thinking of a stepwise random process, and they cannot accept that it is not plausible, and it is not plausible specifically and especially from the standpoint of someone that is familiar with the manufacturing of machines, like you with rockets and me as a machine designer, because we see the parallels in biology.
No, right. And like I started to highlight, even those articles that your friend was trying to reply to you with specifically say, even in the beginning of their first sentence abstracts, that this is all speculation and supposition. So from a coder's mindset, this is beyond intelligent design. This is amazing. It's universal. So I'm already wanting to go to the next step and understand, wanting to ask, how is this being done so that we can further understand the obvious design, chiral checkpoints, all these amazing things you dig up and that you just don't hear about often enough. That yes. Again, this would be a whole new career change just to begin to want to start to really unravel.
Yes. I want to show you what I was starting to reply to Dimitar today. And I will put it here on the screen.
While you're looking that up, I can also share, I was doing some other research earlier today with the other actual AI stuff that people are working on. I actually had a video I could share if you'd like later, for example, where some of the latest AI stuff is got at a TED Talk share some of the quote-unquote evolutionary AI changes from just regular AI tools going into essentially intuitive AI to self-aware AI, all kinds of improvements we're trying to make with it. And how, even though he uses the term evolutionary changes, it's still all design. It's still all by design.
Yes. I'll put here the link to that response here. Okay, he writes here something which I agree with, which is an overarching need is to establish, that's the paper from Dimitar from 2018, which they are citing all the time, and that is the paper upon which I had my chat with him. And he writes here something which I agree with. Observation, an overarching need is to establish interactions between the carrier of genetic information and that of structure and function. It is unclear how the initial relationship between RNA and proteins came to being, bearing in mind that RNA needs proteins to replicate and proteins need RNA to be coded, a problem known as the chicken and egg dilemma.
Well, again, DNA is needed to be able to encode and translocate RNA.
Yes, and I agree with that. And the problem is the chicken and egg dilemmas. We see that in many different ways in the cell and related to the origin of life. And my response here is correct as how was this established by unguided events. The relationship of information systems directing and controlling the making and operating of machines and factories is always tracked back to intelligence.
Correct.
An organizational structure would have to be established between the domain of information and computation, the genome, and the mechanistic domain where proteins and enzymes work based on the direction and information flow of the before-mentioned instructional genetic information. The puzzle lies with the problem of creating a causal organization, the interrelationship of informational and mechanical aspects into interdependent narratives. One of the challenges of life's origins is thus to explain how instructional information control systems emerge naturally and spontaneously from mere chemical interactions and start taking over the clever making and direction of molecular mechanical dynamics. In modern cells, to make proteins, at least 25 unimaginably complex biosynthesis and production line-like manufacturing steps to large multimolecular machines are required to make proteins. Each step along the way requires exquisitely engineered molecular machines composed of an enormous number of subunits and cofactors. These molecular machines require by their own the synthesis through complex multi-step assembly processes using many scaffold proteins, cofactors, and chaperones, which orchestrate the biogenesis and assembly of these macromolecular, highly complex holoprotein complexes. Machines making machines that make machines. How could all this come by natural means? Incredulity that unguided mechanisms could come with this is justified. Now, this is interesting, Joel, that in order to make the ribosome, which is involved in making protein machines, it requires other protein machines which make the ribosome.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm interested in learning more about.
You know, so I mean, you don't see Dimitar in his paper mentioning one word in regards of the machines that are required to assemble the ribosome. So how did these proteins and cofactors and scaffold proteins and chaperones and so forth, how did those come to be? All by chance?
No, I think that is technologically impossible. So I'm instantly getting reminded of the processes of things that I've worked on in the past where you need not just a turbo shaft to be already pre-designed and made, but you need all the piping, you need all of the propellant valves and all kinds of things. You need to have a well-designed, the obvious part of a rocket engine, the bell shape, for example. All of these things need to be not just pre-designed, but pre-made before you can put them together. And they have to be designed to be able to be put together just perfectly with all kinds of seals and all kinds of other things for the engine to not explode the first time you light it. So it's just, there's all kinds of just pure, all irrefutably designed mechanisms within life that are that just infinitely dwarf the latest technological manufacturing mechanical processes that I know about in human technology. Life just makes it all look like child's play in comparison. And so that's what I'm curious about, because I know we have machines that make machines, literally. In fact, I could, if we had more time or whatever, we could put together. In fact, I thought about doing something like this, start making some of my own videos of showing some of the latest in technology, some of the robot factories, how 80% of all of SpaceX's products are made by machines. And there's all kinds of other examples out there, of course. And so we see that in life. We see how there is a production chain, and every single step is further proof of design. You can't have something as complex as a ribosome without already pre-designing all the components, the subcomponents that built up to that, the subcomponents that built up to those subcomponents, all the way back to the original code. This is all pure design. If nothing like this ever happens randomly, never.
That's what I am trying to say all along, and which they simply say, no, you are wrong, you are wrong. I don't see how I can be wrong, because I see that from the same perspective as you, Joel. You need to have foresight to know how to make each of the single components, which then further away will be assembled together to get a functional, integrated product.
Again, which every single step requires design. So, and I'm also, I can think about even some of the games I like to play. I'm a very complex minded kind of person. So I don't play regular, whatever kind of games, or even like Minecraft, or just these other things that have very long production type chains. You have to know what you want to build. You have to know, okay, I want to build this component. Well, that takes 10 components to build this one component. Each of those components takes another 3 to 10 components to make those subcomponents. So you have these very long, drawn out factory design processes to build the subcomponents, to build the actual other major factory component that allows you to build even more components. And so again, life does those kind of things, and just with, I don't even know how to describe the extra, billions of layers of complexities, it seems like. So for guys like me that are into complexity or into complex design for fun and for and professionally, I want to learn more. I see what God does in life, and I'm like, wow, I want to figure that out now, just for fun, just to see how he did it, and to really explain the details to people that want to make believe literally that this stuff just happens by dice rolls.
It is enormously fun to investigate this, and every time that I investigate further, it is inspiration to be in awe, because it is fantastic what we discover, and things that we would have never imagined that we would see that kind of stuff in life, And let me put here the one that was the paper that I had it already here.
Real quick, before I get picked on by all the antagonists out there, when I mentioned Minecraft, I'm talking about heavily modified mod packs with Minecraft, things with like Buildcraft and Galacticraft, things that so the regular Minecraft game has very little to no complexity to it. There's ways to add gigabytes with the mods that make it extremely complex. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry.
You see here I did take that paper of the ribosome is like a Russian doll. When it is assembled, it is like shaded like a Russian doll. And in the description, I did filter out all the verbs where they describe what is done during the process of maturation of the ribosome. And here you see how they describe it, like adopting, binding, cleaving, coordinating, cutting, closing, dissociating, dismantling, forming, processing, interacting, integrating, interplaying, moving, processing, preventing premature recruitment, priming, replacing, rearranging, recruiting, remodeling, removing.
These are all action verbs. I'll take a look.
Yes, exactly. That's the point. remodeling, removing, relocating, releasing, relocating, replacing, shedding, stabilizing, stepwise reducing, and translocating. So how could just mere random chance provoke all this kind of action here in a specific manner?
Well, again, every specific action verb or process that would describe those actions would require a whole nother level of design, specificity.
Yeah. And they just hand wave it away and say, oh, no, you're wrong. I don't know how I could be wrong in face of that kind of evidence that we have, in that kind of complexity that is required to make a ribosome.
Right. So again, the primary assumption by these articles and what your friend Dimitri showed was that there is a last common, whatever, universal ancestor, Luca. And so again, it's based on an assumption what the first ribosomes apparently were structured. Do we have an actual example of that? Is there, I understand there are changes in the ribosome molecule, but they're pre-programmed designed changes based on what we're looking at today. So do we have any kind of resemblance of an actual stepwise change from one step to the next, or not? Changes in the ribosome structure.
I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you. I was looking to find another paper here. No, I am sorry because I was distracted. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. I was trying to see if trying to understand better the counterpoint that your friend Dimitri and others in those articles were portraying, that even though it's all based on assumption of the Luca, they called it.
Yes, the last universal common ancestor.
Right. Which again, that would just only illustrate an initial design phase. But is there actual steps of progression, so to say, or are these all just kind of specifically designed factory molecules for each separate genome?
I don't know. Now I would like to show you something else here, which I wrote an article these days. I don't think I have discussed it with you so far. And that is what you require to have an information transmission system. I pointed it out very clearly. I will put the link to the chat so everyone can have a look at it.
Yeah, because if Dimitri and others are hearing this, I need to apologize. I can't follow those Science Direct articles that literally start with the first sentence based on assumption. I want to see what the actual code changes are. I want to see the changes. I want to see observation without assumption.
Well, that's all what they have. They have just assumption and theoretical imaginary scenarios of how these things could have happened on prebiotic Earth.
Right.
Now here, in order, yeah.
I was going to say, if I see an evolutionary change between a Raptor engine design and a Merlin engine design, I'm not going to be able to assume it just did it by itself.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
life is, again, infinitely more complex than a rocket engine design. So it just boggles my mind that anybody can just assume that this is by random chance. It's frankly, it's unintelligent for me to think people think this happened randomly.
But another important aspect, Joel, which I don't see even mentioned, is the fact that the individual polymer strands they need to be they need to be specified. The sequence must be correct in order for these to fold into functional 3D forms. If you don't have the right sequence, you don't have the subunits which will join together to form that functional ribosome, And I mean, we are talking here about 4,000 amino acids that have to be joined in the right sequence. How do you get that by chance?
Proteins. I think there's only 40 amino acids used in all life.
No. In the ribosome, there are about, if I'm not wrong, about 4,000 between two. I think it is between 2,700 amino acids in the prokaryotic ribosome and 4,200 in the eukaryotic ribosome. Now, I'm not sure if that is in regards of just the big or small subunit, or if it's the total number of amino acids and nucleotides that are required. But it's something in the 3,000-4,000, if I'm not wrong. Now, I mean, you can of course speculate that the sequence came about by chance, but this is so unlikely. And I mean, the sequence has to be correct.
Well,
You know, you cannot simply by trial and error, and somehow you come to the right sequence to have folds which then will join together like lock and key in the ribosome. And you have the tunnel and the right size, which actually even requires assembly proteins which remain the tunnel open, you know, so it is not filled with amino acids and so forth. And then these scaffold proteins, they are removed in the end. This is a machine-like assembly of the ribosome.
Okay. Yeah, I had to double check what I was thinking earlier too. Yeah, there's 20 standard amino acids used to build all the proteins. I'm reading this one article where it says these why they're saying why exactly nature quote unquote chose these particular amino acids is still a mystery. So that was part of the kind of the miracle of the design here, was that there's very, very few amino acids that only 4 nucleic acids actually codify, that then of course get translated into just literally millions, I think, of different types of protein structures like you're talking about.
Yes, that is what I am pointing out in my video. The chemical to make the proteins that you need to select the right amino acids, and there was no selection process on prebiotic Earth, and there were literally hundreds, and some papers say over 500 different amino acids extant on the prebiotic Earth. And how do you select the right ones? And even further on that, like the very complex amino acids to be synthesized, like tryptophan, which is very complex and is only synthesized by the cell, and these are not found free in the environment. They are only encountered through the cell, and this is of course something which points very strongly to my proposition that the cell is irreducibly complex, and all the biosynthesis and metabolic pathways, they had to be there all at once in order for everything to start at once and producing the building blocks, you know.
Right. That's where I was asking for evidence from the counter argument. Are there ribosome factories that don't have some of these specific functions and structures?
Well, what they claim is that like a proto-ribosome started with the I forgot the center, the core, where the cavity is, the I forgot the name now. I'll check it after.
Yeah, I don't blame you. This stuff is so complex. It's beyond my capability right now too.
It's the peptidyl transferase center. That's the place where the catalytic action takes place, and where the amino acids are polymerized.
Mm-hmm.
And they claim that was the first part which evolved, and then in a 6-step fashion, the other proteins and ribozymes which compose the ribosome then evolved and were added to have the complexity that we have now. Of course, I mean, the question is as well, if the core was functional, why would evolution have produced the more complexity if it's not necessary?
Well, so that was part of my question then, that's begging to be answered. Are these what seem to be subcomponents of ribosome that we see today, do they actually allow a living cellular nanotechnology factory to be able to exist and replicate and do all the other things that they assume evolution does?
Well, I think that it is the same like with the junk DNA, which they claimed for so long that, of course, they deny it now. They say, oh, we said all along that it has function, but we didn't know back then what function it has. But that's not true. They were literally claiming that it was junk,
Right.
And now we know that
Evolutionary junk, right?
leftovers, yes. And now we know that most of the junk DNA has regulatory functions. But in the ribosome, even if they have not figured out each ribozyme and each protein what function that it actually performs, they in further investigations, I am sure they will figure out and say, oh, that strand is required for this and that for that, and so forth. So I don't think that anything there is superfluous.
Well, I think that's what needs to happen then. If there's not studies out there already, again, I'm half tempted on making another career change among many already, because there are different subcomponents. This is what it translates in my mind when you describe a lot of these things with the current ribosome factory, is that these are subcomponents of a factory. So each subcomponent has to be encoded and then created for each cell. And then,
Yes.
so what I'm curious though is that it sounds like the counter argument is that, well, since these subcomponents are created, are they truly self sustaining? Were they self-replicated as required for the rest of the ribosome to exist? Things like that, versus are they just assuming that these subcomponents, since there are processes in place to build the subcomponents prior to building the full factory, that's where they assume that these subcomponents can work by themselves, basically.
Yes, and I will post here, just a moment.
So I didn't see that answered in the email chain earlier.
Okay, now here, for example, the ribosome has two principal subunits, okay? And both subunits are performing absolutely essential distinguished tasks, which are complementary. Both subunits have no function by themselves. If evolutionary processes would be generating these subunits, it would or should be expected that iterative rounds of random mutations and selection would discover new and useful ribozymes and protein subunits. In this case, that would have, however, not be the case. Natural selection would not select for components of a complex system that would be useful only in the completion of that much larger system. In other words, why would natural selection select an intermediate biosynthesis product which has by its own no use for the organism, unless that product keeps going through all necessary steps up to the point to be ready to be assembled in the larger system? Never do we see blind, unguided processes leading to complex functional systems with integrated parts contributing to the overall design goal. A minimal amount of instructional complex information is required for a gene to produce useful proteins. A minimal size of proteins is necessary for it to be functional. Thus, before a region of DNA contains the requisite information to make useful proteins, natural selection would not select for a positive trait and play no role in guiding its evolution.
Right. Right. So again, from a coder's perspective, what we would need to see to confirm any of this is either these subunits working by themselves, which this article that you're quoting from says it doesn't, or that they're being created somewhere uselessly and then just randomly, miraculously combined with this other useless subunit in the future.
That is the key point.
More complex structures.
Exactly. That is the key point. And I think we are justified to make an analogy to machines where the designer has to beforehand make the know each part, how it is integrated in the machine, and the size, how it's like clock and key. It must have the right size, the right shape, the right materials in order to be functional once it is mounted in the machine, like the piston in the cylinder of the car engine. You need to have everything fitting together, and only intelligence can devise that and make the project for that. And in the cell, it is not different. The ribosome has about 80 different parts, and these require to be in the right size, in the right composition, the right fold, and they must be mounted in the right way. And this is a machine-like process. So claiming that this could happen by unguided random means is just silly.
I think it's important to also add to that analogy that you're using of super precision as well, because like in a car engine or certainly in a rocket engine, you're dealing with 10,000ths of an inch, even sometimes hundreds of thousandth of an inch of clearances and tolerances. The living nanotechnology factory in life is down to the molecule.
To the atom.
Yeah.
To the atom. You need to have the correct isomeric composition of the atoms on the basis of pyrimidines and pyrines in order to have Watson-Crick base pairing. And if you don't have the right composition, you don't have base pairing, and you don't have a DNA ladder, and you don't have a genetic information device. So it is precision literally down to the molecular and atomic level.
Yeah, we used to try to create that kind of precision back when I was doing chips. And again, they may have done better now. This is 20 years ago. They actually let me design my own what's called mass flow controller calibration lab, where every chip tool has these MFCs, these mass flow controllers and meters to specifically and precisely control how much of a chemical goes through to be able to be used as dopant onto the wafer surfaces. And most of them were probably in the several dozens or hundreds of what's called standard cubic centimeters skims, or even standard liters per minute type flow rates. But there were some where we got down to 5, even 2 standard cubic centimeters per minute, which is extraordinary. I mean, even so, I had to use a helium leak detector type device to be able to literally squirt helium around my controller when I finished repairing or calibrating it, just to see if I could detect individual helium atoms to get through some of these tolerances we were dealing with.
Wow.
I would have used hydrogen, but that's flammable. It's dangerous to do it in a very sealed lab. But so we tried to do types of technology like this. It's very, very difficult. It's painstaking, and I'd love to talk more about it sometime to those that are interested. But to see it happening unnaturally and artificially in God's designs in life with extreme purpose is just mind-boggling to me. And there's all kinds of technologies here in life, in all of our individual living cells, that technologists such as myself would love to better learn and to adapt to our own technologies.
Yeah, I think that we will never be able to imitate 100% the technology that we see in life, because it is just it's too complex to imitate.
Sure. Yeah, I often argue it's not just the supernatural complexity that I think shows and proves the hand of God design in life. It's the universal aspects of it. These are all universal information design codecs.
Yes, and I think also the information aspect is being completely neglected by these proponents of abiogenesis, and I have pointed it out. Let me check here. It's a little bit small. Let me see if I can put it a little bit bigger.
It's too much information at once. You need to zoom out to find what you need.
Yeah. I'm zooming out so everyone can see it.
Right.
Okay. In order to have the language system, you need first the language.
Mm-hmm.
You need a common agreement of meaning of the language, semiotics. Then you need, once you have that language together, you need the information, which is in our case in DNA, the right sequence of the codons to get the information, to get the information which will then be transcribed and translated to get the right amino acid sequence which will permit the protein to fold into 3D form. Then you need the information storage mechanism a hard disk, a paper, which in our case is DNA. And then you need the information transmission system that is encoding, sending, and decoding. And in life, that is encoding to RNA polymerase, that is the transcription. Then sending, that is through the messenger RNA. And then decoding, that is what we are talking about tonight, which is the ribosome, which is the translation. And that is the fifth point here, which would be the assignment of the codons to the amino acids. So you have 5 points here which are interrelated. And if the first four points here, if one is missing, you can have the language, you can have the information storage mechanism, you can have the transmission system. But if you do not have the information, nothing goes. And the same happens in regards of the language, in regards of the storage of the information and the transmission. These 4 points, they are essential. And if one is not there, you cannot have transmission of information. And this is only intelligence which can come up with that kind of things.
Not only does it require intelligence, but I mean, for all of those 5 steps you're talking about, those 5 aspects of, what's a better word for it? Intelligent, just cognizance. It's universal. Again, it's being used everywhere. The same, all genomes, from my understanding, in everything, plant, animals, and microbes, across the entire spectrum of life, all use the same exact 3 start, stop, codon, command keys for all sequences and all genomes. That is the exact opposite of random. That just beyond even just the simple fact, like you just described here, that requires cognition just to have a language, much less all these other processes of coding languages. But it's universal. It's universally programmed.
Yeah, it's called the universal genetic code, but there are differences. We know about, I think, 27 or 37 different variations, like in especially mitochondria. It is a different code, okay? But that, of course, isn't something that does not indicate design. Actually, the contrary is the case, because you cannot evolve a genetic code from one into another. I mean, if you change it just a little bit, it breaks down. And you need to change everything. If you change the genetic code, then you need to also to change the amino acids, which will be used eventually, and all the other parts which are involved in the process of information transmission.
Well, Antonio, you reminded me, I think what a lot of people seem to misunderstand, probably, especially those that don't do a lot of human coding projects, is that even the design changes that you're talking about, the differences of certain types of genomes or whatever, those are also signs of design. Because even in our own code, we have what's called cross platforms and multi-environment type programs, applications, that even though they're able to, like for example, you can write an app that can work on a Windows environment, but it can also run on a Mac OS environment. It can also run on a Linux environment. So all of those operating systems all have the same exact base machine language code to it, that universal information code. The operating systems are a layer of information encoding, and then again we can program in a multi-platform code as well. All of that is described in life.
But I mean, in our conversations and also in this whole debate, evolution, design, and so forth, we all focus so much in regards of the making of proteins and DNA and so forth, and neglect a little bit that we are just talking about one information system, but I am listening 27 different epigenetic languages. And for example, if you have the protein, it comes out of the ribosome, but the job isn't still done. There is the signal recognition particle which tags the protein, and then there are mechanisms which direct the protein to the place where it is employed. So there are also post-translational modifications in the protein, like they put glycans on the protein, and that is another kind of language. And when that protein once is employed on the surface of the membrane, it can the structure of these glycans can be recognized by neighboring cells, and that forms also a language. And the glycan code is far more complex than the DNA code, and science has yet no understanding and decoded that language. We have no clue what it says, how cells talk to each other through that code. But this is just one of several different and other codes which are also employed, and you have to explain all this.
Right, and so doesn't all that also further even prove design as well? Because otherwise, if this was all happening randomly, all these tags on proteins pre and post production cycles, if that was all random, we would still be seeing it randomly making wrong things, and we don't, do we?
No, and then there is another fascinating aspect. There are chaperones, which are literally proteins which fix when a protein comes out and it's not folded correctly. It goes inside the pocket of the chaperone, and then the folding is corrected. Now,
That's
do you
crazy.
not? Do you not need understanding beforehand what the correct configuration of the 3D fold is in order to be able to correct what is wrong?
So I'm sitting here thinking about how awesome it would be to help someone make a three-dimensional simulation of all of this. But then I'm thinking, even if we showed just a few seconds or a minute of each example each of all these processes, it still would not do justice with the trillions, hundreds of trillions of cells all doing this perfectly choreographed everywhere in a single human body, much less
Yeah.
humanity in general. It's just beyond, yeah.
And what I have investigated recently, Joel, is that light or biophotons, they have also a play in communicating. And each protein has a different light resonance. And they can tune one to each other. They can recognize themselves. And the cell inside is, in regards of noise, absolutely silent. It's very silent. And when they resonate, they can recognize each other and then go synchronize one with another. Now explain this. Explain this. And
Yeah, I've
they
heard
say,
about that for years. Kind of a cellular internet, essentially, and it was the hope to explain how cells, for example, will transmit to the rest of its organism when it's ready to die, when it's diseased, so it can help direct and signal like autoimmune cells to come and either try to repair or kill it. All kinds of just amazing communication going on within every organism.
yes. I don't know. I don't remember exactly where I read it. If it was in regards of energy or information, I think it was in regards of information, where they said you can make the distinguishing between what is life from what is not alive when the flow of information ceases to happen.
Wow. Yeah, if you'd like, I've got a video that I was thinking about seeing if you wanted to share. I don't know if you probably want to see it before you include it in your show or not, but it talks about some of the latest innovations in what they call intuitive AI design. I could describe it, or I don't know if you want to maybe play it here, but it'll augment to what we're talking about.
It's up to you. Do you want to show it?
Well, I could describe it first and see if you want to, or vice versa. I don't know if you're more of a visual person or versus an audio person.
I'm more a visual person.
All right. Well, it's a 15-minute long video in its entirety.
Oh, it's long. I don't think we want to just watch video now, but you can put the link so everyone that is interested can have a look at it after our chat.
I could play a clip of, for example, he shows a scene where they use their AI to try to let the AI design a new frame for a drone, basically a 4-engine drone. And it looks really cool. They show like a little fast-forwarded little design concept phase that it goes through. But when you break it down, it's still pure raw design. He tries to claim it's using evolutionary type design processes, but I can pick it apart.
Yeah, go ahead.
Play it, just link it. Here, link it. And this timestamp is about, where's it at? About 3 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, this Marcy Conti guy, he's his whole career has been about
You
AI
have
design.
you have put it in the chat. Do you want to show a part of it, or just do you want to provide the link so everyone can have a look at it?
Well, I linked it
Okay.
in the public comments.
Yeah. Yeah, George is saying to look that code. Yeah, I know that. I have that already for several months. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's COVID. It's probably because it's winter time here. I don't know. Yeah.
Regular old cough.
Yeah, but here it's never cold. We have hot weather all year long. Maybe it's the air condition. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, just kind of summarize, I guess that guy's talking in that TED Talk is that they will use an AI and that'll analyze literally millions of other pre-designed components. For example, like this drone copter design.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so much variety now in the market, and so they'll create a database of as many as they find useful, and then ask the AI, okay, give the AI specific parameters. All information requires a purpose. So they ask the AI, okay, we want to make a 4-copter design, the lightest possible. So it'll analyze all these other millions of pre-designed concepts and all the characteristics, then come up with its best design of those parameters. And so
Okay.
this is what life does. It looks like it's literally taking the millions of, if not billions, of pre-designed concepts, and then it seems like it's if there's any kind of either natural or artificial improvement, it's improving off these other pre-designed concepts, including all of the self-replication technology and other things that require pure design to be able to exist.
I mean, only the fact that life is able to adapt to the environment is utmost fascinating, because that has to be pre-programmed in order for that adaptation to be able to occur. I mean, you see that, for example, if it's colder, then the cell has a mechanism to recognize what it requires, what kind of proteins it requires, and then there is a way to select the right expression of the right genome sequence, which will express the proteins which will have a better advantage to adapt to that environment. And this is a pre-programmed process. And if the protein is misfolding, then there are other mechanisms to remove that protein and recycle eventually the amino acids. And tell me that this is not designed. Hi, George.
Good morning. I'm not sure whether I can contribute anything to the discussion, but if you've got any more maths for me to do, Tangel, I can help you out with that.
Good morning from down under, man. It's 8 o'clock here. Good night.
Yeah, good morning, Joel.
Hey.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, what is it? Good evening there, or good afternoon?
Yeah, it's evening.
Where we are, it's evening. It's 10 at night at my place, 8 at Joel's, and yours is morning, right, George?
Yes, it's 11 a.m. here.
Okay. Wow. 13 hours time difference. That's amazing.
Talking at the speed of light.
It's a flat Earth.
Where are you in Australia, George? In which part?
I'm down south in Melbourne.
Oh, I would like to see that. That's a nice city, isn't it?
South. So that's not where the bananas are, right?
Well, I'll tell you this, Tangelo. If you do come over, make sure you bring clothing, because we experience 4 seasons in one day.
You bring a bat too for the spiders, right?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, look, they don't bother us if we don't bother them.
Oh, okay. I tell my wife that.
But I think in the South Hemisphere, it's like with us. Now it is in July, August, it's winter time, and now it should be autumn, and soon summertime will start, isn't it, George?
Well, we're into our spring at the moment,
Yeah.
This is the first of October, and the temperatures or the weather is starting to improve. We're around about the 20 to 22 degrees centigrade average, and it's going to start warming up from about the next month or so.
Sounds
Okay.
cozy.
Do you have beaches near Melbourne?
Oh, heaps, Angela, heaps. The entire south coast of Victoria is literally beach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
It's just some of them are dangerous though. You know, you got to watch out for the rips. But there are many safe ones where you can go and swim.
For the white sharks?
No, well, you won't find too many great whites down here, but you will find some sharks. But hey, we live with it. I think the statistics say there's you're more likely to die of a car accident than a shark attack.
Okay. And do you have many abalones nearby?
Sorry, sorry?
Abalones?
Oh, abalone.
Yeah, abalone.
Well, yes, but you've got to have a license to go for them. I actually hold a advanced open water scuba certificate, and yeah, I checked that out when I used to do scuba diving. But yeah, you need a license to actually go and collect them. About the best that we've done is feed the fish at night with bread.
But even if you catch a few just for personal use, you need a license, or only if it's for commercial purpose?
No, I think it's restricted. You can't even get some for you know, for half a dozen, whatever. I think it's if you get caught, there's hefty fines involved.
Yeah. I did read about that.
Have you guys ever been scuba diving?
Oh yes, I have many places, but I was younger. Now I have to relearn it again because many years that I don't scuba dive.
Yeah, same here with Angelo. It's been at least let's say 15, 20 years since I've gone, because I used to dive with friends. I was told you never dive on your own. You always have a buddy to dive with. And since people got married and they've got kids, they went their own way. You can never get in touch with them. And I certainly wouldn't dive the depths that I dive completely on my own. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I have a dream. One day in the future, I want to buy a catamaran and sail in the South Pacific.
Oh,
yeah. But
I was going to say I've never scuba dived underwater, but back when I was doing chips, I was a hazmat first responder, and so they're called HAZWOPER certified to be able to egress into chemical environments and stuff. So we had to wear a bunch of Class A chemical suits, and we had scuba gear underneath that. So I don't know, might be the same, but not really.
Well, I've got a PADI certificate, which means I can dive anywhere in the world. It's an international certificate, but like I said, I haven't been for a dive for 15, 20 years, and I've still got my old gear, but I wouldn't trust it. It needs to be tested and whatever. So my wetsuit won't fit me too, by the way. So I'd have to find another one.
I don't know how it's today, but back then I didn't make a certificate either. And whenever I went to dive, I had never problems. I said that I made the course, I can dive and so forth. And they always let me dive. I don't know if today it's more restricted or so, but I've dived in many places. I've been in Palawan, the Philippines, Thailand, and
well, here in Australia, if you don't have your own gear, and you have to rent or hire it, you have to produce your certificate, and you have to and you also have to show your logbook to show that that you've actually done recent dives. So if I went back now, I reckon I'd have to do a refresher course to be able to hire equipment to go diving. But if
short time, a week or so.
For that, yeah.
It's fast. It's not
Sounds
big
like,
deal.
Look, Angela, there are places in the Great Barrier Reef where boats take you out, and it's probably about 10 meters deep or whatever, but they give you a short course on the boat. So you can go back and do that kind of diving, but I don't think you'd be able to do really deep diving.
Yeah, I've never dived deeper than 15 meters or so. And,
50 or 15?
Oh, no, 15 meters.
50?
No, 15.
Oh, okay. Oh, my deepest dive was I think 160 feet.
Oh, 50 meters. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty scary because the only thing you hear there is the bubbles coming out of your regulator.
I did need some good time to decompress to go up again, and you need to stay good time in the water.
But the thing is nowadays, Angela, your tank is designed so you can't overstay. But what we normally do when we're going up from depths like that is we decompress in stages before we get to the surface.
Yeah.
So you got to keep an eye on your gauge to see how you're going with air, because you don't want to leave it too long, because as you're going up you might run out of air. But like I said, we dive with buddies, and every one of us has got what we call an octopus, a second regulator that hangs off your tank. So if someone gets in trouble, you can always grab your buddy's octopus regulator and start breathing out of his tank. And that's happened a couple of times to me.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go back to our topic.
Yes, sorry to digress.
Yeah, no problem. I pushed the chat, but if we spend the rest of the night talking about diving, then I think people which are listening to us will not be so happy.
No, fair enough. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So, do you have any doubt or question? Did you listen to our chat tonight?
Well, I was probably one of the first ones to jump into the chat, but I kept getting messages from various people, including Standing for Truth and a few others. So I had to go in and out because I'm on my mobile phone. So I missed quite a bit of your discussion with Joel. So I'll have to go back and actually revisit what you've said.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been reviewing an old 10-year-old video that SpaceX put out where Elon's walking through the factory floor over in Hawthorne in California. Just trying to come up with even some sort of modicum of a comparison between what we're talking about here with how life is designed to make all these subcomponents, manufacturing processes, compared with some of the latest stuff that we're doing in our most advanced technology processes.
Sure, let me take another curiosity since you are in this stuff. Do you have an idea when that global internet access through satellites will be available?
Starlink, they're hoping it's not this year, next for sure.
Next year?
Yep. I mean,
you can have high-speed internet from all over the globe. Is that correct?
Yep.
That will be amazing, especially for those that will travel and be in the oceans and sail and so forth. They will have access like today. It's very difficult and expensive.
Yep, and including those whose governments do not allow them to get on the internet, as long as they don't have a K-band type blocker, then they'll get online too. So it's going to revolutionize a lot of things, probably.
And do you think it will be cheap or expensive?
Oh, they're trying to keep it around $50 a month or less.
Okay. Yeah, I think Elon Musk will not know what to make with so much money. I think I have to knock at his
Yes,
door.
Yeah, no, the whole purpose of it, everything's by design and purpose. The whole reason for starting Starlink was to be able to privately fund the first Martian colonies.
Oh, yeah. So his idea is to through that to fund the expedition to Mars.
Yep, he's got a bunch of different ideas. He's got what's called an Earth-to-Earth, what do you want to call it, commercial spacecraft type transportation project he's working on as well, where they're literally going to be using the new Starship models to basically allow people to travel anywhere on the planet in under an hour. So, there's a cool video on that. But yeah, there's all kinds of ideas. The boring technology, all the stuff is its main purpose is not only to add convenience for Earth, but it's also to help privately fund the Martian.
What about that project? I've not heard about it anymore. It was in the headlines about 2 or 3 years ago with these tunnels where they want to have high-speed trains. What's going
it's
on
the
with
boring
that?
project, right?
Yeah. What's on with that? What's going on with that?
Well, it's actually it's kind of exploded into a more international type thing. The plans that Elon was trying to pseudo illegally do there in Los Angeles kind of got put on hold. There's still a big giant hole in the ground, but there was an informal plan to connect in California. There's also a pseudo formal plan to connect Houston to Dallas here in Texas. But again, it's not just Elon's project anymore. There's all kinds of international competitions going on, engineering competitions across the world, in basically every country.
Wow.
Mhm.
So we can expect then in the short future, somewhere in the world, they will start that kind of transportation.
Yes, yeah, it's already quote unquote started. There's all kinds of projects that we call it initial founder
So
project.
probably in China or so, they are
Metropolitan.
always cutting edge at the front line with new technology. So probably in China or so, we will soon hear something like that.
Yep.
Joel,
what do you think?
have you volunteered your name for the first Mars colonization trip?
We talk about it. My wife won't let me though because she's from Southern California, which is just a big desert. So she says she's tired of living in deserts. We do have a welcome mat there for our front door house here. This is "Welcome to Mars," and it's got a picture of the footprints on Martian. Yeah, it's about as far as I'm going to get though.
Well,
I might change your mind. We'll see.
there is a high risk if someone will participate at that first expedition to Mars that they will not come back, and I mean that will be it.
They will. That's specific. Everything's designed to not only be round trip, but we're going to be literally fracking the atmosphere and water and all kinds of things that we're counting on finding the resources on Mars to be able to make the return trip propellant fuel and make it completely self-sufficient. So return trips are already on the table.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep, stuff.
And they think about 7 months to get on Mars. Is that correct?
It depends on where you are in the apsiosis. Apsiosis, how do you pronounce that silly word? Between apsiosis, thank you. It's between 6 months and 2 years, depending on where the planets are in their orbits.
Wow.
Yep.
That will be crazy. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Antangelo. Thank you for having me. I originally planned on stopping in earlier, but I got sidetracked while I was waiting on you to come on air. I got over into the Rage's first time I've ever been on his show. He was asking for some Christians to come on, so I was trolling the chat. So they were acting like they were scared to come in. So I said, "Yeah, I'll come in." So, but they treated me pretty good, so I can't complain.
I see if next week maybe I'll join there to have a chat with those people. I forgot last week I came late and today I forgot.
Where was this at again, guys?
Oh well,
The
Rage. He's an atheist. He has a show that he does. He debates and whatnot too. He's kind of infamous, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
Very civilized. I like to see him sometime.
Well,
he's
go ahead.
Sorry,
George.
he's the guy that Matt Powell. He and Matt Powell had a video.
The movie.
I'm not sure what the name of the video, but
the atheism religion movie.
Athean
Yeah,
religion.
Atheist
I think
religion.
I think he was actually in tears afterwards.
Oh, he was, and he's doing
Yeah.
actually a second movie. It's coming out. I don't know if Ronnie's going to be in it. Yeah, he really kind of embarrassed Ronnie, and then Ronnie took him a while to come back from it. But if he's sober, I guess sometimes he's can be all right. But when he gets, I think when he gets drunk or high, he kind of goes way out there, and then him and Smokey don't get along too good. But there is going to be an interesting debate on tomorrow night on Smokey's channel. It's going to be him versus Gavin. You know, Gavin Hurlman from here.
Yeah, from New Zealand, yeah.
So that'll be a interesting debate. Smokey's going to moderate. So I'll just over there kind of stoking the fire.
Yeah,
I've
looks like
never seen Gavin debating.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't know if have you? Is that it? Might be his first debate, might it? Or
No. He's debated Snake. Snake was right on the previous occasion.
But it should be pretty good. And they were talking about Smokey, and I said, he'll be a fair moderator. He's, you know what I mean. Despite your differences, they kind of him and Rage got this funny thing where they don't like each other, but they kind of like work together as far as for each other's channel, I guess. They got common audience, type deal. So, but I didn't mean to derail your thread here on Tangelo. Go ahead.
No. We stopped to talk about ribosomes, so we are just in a loose chat now. No problem.
Okay, good deal.
Yeah,
can I bring up a point? When we bring the similarity between, say, designed mechanisms in life, and the atheists will usually say, "Oh yeah, but the machine can't replicate itself." Well, what if we come up with an artificial intelligence robot that can actually make other robots?
Yeah, we do that already. We got robots that literally make everything, including themselves. So yeah.
Well, there you go. So that destroys that argument.
Well, not only that, but even a self-replicating robot is still proof of design.
Yeah.
Actually, it's proof of even more design. And I mean, I see that very regularly when I come up with the factory maker argument, and they say, "Oh, human-made factories, they do not self-replicate." And then I respond, well, in order to have self-replication, that is the top of complexity in order to have self-replication, and we are not able yet to have factories which self-replicate. So until you get there, it will take still a long way, and when we have it, then it is the highest complexity that we can devise. So that is the best evidence of design rather than the contrary.
Yeah, the current goal for most manufacturing processes today, including like SpaceX and Tesla, is to mass produce those products by design. And so even some of the components that go into designing, or not designing, but basically building the overall product, not only are like for example, the SpaceX, 80% of all of their components are built by robots and CNC machines in-house. There's also other aspects of where SpaceX will design its own robot. And then there's all kinds of other examples I'm thinking of. Even back with the MEM stuff, we have robots that do things for regular transport, for the wafer buckets and all kinds of things, that would also design or build the robots that would add to the supply chain as needed. There's all kinds of automation. That's what this basically is.
Joel, do you think we'll ever get to a position where a robot will actually design and build another robot better than itself?
Yes. In fact, I think that's already been happening.
But that would require foresight, wouldn't it? The robot would have to think about what would be better than itself.
Yeah, that's But the thing is that we still have to differentiate between the hardware of the actual servos and the metal parts and the wires, and the software that AI cognitively does those things to make a future design with. I was touched on it just earlier tonight. I've got a video from a TED Talk talking about intuitive AI design. This is 3 years ago now.
Yeah, you wonder whether the robots of the future will actually write their own software and probably even use the DNA code to do it with.
Or something similar to it. That's why I keep trying to ask these questions, because as a technologist, this is the kind of things that we dream about trying to develop. We want to see how God designed these things to self-replicate and have all kinds of autocorrection and antiviral programs, all kinds of things that we try to do for our own technology so that we can do it better. Because what we see in life is light years ahead of our current technology.
Well, that's why we've got a whole new field of science now called biomimetics. I'm sure you've heard scientists study specifics about the design of specific creatures and how that design can be used in terms of improving our own technologies, in terms of paint, protective armor, and all that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh yeah, communication as well.
Yeah, I believe this. I forget his name. He's an English professor. He's also a young Earth creationist who designed the Olympic bicycle that won pretty much all the gold medals in the London Olympics. A few years ago now. I think it was about 10 years ago or so. I forget his name though. He's written a book about it, and he says it's it's silly to disregard the intelligent design aspect of what we see around us.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Or inside of us in life.
Or inside of it, yeah.
We all the time look to like nature for design. I mean not for like designing things that we design, not just like the genetic wise, you know what I mean? They'll look at birds and different things.
Well, that's right. Yeah, that's what came to my mind. That's how they actually came up with the aeroplane. They looked at the design of the bird wing.
That's one of the best examples.
And that's how we got flight.
Exactly. And I was thinking, something you brought up with the bicycle thing was reminding me of something I was reviewing earlier tonight, where they used AI to try to better design aircraft, where this AI, cognitive AI, came up with this its own unique design. It looks very flimsy because they're trying to make it as lightweight as possible, but the AI put in the parameters for the minimum amount of metal needed and made this weird looking, actually kind of cool to me, little I don't even know how to describe it really. It's kind of almost like a fish looking design maybe. But so they're also doing more practical things with it that are already going into production models. That they allowed the AI to redesign a bulkhead in an existing 747. It's the same shape, but they just minimized the metal use and calculated all the stressors and all the mechanics to it to make sure it actually turns out more more safe, it's stronger than the original design with using less metal, and so they're already going to put it in production in one of the Boeing models next year.
And that's the secret to flight: reduce the weight, and
right.
And therefore you increase your payload.
Right. A lot more lift.
But Angelo, I found that article you posted on Facebook about the quantum communications. Very interesting. I actually shared it with a few people. I think I even sent a copy of it to Joel via email.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a chance to read it, Joel, or
a little bit? The bio something.
Yes.
Luminous.
Yeah, it's very fascinating, and I was very surprised when I started to investigate this, and I've never thought or even imagined that this could exist or happen. Communication in cells through light. That's very fascinating, and even quantum entanglement in the brain, where communication happens basically instantly.
Yep, that's something else that I think a lot of technologists would like to capitalize on. Roger Penrose, for example, since the 80s and even till now, is still trying to figure out how to do a non-invasive type of neural lace technology. That Elon, he's working on his Neuralink project, where it's still using physical, metallic wires that are embedded in the brain. Well, Penrose has been working on the idea of how to do that through some sort of quantum detection type technology. He's working on this theory that he's had about how the microtubules within neurons might be able to transmit some sort of quantum type entanglement type technology. That all we just need to do is improve the sensitivity on our entanglement or quantum detection type things. So seeing this new evidence about how this is already happening across multiple cells could advance that technology as soon as we figure out how to actually read it and use it.
Yeah, well, I'm amazed that evolutionists haven't learned from the past. I mean, the hindrance that occurred with the junk DNA paradigm is now occurring with their complete disregard for intelligent design. When we look at all these things that are occurring now in science from the intelligent design point of view, they're still trying to hinder that progress by calling it pseudoscience. When are these people going to learn that if we're going to advance, we're going to have to accept the fact that things are intelligently designed, and we can learn a lot from that?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's when they basically get a real job, when they're able to break free from academia, as I put it, and they actually get into the industries that are trying to do exactly that. We're trying to reverse engineer God's designs into our own.
Well, correct, yeah.
Some people don't want to do that, so they can't get a real job in science, so they just stay in their, I call them the atheist academic churches.
Yeah, that was one thing that we were going over. That was what I went in and I was trolling them a little bit in their in their stream about they were having church service because
Yeah.
they really were. I mean, and like they were talking about Aaron Ra, and they're like how they loved him and how he was, or Leo was talking about how he uses. I was like, he's your all's apostle, and they kind of I think the rage kind of was like he took a little not offense to it, but he said he doesn't, but a lot of them do, man. They look to these guys and it is a church. I said, they even have their own churches. I mean, Google it. I mean, they have their churches. Mm-hmm. And, so that's why I went in, because I told them a story about how, because you'll get atheists that they'll have like 3 or 4 definitions of the word atheist. So I was trying to get, put it to them, like, what are your definitions? Because I actually had an atheist that tried to convert me to atheism. And this was like 10 or 12 years ago. And I mentioned to him, I'll never forget what he said. I mean, he went through we had a long chat because I was trying to like convert him. He was trying to convert me, but he's like, at the very end, he said something like, take the plunge, or jump on in. The water's cold, but it's refreshing. And I was like, no, thank you. You know what I mean? Once you know truth and you know God, there's no going back. So.
Agreed.
And they complain about us proselytizing.
But yeah, I was trying to ask them what was the word. I think somebody in there had a word for it, but like atheists that try to convert you to atheism. But then most of them, I said, very few of them actually take the plunge like Leo Phillips does, of full blown, like, I know there are no gods or no God. And you just can't say that. You can't know that. And then I think once I pointed that out, he kind of corrected it and said, yeah, you're right. And but so where is that? He's really just he's a naturalist. You know what I mean? I think the Rage says he's a secular humanist. They've all got their little world views, and that's what I said. Atheism is a broad category, because
multiple denominations.
Yeah. Well, I got into that. I was like, because I was coming out with their dogmatic, and then they didn't like that. You know what I mean? And
you're reminding me of a quote from Carl Sagan, the famous atheist, non-atheist.
Yeah.
He says, quote, "An atheist has to know a lot more than I know. An atheist is someone who knows there is no God. By some definitions, atheism is very stupid." End quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to go into intelligent design with him, because I didn't want to derail his thread, because it didn't seem like they just wanted to kind of keep it. I don't know. It was just open topic, and I didn't want to. I was kind of being first time in there, being respectful, which I always try to be in any thread. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of these guys go to war with them, but I don't know who is a reprobate, and I don't know who is beyond salvation. So I'm always going to try to get somebody to change somebody's mind if I can. That's in respect to God.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. If they're civilized, I'd like to check them out, because it's kind of rare these days, these topics.
Yeah, somebody, Joe, they'd welcome you. Yeah, you'd be fine. You know, what I mean,
Okay.
that
Joel,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Chris. Joel,
I'm done.
do you remember? Do you remember the series Cosmos that Carl Sagan produced?
I
Heck
loved
yeah.
it.
Watched it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did I. I actually have the first edition of his book. It's named Cosmos, and I've been offered quite a bit of money for that because it's a first edition.
Wow.
So
Nice.
yeah, I'm sure that particular series probably convinced a lot of the younger generation about the universe and there being no God. When I think about it, I like some of the things he was explaining, they were very convincing.
Yeah. I wasn't convinced.
Oh, well, obviously I wasn't either, but to someone else though, I know a lot of my friends they were convinced, and
Well,
the arguments I put forward, I've had heated exchanges with some of my best friends when they come up and they say things like science has disproven God, and I said, excuse me, can you tell me what science has disproven God?
yeah. How do you prove a negative? But that was kind
Yeah,
of what I enjoyed so much about Sagan growing up is that even though he kind of postulated, I guess, popular atheistic religious dogma, he never presented it as such. He always, stayed on the middle of the fence, so to say, or whatever, however you put it. And he entertained both ideas and just kind of,
He did.
presented the information.
Even to the possibility of aliens, panspermia and all that. So, but I liked his. I don't know. I just liked the way he did, like when he did the dimensions, like flatland, like examples like that. He made things very easy to understand when I was a kid. To watch that.
Yeah. Well, and just more about me. I actually grew up as a NASA brat, as in my grandfather was with NASA and JSC for forever since the pioneer programs, and so I'd go there almost at least once a week growing up. And there are no atheists in I say in science in general, but certainly not at NASA. Everybody's a creationist. Almost everybody's Christian. Certainly the JSC. It's just so Carl Sagan. I'm sure behind the scenes he's just entertaining like I said, the middle ground, just to help make this show a little bit more popular. But behind the scenes, there are no atheists there.
It was pretty.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine, George. Go ahead. Just a little bit of delay.
I was going to say, I just want to apologise to Tangelo for derailing the subject of his discussion here. So sorry about that, Tangelo. If you want to go back,
no worries.
Oh yeah, that's why I came for to get some knowledge from Tangelo. So if he's got something to share, please do.
Yeah, we have already talked almost an hour with Joel about the ribosomes. I am still studying the subject. There is so much to learn about it, and I think that I will be able to provide more information about, in specific, the ribosome as long as I study it further and dig deeper into the science and try to understand it better. It takes time really to understand how it works and so forth, and I'm still at the surface basically.
So one of the interesting things I don't hear talked about often enough on either side of the debate, it seems, as far as the design concept of DNA in general, and certainly ribosomes, is that there is not only designed obsolescence in it, but there's also sorry about my phone. Okay, Mr. Phone. Sorry, guys. How do I turn this off? I used to have an old roller that I actually had to download that ringtone to use, but anyhow, so it fits with the biblical scientific concept that not all life is going to stay stagnant, that sin will enter into the equation, essentially how epigenetics specifically and literally proves the Bible verse is talking about how the sins of the father will pass to further generations or future generations. So all of these different aspects of whether it's some sort of random evolutionary concept or all these other designed functional changes that seem like there's some sort of random element, explains how God designed life specifically to be able to literally fall apart based on your decisions. So death and disease, for example, those are the Bible says those were incorporated into life through bad decisions. And then so we also have other aspects of even modern disease, and immunology and stuff like that. I think that there's a lot of research into how you think about things and your whatever you want to call it, your mindset can actually affect your body, your healthcare and things like that. There's all kinds of weird research into it, of course, but there's this level of functionality that I think was designed into life to allow for these changes that some people want to just assume were always random, and they're not.
Well, that's correct. I mean, I think they've found over 4 million on-off switches in the so-called junk region or in the non-coding region, and we've barely touched the surface as to what those on-off switches do or why they're there in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Much less the active regions, right? There's all kinds of things we're still uncovering. But so back to the ribosome thing, that's what I was asking on Tingler for, and I like to see if I can find time to do my own research without changing my career again. Is how are these built? What are the actual, because this is all code, and we know it's all code. The Human Genome Project and others, they've what's the word, decoded the language of God, as Francis Collins would put it. So we should be able to follow that code to see how these designs are how they're implemented, how the proteins and the structures for the ribosomes, much less everything else, are formed programmatically. That Rob guy that was talking on SFT's channel the other day, he was talking about how there's oh gosh, I'm starting to forget already. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Did y'all watch that?
Yeah, I watched it. Unfortunately, I caught the end of it.
Are you talking about Dr. Stadler?
I'm not sure. His first name was Rob.
Yeah, he was on the LPP channel. Rob Stadler.
No, this is on SFT's channel.
Talking about Dr. Carter?
Yes, Carter. Thank you.
Oh, Rob Carter. Okay.
Yeah, he was a fun guy, man. And I got I only got in the last 30 minutes of that one, and I haven't had a chance to catch the front half. So,
right.
What was your question?
Well, I was just commenting on how he was describing how professionally he, quote unquote, lines up DNA to try to compare, make that statistical analytical, comparisons with just other humans and other genomes and such. And he says, for the most part, you can literally line up. He's got gigabytes of files of DNA genome codes, and you can line these things up. You can say, okay, well, there's an A here and a T here. Okay, well, this one has a C, this one has a G.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
T right after that. Yeah, so there's this similarity. There's this what do we call it? Direct comparison between all these genomes, and so we should be able to look at all the differences and not only find out where all of the alleles are, but also eventually try to figure out not so much just the whole grand scheme of where all the changes and the varieties are coming from, whether by design or by random mistakes, but also just the small parts, like the ribosome. The ribosome, by comparison, seems so small. We can just identify the code that builds that, and then look at that and say, okay, this is what this is doing for this genome. This is what this is doing for this genome. That would be, I think, a revolutionary breakthrough in trying to understand and just talk about a lot of these concepts, these design concepts.
Oh, definitely. Dr. Carter was. I hope he gets to have him back sometime. Especially if any of these Standing Truth for Truth has been nailing these. Have you been watching any of his other videos? He's been nailing these evolutions pretty hard.
Yeah, he's kind of made a series about Another One Bites the Dust. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Well, I don't know. I think supposedly maybe they're working on something. I think they're gonna have to team up somehow because he's taking them out one by one. Man, they're gonna have to join forces to try to refute him because he's made so many videos one after another. And they're looking bad.
Chris, Standing for Truth is in the chat.
Oh,
I just want to say, don't wrap him up too much because all the hard work behind the scenes is done by the other team members. I think he'll agree with that if he's in the chat.
Oh yeah, like
Come on, SF.
Raw Matt, I got turned on his channel. I guess, I didn't know he was through Center from Truth, and I started looking at his videos, and then I was stuck on that for like 2 days. So
No, there's some good people in that team, by the way, and they do great work.
Yeah, they do, man. I'll support them every chance I get. I encourage everybody to, because they're I think the next generation as far, really, I mean, 10 years ago, I think Joel talked about this. Well, I don't know if you talking about this, like atheists really had control, you know what I mean? As far as like, they would come on here if any creationist said anything, they would be like 100 atheists responding. And now it's like creationists, or ID proponents are definitely making gains, putting out some serious videos with some predictions and whatnot, and that's encouraging, man.
Oh, don't worry. Like the work that people like Otangelo, Standing for Truth, Raw Matt, and Nephilim Free are doing is getting noticed, believe me, by a lot of the young Earth creationist movement, and I can see this unity starting to occur now, where we're all starting to work together towards the goal, and that's a good thing. That's a really good thing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree as far as the unity, and I just wish there was a way to. I think somebody else, you mentioned it. I think it was for sure Joe mentioned this, a way to connect better. You know what I mean? I don't know what kind of you talked about, maybe an aggregator or something. I don't know, man. Some way to connect people and get the word out a little better than just hoping it trickles to somebody, or
make
just
a website and do email notifications, all kinds of stuff, probably.
And I'm bad about staying just in the YouTube world. I don't get a lot into social media, so maybe that's one good way I could maybe link some people to some of the videos like that, because I've used several different people's videos to help. My niece, for a while she went through a little stage. For about a week she was a Muslim. She gets on the internet, these kids when they rebel. That was a couple years ago, but it took me about an hour to deconvert her. But
hey, Jesse.
Hi.
Hey, Jess.
Hello.
Chris, you reminded me one of the first early AI projects. I forget what it was named, but they put it on the internet, and like within the first day, it was some sort of Adolf Hitler fan / I forget the details now. So long ago. I don't know if y'all heard of that.
No, I don't believe I have.
Nope.
It's supposed to be like a teenager little chatbot thing.
How long ago was this?
Oh gosh, over 10 years ago. Let me try to look it up. Hold on.
Something about that sounds familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. So, Chris, you haven't had a chance to go back and watch the whole thing with Dr. Carter yet?
No, I have not. And I'm planning on tonight, actually. You know what I mean? That's
it was really cool because he had the same energy as Dr. Hayes. Did you watch that chemist that was?
Yeah.
And it was just so cool seeing, because they were just so pumped to talk about this stuff and so happy, and I was just like, man, this is like the best part about having people come on the channel and talk about it, from a professional perspective. I mean, we all can sit here and talk about it from our analysis and logic and everything that we see. We can read the same papers, but they went through the schooling, so they're actually seeing more signs of it, I guess, but it was just really cool seeing him on there. He was definitely an enthusiastic guy. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a newer one. I haven't heard of this one yet, but Microsoft released its AI called Tay, Tay, and within 24 hours, it was saying things about Hitler was right. I hate the Jews, and Ted Cruz is the Cuban Hitler, and all hail the leader of the nursing home boys talking about Donald Trump. So they had to shut it down. But that's not the same one I was thinking of earlier. But there's apparently more than one AI that goes Nazi for the day. So yeah.
Actually, Microsoft are doing a lot of research in that area, Joel. I'm not sure if you follow them on YouTube or not.
Everybody is, George. In fact, I've got about 3 hours I got left today. That's part of my school research project tonight. We're going over business challenges of all these different companies of Discovery Health. There's one out of South Africa. Where's it at? By Titanium. There's all kinds of companies out there. It's their entire bread and butter. IBM Business Analytics, the Google AI collection of suite, what they call it, the Google Duplex. I mean, if you guys heard that yet?
And what is it exactly? Is it like basically it's like it's the marketing stuff that they do, like psychological. They do a lot of. Oh, okay, yeah.
It's all AI stuff. It's deep learning. It's language contextual type stuff. In fact, there's a cool YouTube video I like to share often, especially like in things like with my classroom stuff, where Google demonstrates one of their current products they're trying to start to market, where it's called Google Assistant. You guys may have heard of it or not already, and it's been a few years. I don't think it's fully public yet, but it literally will make phone calls for you, make arrangements, like schedule like a hair. The example they show, they schedule a haircut for one place and a restaurant appointment at another place, and it's literally an AI interacting with random, regular humans on the phone, and you can't tell a difference.
Oh,
we'll become couch potatoes.
Yes. Well, see, the funny thing is that those of us in the information science are also working on AI to augment, if not eventually replace, the receiving side of customer service. So, and I talked about it last week, as a matter of fact, in my class. It's very soon that AI is going to be improving AI. The AIs that are making our phone calls for us are going to be self-improving the AIs that receive our phone calls for us. So AI is going to perfect all customer service related.
It's kind of funny. I was this was probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and I was washing some dishes and I was listening to my voicemail, so I had it pinched between my head and my shoulder. And got to the end of my voicemails, and there was silence, and I was sitting there drying my hands, and all of a sudden she goes, "Are you still there?" And I dropped my phone. I was like, "What the heck?" And this was like 4 or 5 years ago, and now they're getting so good that you can say, "Hey, I want to see my bill from June 2016. And the AI is actually, "Oh, no problem. Let me get it for you. Will you please give me your email?" Like, no more of this, press 1 or whatever. Like, they're getting really, really, really good at it.
Here, hold on. I'm going to queue up this up. And yeah, I find that annoying too. I don't know. I don't remember signing up for a service like that, but I get emails from Google saying, "Hey, your so-and-so bill's due." I'm like, I didn't ask you to tell me this. Why are you reading my emails? But
it's some kind of connection thing. Whenever it's called, what's it called? Click wrap. And I learned about it in my business class because there's a big lawsuit about it. Like, there were a bunch of people that got, I don't know, some kind of like spam, viruses and all that kind of stuff. And the company said, well, it was implied, the privacy statement.
right.
And then there's the ones where you click and the privacy statement's down there, but you have to click on it specifically to go to it was actually quite interesting. We read a lot of court cases about it.
The age-old concept where you can sell your firstborn child if you don't use your license agreements.
Basically, yep.
Here's an example. It's called Google Duplex AI Assistant.
Hi, I'm calling to book a haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd.
That's the AI.
Sure, give me 1 second.
The right side is the human.
Sure, what time are you looking for around? At 12 p.m. We do not have a 12 p.m. available. The closest we have to that is a 1:15. Do you have anything between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m.? Depending on what service she would like, what service is she looking for? Just a woman's haircut for now? Okay, we have a 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. is fine. Okay, what's your first name? The first name is Lisa. Okay, perfect. So I will see Lisa at 10 o'clock on May 3rd. Okay, great. Thanks, great.
It's amazing. The next video is where they have a human that doesn't speak English very well. So it shows how the AI uses that deep learning curve to try to understand things that aren't perfectly said.
The amazing thing is the assistant can actually understand the nuance of the conversation.
Sound. Did you hit the sound?
Yeah, there's no sound. Well, I mean, there sort of is.
Sorry,
but
I'm trying to mute my mic.
delayed.
By the way, when we are done, the assistant can give you a confirmation notification saying your appointment has been taken care of. Let me give you another example. Let's say you want to call a restaurant, but maybe it's a small restaurant which is not easily available to book online. The call actually goes a bit differently than expected. So take a listen.
Can I hear you?
Hi, I'd like to do the ticket for Wednesday the 7th.
For 7 people?
It's for 4 people.
4 people when?
Next Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Oh, actually, we need to for like after like 5 people or 4 people you can come.
How long is the wait usually to be seated?
When tomorrow or weekday or?
For next Wednesday, the 7th.
Oh no, it's not too busy. You can come for 4 people, okay?
Oh, I gotcha. Thanks.
Mind blowing. Yeah, the arithmetic and the mathematics behind trying to do something like that is just mind blowing.
Yeah, I mean, would they not have to account for just about everything that could be asked to it?
No, actually, it's designed to be able to try to literally figure out and quote unquote account for, as you put it, different things on the fly in the middle of the call within just a matter of seconds to
Right.
intuitively try to decide what to respond to.
I recall about 20 years ago, my CEO volunteered me to the university chancellor in our area that I would talk to about 200 university students about changes in technology. And I remember, I thought, what am I going to say? And I took a slide rule. I took a calculator. I took an 8-inch. I don't know if you remember the old 8-inch floppy drives.
Mm-hmm. It's 5.25, 7, the 3.5,
5.25, then the 3.5,
mm-hmm.
and then the zip drive, right?
Yep.
And I showed them the progress, how it's happening, and I said, just remember, I said, 5 years ago there was no university course in computer science, and there were no computer technicians. I said the jobs of the future haven't been invented yet. And one of the things that I recall about 5 years ago, I read an article about where certain professions were going to go in terms of technology changes, and one of the things they mentioned was they tried to convince people not to go into law, because if you know anything about law, about 90% of the field of law or the legal system, it's a decision matrix. If this, then do this. And they're saying most of that, people will be able, in future, will be able to go into a computer and say, I've just purchased a house, what do I need to do? And it'll give you step-by-step instructions of how to actually complete all the legal documentation, so you won't need to go to a lawyer to get it done.
Well, and do you guys remember like 8, 9? I guess maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm older than I think I am. Maybe it was more like 20 years ago. But I remember when the internet actually became very more like prevalent, like having like Google and stuff. Because I think Google came around in 1998, or the World Wide Web, excuse me, in 1998. And when you would type stuff in, like I want to find a camera, it would search I want to find, and you would get sites that hundreds, millions of sites that had nothing to do with a camera, because it searched, their algorithm was, not very good. It just searched each of the words. And so what you had to do is you had to put in by, comma, camera. And I forget what that name was. You guys might actually know, but it's that we would search only those 2 words, not any words in between. Now I can type in almost anything and I can find it.
Mhm.
Anything, even if it's been deleted off the internet. Like, you can actually still find it's called archived. You won't actually be able to go to the site, but you can still see the post that was there. And it's
Well,
amazing
Jess,
what you can actually type in and it finds it.
well, Jess, you're probably too young to remember, but when when this first internet thing come up, there were things called modems. It was actually the Hayes. Maybe Joel might remember the Hayes modem.
I started on 300 baud. What about you?
Yeah, I was trying to do my computer science course through a modem at home, and it was dead slow. Like,
Well,
oh my god, I
2400
thought to
baud,
myself,
man. Oh my gosh, that was awesome at the time. Oh wow.
yeah, you do
When
remember it.
19.2 kilobaud came out. Oh wow.
So I
And
remember
most,
being on intranet and like Netscape and all that kind of stuff, but I don't remember all the particulars because I was 13, I think, when Netscape was kind of
Mm.
popular and stuff like that. And then I think in 1998 is when they came up with the World Wide Web and they finally introduced it as a intranet, not an internet. Or I'm sorry, internet, not an
Jess,
intranet.
Mm-hmm.
well, Jess, you know when you're googling stuff, you always get this HTTPS.
I know what that
Does
is.
it? Oh, you do? Okay, I was going to say, what do they use HTTPS for?
Hypertext
It's
terminal
actually,
protocol security.
I think
It
it was
protects what?
No, I think it was Hayes something protocol service.
Kelly's over here is calling me a nerd.
I always enjoy
Yeah.
the conversations with Red Fang, and I'm sorry you didn't get to talk so much, but please come in anytime, my man, because I enjoy your takes.
And I'm going to jump over Ethan and let the Christian have the last word before me and Doc. And Leo, tell us about whatever you want to tell us about.
On Tangelo, it sounds like a different person. Are you playing videos on Tangelo?
Yeah, I was looking here at the Rage. It's still live.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. I was like, who's talking right now?
Oh, I didn't know that you guys can hear me when I am watching or putting the sound.
I tried to
another
mute
channel.
myself earlier too when I was playing that video, and it muted the whole video. So yeah, I think they're connected.
Yeah, I think they overlap each other. So I'll tell you this, George. So I actually was learning to be a hacker. I was trying to teach myself how to be a hacker. And for those listening, I was trying to learn how to be a white hat hacker, not a black hat hacker.
That's what they always say.
Well, you know, I read this really cool story about this guy. He was actually hired as a white hat hacker to hack networks, you know, hack systems and whatever. And he was just messing around with Facebook one day and actually came across a hole that gave him like 19,000 emails. And instead of using it, you know, badly, he turned it over to Facebook and was like, you got a hole here. And they awarded him like some $20,000 just for, you know, it was just an accident. But I learned quite a bit about security and stuff like that. So I knew something about HTTP, but I couldn't remember all of it because it's been quite a few years.
Jess, have you got the Hillary Clinton emails downloaded somewhere?
Oh.
Did it? I wish, because I'd expose that. Mm-hmm. No, I was trying to do very simple things. Like I was trying to hack my own computer. Like I had a laptop and I had a computer and I was trying to hack it. And I learned brute force, alphabetical attack, or the alphabet attack, and then the rainbow attack. And I actually proved it to somebody. I hacked into their Facebook account. And I told him, I was like, you need to fix your password. I was like, you know, and he told me to do it. So don't think that I did it arbitrarily or whatever, you know. And it's funny, you know how I did is I actually made a fake account based on just a very short conversation I had with him. And he didn't look into the guy that I became. Didn't look that there was no mutual friends or anything like that. And then I got even more information from him. And then I built a rainbow table and I was able to hack his account.
Well, I was surprised just going through YouTube, you can actually find videos where they show you how to actually hack into your neighbor's Wi-Fi and get his password.
Yep. Y'all use Wireshark yet?
Yep, I was using Wireshark. I was actually trying to capture my own packets. I didn't quite understand everything. Trying to because once you get those packets, they're actually still coded. They're coded with those little dots. I forget what that's called. And you have to have another program to decode that unless they use a website or whatever. It's, like I said, it's been a few years, and I always tell people, I'm like, if you just add in a number to your password, you will make it 10 times harder to hack your password. If you add in the @ symbol or one of those other symbols, it makes it infinitely harder to hack. And don't ever use anything that's associated with your account. Like either on your Facebook, whether it's public or private, there's always something there. So don't ever use a number that's associated with your birthday or something like that. Like I use a phone number that's been disconnected for 20 years. I use the last 4. There's no way anybody would ever be able to link me to that. And that's why my accounts never get hacked.
Oh, never say never.
Well, true, but it's unlikely because I don't ever make the information connect whatsoever.
Do you use a VPN?
No, I have in the past, but no.
No, I always use. I got hacked about 4 years ago. I've been using VPN ever since.
I probably should, but for the most part, my passwords are very hard to crack. Like our passwords, Joel, I forget what you did, but did you ever work with the top secret data, like our top secret computers in the military?
It wasn't top secret, just regular secret, but yeah.
So I had a temporary top secret clearance when I was in Iraq in 2006, and our passwords, they mandated it to be 18 characters.
Yeah.
And it had to have so many numbers, so many symbols, so many capitals, so many lowercase, and it was ridiculous. They actually made us change it. It was annoying because they made us change every 2 weeks. I'm going, I can't even remember, so therefore I have to write it down. And now I'm putting security information.
Right. You're not supposed to write it down.
But I couldn't remember it. They made us change it every 2 weeks. Like none of us could remember. And you can't have any near variations within the last 6 weeks. It was a mess. I was like, this is stupid. Like we need to keep our passwords for at least 6 weeks or something.
Well, I don't know about the military, but most companies, because I had similar stuff like at SpaceX and whatnot, you have like a password vault app they call it's called Enigma, for example, is pretty popular, where you have an account you log into with just a regular, whatever kind of password, and then that gives you your encrypted password. So not only does it keep track of who copied your password from the vault, if it wasn't you, for example, but it kind of gives an accountability trail and also stores all your passwords for you. And I don't know if it's more secure or not, but it certainly makes it at least possible to remember those insane passwords.
Well, and I don't know if we had that kind of technology, or maybe we did, but they didn't certainly give it to the Marine Corps in 2006, so because we had 2 computers. We had one that was our SIPRnet and one that was our NIPRnet, which one was non-secure and one was secure. And and they were very big on keeping our top secret one, which made sense because that was where I worked in the Combat Operations Center. So everything that came in, I worked directly with S2, which was the Intel department, I guess you could call it. And, all the information we got, I had to brief and debrief all the convoys coming in and out, because that's what we did is we monitored the convoys.
Cool. Yeah, I did some S2 stuff in Germany, but I repaired SYNCARS radios. I don't know if you ever played with those. They were everywhere in the 90s. I don't know if they're still around or not, but they had a ComSec module in them where you had to do the little black box. You had to connect it before every op and change it every day. And they would sync up with the other ComSec stuff and then program. You would pre-program the radio basically. You never had to touch anything because you're not supposed to know any code, so it was all kind of just done through all these black boxes, and that would allow the communication security, the signal frequency hopping, and all the different things for the radios to be able to communicate. And if you didn't have one of those black boxes, then you wouldn't be able to talk to anybody the next day on a secure net.
I'm so glad you said frequency hopping, because I was sitting there in my mind going, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that publicly, but I think people know, because our P119s had frequency hopping, and it made it and actually I don't know if you know this, but you actually might, but you actually we can't test frequency hopping very well in the United States, because almost all of the frequency waves, we would just destroy it because it hops so frequently, like every 4 seconds.
Oh yeah, you get a lot of static on it.
Yeah.
You guys might be able to relate to this.
Sorry, George?
I said you guys might be able to relate to this, but you've probably seen the series Get Smart.
Oh yeah, little spy.
Okay. Well, the chief and Maxwell Smart are in a room being grilled by Congress. And Maxwell Smart has been asked all these questions, and his answer to every question was, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And then the chairman says, Mr. Smart, is it because your answers don't know? Is because you're scared that the organisation might fire you? He says, no, they won't do that. And the congressman says, why is that? Because I know too much. You get it? I know, I don't know, and then because I know too much.
Yeah.
Where did that old saying come from? They used to say, I could tell you, but then I have to kill you. Does that come from something?
Yeah.
That probably comes from like the West, the Wild West, you know, like I had this book that was like, do you guys know where don't put all your eggs in one basket actually comes from?
No, I remember there was a TV series that talked about those kind of euphemisms, but
yeah, it was from a banker actually who said to put all your eggs in one basket. But this was back in the 1800s when, you know, that little bit of wealth that you would get, it would be a good idea to invest and they would actually get returns. Now, we still have the same, but they'll say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Kind of interesting, huh?
Yep. Gavin's text comment about how the fact altruism exists disproves evolution reminded me of another Albert Einstein quote directly about that. If you guys don't mind me reading real quick, as soon as I find it. If you can hear me, Gavin. Where's it at? Is when he's talking about how atheists can't be scientists. He says, quote, religion and science go together. As I've said before, science without religion is lame, and religion without science is blind. They are interdependent and have a common goal to search for truth. Hence, it is absurd for religion to prescribe the Galileo or Darwin or other scientists, and is equally absurd when scientists say there is no God. The real scientist has faith, which does not mean that he must subscribe to a creed. Without religion, there is no charity. The soul given to each of us is moved by the same living spirit that moves the universe. Albert Einstein, 1940.
That's awesome. I love the first part where science without God is blind. Well, we are literally seeing that today.
Yep. And when he said lame, I don't think he's talking about like how teenagers have used it. He's talking about useless, crippled. Science is lame, is useless without religion.
Yep. Because then they're going to come with, you know, the wrong presuppositions and they're going to come out with the wrong conclusions. And these conclusions don't actually make logical sense. Like, you would think that it would be easy to see, but when they have this logical barrier in their mind, they can't see it. Well, I mean, they will eventually. I shouldn't say can't because it's an absolute, and I don't like using absolutes, but they have a hard time getting past that hump, that barrier of seeing it.
Yeah, I think another old way of putting it, old saying was that science can explain how things happen, but not why.
Yep. Yeah, actually, Jason Lyle says that, I think. He says it explains, you know, a lot of what we see today, but it can't explain why, because then you have to make assumptions about rates and conditions, catastrophism, or naturalism, you know, and he had a great point. Like, we can definitely test stuff today, but we have to make assumptions about the past.
Which reminds me of the quote from Sir William Bragg. He's him and his son both earned a Nobel Prize. The only father-son that earned a Nobel Prize together. He says, quote, Christianity and science are opposed, but only in the same sense as that which my thumb and forefinger are opposed, and between them I can grasp everything, end quote.
Good
I
one.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a self-defeating argument that I've heard some atheists use. There is no such thing as right or wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that right?
Is that right? Is that wrong?
Like, that's that's annoying.
Isn't it ever?
And then, of course, they want you to define it. Like, well, what is right?
That's the entire motive of their literal religion, is specifically to justify subjective immorality, not just subjective morality, but subjective immorality. Because if there's no God, in fact, that's an H.G. Wells quote. Hold on. H.G. Wells put that most brilliantly. My wife's got a t-shirt of this. He said, if there is no God, nothing matters. If there is a God, nothing else matters. I love it.
Yep. Well, and
That's
it's
right.
funny because Tangelo, when you were doing that debate, that poor guy cut you off so frequently, godless engineer. But he asked you to define nothing, and I was just like, "Is he being serious? Is he being intellectually?" And he was. And then when Tangelo, defined it based on evolution, then based on what we say, like, it's nothing. He goes, no, 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 no. And I was just like, are you seriously going to debate the point of nothing?
Yes.
And it's because you are so in a bad, illogical place that you have to try to define nothing. I mean, well, maybe not a 4-year-old, but an 8-year-old will look at you and be like, well, isn't it nothing?
But when I called in at the atheist experience, then I brought up the same point with Matt Dillahunty, and I said, well, something cannot come from nothing. And then he said to me, well, you have to demonstrate that. And I said, oh, no. And then he did hang up on me. And the whole crowd then said how he destroyed me, And I was thinking, wow, that's incredible. Because they make, this Lawrence Krauss thing about a universe from nothing that has so muddled the mind in regards of what nothing means. And they make a distinction between a philosophical nothing, which is literally the absence of anything, and the scientific nothing, which is, it is not nothing, it is actually something, but and then they start with these kind of conjectures with virtual particles, which are not nothing, but they pop up at the beginning of the universe and they create the universe and so forth, And
well, and they have to make that stuff up.
You have a hard time.
Has anybody not seen this old clip yet?
It's worth it, y'all. Watch the whole thing. It's great.
I just wanted to ask first, has anybody not seen the Lawrence Krauss Stephen Colbert debate on nothingness?
Oh, I made the video just to make fun of Lawrence Krauss. I can put it here afterwards.
Yeah, they debate his book. They came out of the universe from nothing. It's absolutely brilliant. Best debate on YouTube, probably.
I made the video on it. Let's show it here.
You want to show yours or see this one?
Yeah, but put it for play yours here.
Well, it's about 7 minutes long.
If the crowd is okay with that, or those watching, I haven't seen it.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's absolutely hilarious. Here it goes.
Yeah, he is fabulous. The sound is not good. Can you put up the sound?
Oh, I think it is turned up. Is it too quiet?
Yeah, it's so soft I can barely hear it.
Ah, poop.
So good.
It sounds good on my end.
I can hear that, but then the video's not playing.
All right, sir. Let's get the CV out here because it is not unimpressive. Say that you're a cosmologist.
That's not a cosmetologist.
Not a cosmetologist. Okay, because I was going to ask you for mani-pedi. Okay. A theoretical physicist. You're the director of Origins Project at Arizona State University. The new book is called A Universe from Nothing. Why There Is Something Rather Than Nothing. A book about the ultimate question. Mm-hmm. Okay, doctor. Sweep away thousands of years of mystery and awe at creation that let the greatest minds in civilizations all over the world to lead to one point, a single divine loving creator. Destroy it. Why is there something instead of nothing?
It's really easy because nothing's unstable. And in fact, there's no evidence for any deity. Everything we know about the laws of physics, which are remarkable, and have changed everything about the way we think about the universe, what nothing is and what something is. This table here is mostly empty space.
This table cost me $500. You tell me I got ripped off? Well, no, wait, let's go back a second, okay? Nothing is unstable. What do you mean that nothing is unstable. Nothingness is nothingness.
Well, the physics has changed what we mean by nothing. In fact, nothing is an empty space, is a boiling, bubbling brew of virtual particles popping in and out of existence.
Oh, that's not nothing. That's something. Why are those virtual particles there?
Because the laws of quantum mechanics. And they tell us that even though you can try and count and see what's in there in empty space, you'll see nothing. But in fact, one of the biggest mysteries, the reason I wrote the book, one of the greatest discoveries of the last 50 years is that, in fact, empty space weighs something. Empty space weighs something. In fact, it's the dominant stuff in the universe.
No, I am never going to lose those last 5 pounds.
Never. And in fact, it's worse because, in fact, unlike normal stuff, you may have learned in high school that gravity sucks, but in fact, it doesn't. With empty space, it's repulsive.
It's a little pin.
Forcing the universe to expand ever faster.
So the nothingness is forcing us apart.
It's forcing us apart. Well, we're not going to be forced apart, but the galaxies are.
You say you don't even rubbing any of that.
This never gets old, Kelly.
With the THC in it? No, clean. You clean. Leave me a hair sample. Check it later. All right. So, okay, you say there are 3 different types of nothing.
That's right.
Well, what are the 3? I didn't know there was such a variety. A sampler platter of.
I would have thought you'd be an expert on it. But
I had a blue USB Paris over there.
It'll all be here.
You throw it in there, did you?
Sorry?
I was just doing them now.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
No problem.
Eternal, dark, empty void.
What do you mean like a true hard vacuum? That's nothing.
Most people would have thought that would be nothing.
That's what I think nothing is.
And then
Also Baltimore.
But then if I tell you that kind of nothing actually is unstable, if you wait long enough, that kind of nothing will always produce particles.
By saying that it will,
if you wait long enough, the laws of quantum mechanics tell us that particles will burp out of empty space and eventually fill up a universe. It's really remarkable.
To me, that sounds like the empty space may be empty to us, but it is some sort of sheath or membrane between us and some other reality.
No, there's nothing. Well, there's absolutely nothing there until there's something.
What's the sense?
Okay, well then if you don't buy that, then I can say, well, you might say, well, that's not nothing because there's space.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out if you apply quantum mechanics to gravity, then in fact space itself becomes dynamical, and universes, spaces themselves, and time can pop into existence where there was none before.
So in some theoretical end space, before the moment of creation, there can be no time and no space and no energy.
And no energy.
And then suddenly, from nowhere and from nothing comes something and somewhere.
And all sorts of stuff. And it sounds like the ultimate free lunch. And
yes,
it is. It is. And it really, and what's remarkable is it's possible without any supernatural shenanigans. And
listen, stop with that.
Why?
Why is what you're doing, whatever this is? Because obviously, because I am not in the priesthood, I can't understand the scrawls on the blackboards you people down at where are you?
Well, that's why I wrote the book, so you could.
Where are you? Arizona State.
Arizona State.
Okay. You priests of theoretical physics, you can explain to each other what you mean with your language of math, and I have to take that on faith.
I love this.
No, in fact, you should be skeptical.
I am.
That's why the arguments in the book.
But I will never read it. So you should buy it.
I got his plug in.
Why is what you're saying have to be an attack on my God?
It doesn't have to be an attack.
But that's all you've done. You've attacked my God for the last 6 minutes.
No, you have. All I've said is you don't need him.
That's an attack. No, of course we are here to love God, serve God.
As we understand it, we've changed our minds about the universe. We've learned that the universe is more remarkable than anything we ever thought before. And in fact, changing your mind and in fact being wrong is wonderful. You should try it sometime. It's really amazing. It means that than the fairy tales that were talked about by Bronze Age literate peasants before we knew the Earth orbited. You're not attacking.
Oh, here we go.
No, but I mean, so you believe there's no God? I don't even use the word believe. The point is there is no God. There's no need for God.
Is there God? Is there God? What would you say?
There's no evidence for God.
Okay,
There's
so
no evidence for
let
God.
me ask something. If there is no God,
Mhm.
okay, if there is no thing called God,
Listen.
if he is nothing, can't something come from him?
Never gets old.
I've seen that one before, Joel, but it was good to see it again.
Have you guys seen the one where this guy debunks atheism in 2 minutes?
No.
And he's got this, it might take me a minute to find it, but he's got this whiteboard and he just draws this picture, very simple picture, and debunks it in 2 minutes.
Wow.
I want to see that, but
Yeah, I want to see
if
that
you're going to look
too.
that up, let me share real quick for Johnny Farmer. You mentioned Choose Your Fairy Tale, Genesis or Mud Puddles. Something from Robert Jastrow. He's the founding director, astrophysicist of NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies. Back in 1978, he wrote a book saying, quote, "Now we see that how the astronomical evidence leads to a biblical view of the origin of the world. The details differ, but the essential elements in the astronomical and biblical accounts of Genesis are the same. The chain of events leading to man commits suddenly and sharply at a definite moment of time in a flash of light and energy," end quote. So Genesis is science, or is backed by science.
Yeah, let me put my video quickly.
Two minutes. Love it.
And that's because we can be wrong and we can learn. We learn from the universe. So if we ask the question, and I think perhaps the most offensive thing I said, and it was initially at the beginning, is that something and nothing are not theological or philosophical quantities. They're physical quantities. Most people recognize that something is a physical quantity, but they refuse to accept the idea that nothing might be a physical quantity, somehow the absence of something. And so what is remarkable and surprising in some sense how there's been a reaction to it is, in this particular book, what I tried to do was not attack theological notions, but celebrate our changing picture of reality, the amazing discoveries that have been made over the last 50 years, some by people here, by my friend Brian Schmidt here, who won the Nobel Prize for his discovery, that have changed completely our picture of the universe and made it plausible, the most remarkable and unexpected thing you can imagine, that you could start with absolutely nothing. That means that you could start with absolutely nothing. That you could start with absolutely nothing. No particles, but not even empty space. No space whatsoever. And maybe even no laws governing that space. And we can plausibly understand how you could arrive without any miracles, without any need for a creator, without any supernatural creation. You could produce everything we see.
Yeah, love the commentary.
I find that plausible, remarkable, in the same sense that I think I found it plausible when I first learned about evolution, because the universe continues to surprise us. And so it doesn't care what we like. It doesn't care what we think is sensible.
But I suppose things like planets the size of Jupiter being very close to their sun, I mean, that's surprising, but it's not surprising in the same way as the idea that there could be literally nothing, from which something suddenly springs. And I mean, it is very hard to grasp it, and I certainly can't grasp it. The reason why it's hard to grasp from an evolutionary point of view, I suppose, is that our brains our brains are tools for making sense of the world in which our ancestors had to survive.
There's no need for God.
Is there God? Is there God?
It's
what would you say?
There's no evidence for God.
Okay,
There's no evidence for God.
So let me ask something. If there is no God, okay, if there is no thing called God, if he is nothing, can't something come from him?
Lawrence Krauss, thank you so much. Lawrence Krauss, the universe from God.
The sad part of that is people do believe that.
Yep.
Yeah, he's
The wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men, who suppress the truth in unrighteousness, because that which is known about God is evident within them. For God made it evident to them. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood through what has been made, so that they are without excuse. For even though they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks, but they became futile in their speculations.
Awesome. So is it okay if I share my screen?
Guys, I'm on 3% on my battery. I've just plugged in. If I drop out, it's because of my phone, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let me... How do I... Oh, Chrome tab. Let's see. There we go. That's what I want to do. Okay, let me know if it's ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
No sound.
I don't know how to fix the sound. It's all the way up.
No, I think you got to go to your options and set sound, set it up for sound.
My
in your
options, like in
settings.
StreamYard?
Well, I just
I think it is. Yeah.
I changed my volume setting and it seemed to fix it earlier.
Hold on. All I have is cam and mic. I don't have anything else. Audio? No.
Yeah, audio.
Like my.
Yeah, I don't remember having to do any of those settings for my share.
Okay, I have it here.
Well,
1
Do you have
second.
a hard time playing songs for your church? Well, I got something that's going to bless you. It's called the Top 10 Chords Every Musician Should Know. It's a free.
Here, sorry.
Welcome to my channel. Today we're going to have a look at a video by a speaker.
We're hearing you again on Tangalo. Yeah.
Shall I put it or shall I wait that Shadow Dance that Jesse puts
Actually,
it?
do you want to just do it? It's only 2 minutes. Like, I don't know how to change my sound. I turned up my headset.
He can defeat an atheist in 2 minutes. He starts off by saying he was invited by a university atheist group to debate the point that God doesn't exist. We're going to skip that part and get right into his description of the debate.
They said, yeah, the president of the atheistic club, he will stand up and he will share for 15 minutes on how there is no God. And then we're going to give you 10 minutes to prove to us that there is a God.
Rather strange that they would give the atheists 15 minutes for their opening statement and you only 10.
I said, bro, I don't need 10. I only need 2 minutes.
Wow. This guy must have a killer argument.
He said, come on down. So I went down. I won't tell you which university it was, but I drove to Cambridge. And when I got to Cambridge, I go into this lecture hall, right? And there's, 1,000 students there.
Did you say 1,000 or 800,000 students?
And there's, 1,000, 800,000 students there.
Okay, let's be charitable and say you just misspoke. Please go on.
And the lead atheist, he gets up and he's preaching. And he's spitting and he's frothing at the mouth and he's eloquent. He's brilliant.
He's eloquent and brilliant while frothing at the mouth? That doesn't make any sense.
How can any rational person believe that there is a God? You got to be stupid to believe that there is a God. And all these sorts of things, all the things that you've heard.
Yeah, you know, all the stupid stereotypes we usually associate with those damn dirty atheists.
And then they said, and now we're going to get Glenn Barrett. He's going to come up and tell us why there is a God. You read the verse, led like a lamb to the slaughter?
Are you the lamb?
So I get up on stage and there's boos and hisses and all these sorts of things. And I come up the front and I just said to the guy, I said, listen, you spoke so eloquently. I said, come and join me on stage. So he came and joined me at the podium at the front there. And I said, you believe there is no God? He said, there is no God. You cannot be a rational person and believe there is a God.
Lots of rational people believe in God. Most people do believe in a God, but that doesn't mean they act rationally 100% of the time. No one acts rationally all of the time.
I said, okay, help me out with this. I want to show you something. And I drew a circle on a whiteboard like this. I said, this circle represents knowledge. Everything that could ever be known about any subject fits in there. All the sciences, all the arts. You're an intelligent man. You study at this university. How much do you know of everything that could possibly be known?
Well, he stole this from John Lennox.
That, and he went, I reckon I know this much.
I don't believe you. If that circle really represents all knowledge, the guy coloring in that much of the circle would have to be delusional or completely full of himself. Anyhow, I feel as though you're closing in on your atheist slaying conclusion, so please go on. I'll just wait over here.
I said, wow, you're intelligent. He said, yeah, I am. I said, that's brilliant. I said, so that's what you do know? He said, yes. I said, and that's what you don't know? He said, yes. But this does exist. You just haven't discovered it yet. Yes. Therefore, could God not exist in a dimension that you haven't discovered?
Yes, but you're the one claiming that God exists, so please provide evidence that your specific deity exists. I could use that argument to prove anything exists, including unicorns, fairies, elves, and dragons. Just draw a circle and point to how much we don't know, and then assert that whatever I say exists does indeed exist. I mean, fuck me.
Answer? Yes. Therefore, sir, I would suggest you're not an atheist, you're an agnostic.
No, he's an atheist and likely to have heard your God of the Gaps bullshit before. The burden of proof still rests on your shoulders. Try again. That's it for this video. Thanks for watching and cheers.
So the one that I linked in the private chat, I'll link it in the regular chat too. That doesn't have that stupid guy in the background.
Yeah.
But he did. I mean, I thought he did a pretty good job. I thought it was a great.
Shall I put it again without the guy making his comments?
I don't know. That's up to you guys. But that way people have it, But I thought that was kind of neat, Like we've all got kind of like our little ways of explaining God, like Frank Turk and.
Yeah, John Lennox talks about that same talking point when back in the 80s when the Soviet Union was, or the 90s actually, was starting to collapse, and they started inviting theists to speak at their universities, and that was the analogy that Lennox gave to one of the, I forget which.
Oh, maybe that's where he got it from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a good short little analogy, and it does, what does it beg the question,
Well, it's several layers of logical fallacies, and I point out often the more glaring one is called appeal to ignorance logical fallacy, which is simply basing any proposition it can be either true or false based on a lack of evidence. So theists can sometimes make the appeal to ignorance logical fallacy by saying that God is true because there's no evidence that disproves God. That's an appeal to ignorance logical fallacy. But atheists always make the appeal to ignorance fallacy because they claim that God is false because of a lack of evidence, which is what that example talks about.
Yep, exactly. And you know what? They don't have the evidence for it. They just say it's because we don't believe.
Right, or that they can't know. And to the answer to that atheist critics comment about proving any particular deity, that's why theists invented science, and Christians specifically invented their scientific method, was to get away from Aristotelian philosophy-based truth statements and actually use empirical, repeatable, observable scientific evidence in real time, specifically to study God.
Yep.
Called it called scientific field of study called theology, the study of God.
Joel, would I ever get comments like that? Yours is an argument from ignorance. So I say, no, it's not. I go, it's an argument from knowledge.
Yes.
Specifically, I say to him, everything we know about codes suggests that codes can only come about because of intelligent input. And the actual assembly of that code into prescriptive information is also requires an intelligent source or sender. So I said, that's not an argument from ignorance. That's an argument from knowledge. I go, you show me one example where code has self-generated itself, and show me how it actually self-assembled itself into prescriptive information.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, yeah.
Well, and
It's
the
called
watchmaker argument's been around for a long time too, you know. They
Yeah.
don't like to hear that now, but it's still a valid argument, you know. If you come across a watch, you're
Yeah.
going to make the assumption that it was designed, it was built, and it had a purpose. And so when we look at the universe, our Earth, all of it, animals, plants, they were designed and they have a purpose. Because otherwise, what would be their purpose? Like, so, you know, some of these others that, you know, hit the streets will always say, like, you know, the chicken or the egg, you know that one, blood or the heart, oxygen or lungs. Like, you can't have one before the other because then they don't function. And they can't come together because how would it know to have these two separate parts? And most of the time they can't answer.
That's what Antangelo's comment or his purpose for the video tonight was the irreducibly complex mechanisms of ribosome molecules. You have to have specific parts all prearranged and pre-designed for it to be able to do anything.
Yeah, it was kind of like our eardrum, actually. It's in 5 like independent pieces. And separately, they don't actually make any sense. But together, as a whole, we can see that it's a complex structure to receive sound.
Yeah. So the point though was that, again, theists and Christians in particular invented their scientific method to be able to have an answer to be able to know specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, all other. In fact, I've done a lot of research in the past. I used to try to debate, you know, whether or not there's, you know, any significant scientific progress between atheists and theists. And the more I debate about it, the more it was a solid conclusion that there are no significant developments by atheists and only theists. All fields of science, from Mendel's genetics, I often say, to Planck's quantum mechanics, are all done by theists looking for answers to better understand God. In fact, I love Einstein's quote on that, if you guys can indulge me, where I've come to the conclusion that science can only be used, in fact, to better understand God. And I highlight Einstein's quote on that. He says, quote, "I want to know how God created this world. I am not interested in this or that phenomenon and the spectrum of this or that element. I want to know his thoughts. The rest are details." So science can only be used to better understand God. The rest are details.
Nice. Hi, Jungle.
Jungle.
Hello, Shadow. Hello, George.
Hello,
Hello,
JJ.
Angelo.
Hopefully we're not talking until 6 a.m. again tonight.
¿Cómo está, everybody?
I got some homework to do tonight.
Well, what time is it where you are, Otangelo?
Go as far as I can.
10 to midnight.
10 to midnight.
Oh.
20 to midnight, actually.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I bring up the subject of irreducible complexity? Atheists will often bring up Kenneth Miller's supposedly debunking of the irreducibly complex flagella on the bacteria. But I always counter that with I'm not sure if you know about the MO1 bacteria. This MO1 bacteria, they found it's got 7 flagella, all synchronized to spin in the right direction, in the correct direction without tangling. It has 24 interconnecting gears that synchronize the whole motion and to provide the maximum torque. And I often say to them, please explain how that is not irreducibly complex.
Yeah,
and it's one of the earliest. It's one of the earliest bacteria found, right? So it's one of the oldest ones. So they can't say it evolved. So it surprises me what they say. And I often say to them, please go to your expert, Kenneth Miller, and ask him to explain it to us.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
it
have
devolved.
that in my library. Maybe I find it and I can show it. It's amazing.
It's a transmission.
And there are even better examples. There is a bacteria, it's a mycoplasma, which has 4 irreducible parts to walk on a surface like we do walk. And there is also a video. I'll see if I can show it to you guys.
In case nobody knows, I invented a transmission, the automatic transmission, but it was already made though. I was trying to make a variable speed transmission, and I made the automatic transmission.
You must have got really rich then, JJ.
Well, the automatic transmission was already made though, so.
Oh,
I don't know. I suppose
what a shame.
it can still be used. Maybe it's still better. Maybe it's better than the one they're using. I don't know.
I've got mixed feelings about whoever invented the constant velocity transmission. ZVTs.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to invent.
Are you talking about a hydrostatic transmission?
No, they're a little different.
No.
Are they kind of similar?
No.
I was a heavy equipment operator, so I know what a
The
hydrostatic.
hydrostatic transmission is basically what I invented, I think.
Jungle.
I learned about it when I went to my heavy equipment operator school.
With the CV transmission that Joel was talking about, there are no gears. It's just the constant velocity, as he said. It just rolls on.
Well, that's a hydrostatic transmission because that's how heavy equipment works. There are no gears. You don't have forward and backwards. Like when you get into a dozer, you only have a deceleration pedal, and that's basically it. Like you don't even have a brake, and it just fluidly changes. I'm not sure if maybe there's like a different name, but when I was in my school, they called it a hydrostatic transmission.
Well, in a CVT transmission, there are still planetary gears that still shift the torque, but it's all done through. It's got basically a literal metal belt inside. It's extremely amazing, but they do break.
Kind of like a transfer case, right?
So again,
you know how transfer cases are always engaged, and they've basically got a metal belt on there, a metal linked belt.
Mm-hmm.
So like whenever you feel like whenever you're going into reverse or something like that, and you feel like a clunk, or whatever, that's actually your transfer case. Because we have fully engaged transfer case. They didn't back when you had to lock in your hubcaps.
Right.
Now I'm like so against that because it just destroys the transfer case when it's always constantly engaged, and people wonder why their vehicles break down. But that's just a subject for.
Mm-hmm.
And Tangelo, that four-legged bacteria that you were talking about, is that the one where it actually walks along and literally injects the prey, if you like, and then literally sucks all the energy out of it?
No, that's
that the one?
DNA, that's a virus which has a DNA motor. I can check if I can find that one. That's amazing to watch too.
Yeah, I forgot the name of it. I remember doing some research, but I've forgotten the name.
I was searching at my library. If I find it, let me check here.
My transmission utilizes planetary gears, so it's the same thing as an automatic transmission, basically.
Yeah.
We believe you.
So you know what, Otangela? I should ask you this question. I asked this to Dr. Carter. He didn't know it was me, but I gave it to Standing for Truth. I'm very interested in the Rhesus blood factor, the Rh negative and the Rh positive. So not A positive and O positive, not that, but it's the additional factor. Like if a woman is Rh positive and she has an Rh negative baby, her body will actually try to kill it, try to kill the baby. The enzymes will come out and try to kill the baby. And what happens is the mother's liver actually takes on the function of filtering that out and protecting the baby. And then when the baby is born, they typically, I forget when they started to come up with the medication to kind of help reverse that, but they didn't live very long, only like a few weeks. And what's interesting is when I looked this up, evolutionists are totally confused by it. They're like, this should have been weeded out of us, evolved out of us thousands of years ago, because it's actually very detrimental to producing a population, because you cannot mix Rh positive and negative. You can do Rh negative and negative and Rh positive and positive. And what's even more interesting is that it's, I forget which factor it is. It's the rarer factor of the positive and negative. It's found in more secluded societies, like the Basque peoples, the Northern Sudan tribes, and like 2 or 3 others around the world. And I didn't know if you knew anything about the Rhesus factor, the Rhesus blood factor.
No, I have not studied, but I have studied the irreducible complexity of blood, because blood has about 7 or I don't know exactly how many, about 10 different cell types, which are irreducible. If you remove one of these types, then blood cannot continue to exercise its function. Like there are T cells and the immune system, the ones which are cleaning the blood, the immune system, the cells which are the red blood cells which transport oxygen and so forth. I can show it on the screen. And if you remove just one of these cells, then nothing goes. Blood loses its function. So blood is irreducibly complex.
So he also made the statement as well that O blood type is A mutated, because it's basically identical except for like one little thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
O negative. Who else was
Yeah, my wife, she's O negative and RH negative.
No, that's what that means. O negative means that you're O blood type, and then you're negative, RH negative.
So all O negative types are RH negative?
Yeah.
Oh.
You have O negative, you have O positive. Yeah.
Did I know that?
I thought it was that because like an A negative woman can have an O positive baby, but there's an additional factor called the rhesus factor, I thought.
That's what RH is a rhesus factor.
Yeah. Because I mean, that's why they used to do blood tests for marriages. Actually, it had nothing to do with race or anything. I think maybe it began that way. But when they found out that RH factor, they wanted to make sure that the couples would be literally blood compatible. Otherwise, because it could kill the mother too. If her liver can't take on the enzymes, it'll actually kill her too. So
I didn't think there's any differences in blood types between races, are there? Somebody
tried to bring it up like a long time ago. They did some study into blood work, trying to decipher the races. And when I asked Dr. Carter that question, when that question was posed to him, he actually mentioned that, and I was like, oh no, that wasn't what my question was about. It just happens to be where we see one of the rarer rhesus factors just happens to be in isolated populations. So I just wanted to know: is this a pre-flood mutation? Is this a post-flood mutation? A more recent, like in the last 1,000 years?
Negative comes from Sweden for me.
Yeah, you were mentioning other.
Yeah, I think there is an enigma why there are different blood types, and nobody knows that.
Yeah.
But here in this picture, you can see there are. Let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different blood cell types. And what is interesting that they come from just one stem cell, and the stem cell produces intermediate stage cells to come to the final type of the cells. And how do you explain this? I've rarely seen science papers on evolution of stem cells. I mean, pluripotent cells. How do they evolve? And how does that hematopoietic stem cell evolve in order to produce all this differentiation of these different cell types, which are all essential in order for blood to be functional?
By instruction.
Yeah, by somebody designing it. Well, it's something else that I read that maybe might. I can't remember how, because I think our blood types are more diverse than the other mammals. Like,
right.
I think monkeys have A and B, but they don't have A, B, and O, and they actually don't have the rhesus factor, if I remember correctly. And
That's what Dr. Carter was talking about the other night. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he said that. He didn't say anything about the rhesus factor.
Well, he's just talking about the differences with other primates and how humans, we have supposedly like 100 types of blood, but they're just kind of grouped in these
So I always, and I guess that's why I wanted to ask him, because I feel like this is a good talking point that we could have with evolutionists, is talking about the rhesus factor. Like, if we came from monkeys, why don't they have the rhesus factor?
They probably just assumed that it evolved out, I guess, like they want to think.
Yeah, but I mean, but then there has to be, so if we all came from this single cell, there has to be a mammal somewhere out there, or maybe a reptile, because apparently we all came from the same cell. Something out there has to have this rhesus factor.
Well, if you,
I'm an alien.
Yeah, Kelly's an alien.
Yeah.
See, if we get away from the false paradigm that everything must evolve from something else, then we're free to try to make better sense of things such as how not only are monkey or even ape blood types not compatible with humans, but cows are. You can get a cow blood transfusion and still survive, but not from any other mammal type or any other animal, from my understanding.
Yeah, in the 1800s, they tried to inject pig's blood into people, and they died in 2 days.
Right.
And that's
But
actually
cow
when they
blood is
started
used
coming.
today.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Well, and it totally ruins their paradigm because that shouldn't be possible. It should be possible we should get, monkey blood from monkeys,
Right.
and we can't.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If we get away from
Yeah.
the false religion that everything must have come from something, and it's all, instead look at it as a universal design codic as I describe it, that makes perfect sense that there's going to be some crossover between some of the platforms.
Yep, absolutely.
Shall I show this video here?
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks hungry.
So this is a virus DNA motor, which
DNA monster.
And GE says that this isn't complex.
It is a DNA packaging motor.
So it's RNA. So instead of a virus injecting RNA into a cell, it's taking it out?
Okay, there is an argument here. The argument from the DNA's molecular motor. There is a very fast and powerful molecular motor that crams the viral DNA tightly into the capsid with the help of 5 moving parts. The parts of the motor move in sequence like the pistons in a car's engine, progressively drawing the genetic material into the virus head or capsid. The motor is needed to insert DNA into the capsid of the T4 virus, which is called a bacteriophage because it infects bacteria. The T4 molecular motor is the strongest yet discovered in virus and proportionally twice as powerful as an automotive engine. The motor generates 20 times the force produced by the protein myosin, one of the 2 proteins responsible for the contraction and strength of muscles. Even viruses, which are not even alive by the scientific definition of being able to reproduce independently, show incredible design. If design is what we observe, then there must be a designer. God most probably exists.
Your video's running still.
Yeah, let me.
It's a new
So it's
one.
like little ratchets.
Yeah,
That's the one. That's the one I was thinking about, Tangelo. I think it's called a T4 phage. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
So why would it
That's
draw
ratchet.
DNA into itself? Is there something inside that copies it? I mean, what's the purpose?
Well, the purpose of the virus is to reproduce, and it uses the host to do so, which is the bacteria. But the interesting thing is that there would be no life without viruses, because the virus proportions the homeostasis of viruses on the Earth. That means that when the population of a certain virus starts to be, of a bacteria starts to be too big, then the virus kills it and balances it out. So the ecological balance is absolutely dependent on viruses.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because most people, when they hear the word virus, they quickly assume it's something bad, but viruses play an important role in life.
Yes. And as I said, there would be no life without viruses, and of course that begs the question: what came first, the virus or life? And of course both had to emerge together because they are interdependent.
And the virus can't exist on its own. By
Exactly.
Itself.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. It's fascinating. The problem is that they use some weird DNA replication mechanisms, which are not there are proteins which are not found in life. Then you have to ask, how did they come to be?
Yeah, that's how the CRISPR self-defense mechanism, immunization technique, the bacteria also works, I think.
Makes a lot of noise.
And then humans, of course, learned how to try to do it artificially. Developed our CRISPR-Cas9 technology, it's called now. I'm sure you guys
Yeah,
are.
well, I think when I was reading about it, they say they haven't perfected it yet, or they can't get it to work really like they want it to. The CRISPR.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my understanding when I researched about it years ago was that it's a natural or a pre-built immunization technology and some bacteria where they thought it was just trying to fix its own genome, but there's all kinds of changes that bacteria do pre-programmically.
Yeah, because they want to splice the genome, to correct the genome. So, but they haven't been very successful at it. I don't think.
Well, supposedly there are certain genomes, like the human genome and a few others, that have been 100% mapped, but it's not. Again, like Dr. Carter and others talk about, it's not just a linear line of code. It's the shape of it matters. There's all kinds of mechanics that make it almost impossible to fully understand.
Yeah, but to correct disease, they want to, splice the DNA and correct the DNA by splicing it and adding whatever it needs.
Oh,
but
right.
They haven't been able to get that to work like they want it to, apparently.
Supposedly the CRISPR technology, from what I hear, it's actually working very well. And there's a lot of controversy with it because not only is it hopefully going to be able to get some FDA approval to try to correct certain diseases, but like the Chinese, for example, are trying to use it to make literal human clones and other things that probably going to be a big problem.
Well, yeah, the Chinese are trying to splice in all kinds of crazy stuff into the genome. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Of course, they do not publish what they are doing, but I think at closed doors they are doing weird things.
I was reading one article that the Chinese did publish about their justification for their cloning technology using CRISPR stuff was to benefit. There's like these 4 couples they had in their entire nation of 1.3 billion people that had some sort of genetic disease that if they had children, both the father and the mother would pass on this congenital disease, and so they wanted to edit out that part of the genome for them to be able to have children.
Yeah, that might explain them randomly sampling people's DNA by without notice, without anything, or without permission. They're just going through populations and randomly sampling people's DNA.
I think they just do that because they're just communists.
Yeah, and it's mostly males is what they're doing. But I don't know.
Yeah, they get the whole social engineering network thing going on now. So everything you do, everything you buy, every channel you watch, it's all registered now in some giant database over there. And you get social points or whatever they call it. There's a word for it. The thing that the state approves of, you get points you can redeem for like airplane privileges or other things. And then if you do things the atheist regime there doesn't like, then they take away your points. So you can't buy certain things. You can't get an airplane ticket, things like that.
Right, and they have a system where they determine your health. I mean, not physical health, but your I guess mental health or whatever, social health. Yeah.
How well you agree with the atheists? Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to do the.
Go ahead.
Guys, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to do the right thing and leave, and hopefully Tangelo will get some rest because it's probably over midnight there.
Yes, I am thinking to close the chat. I'm a little bit tired. And,
thanks for inviting me, Tangelo.
Yes, George, you're welcome. Have a nice day and see you next time.
No worries, mate. Thank you. God bless.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. God bless.
See you, George.
I want to say, I hope we addressed what you wanted to talk about here on Tangelo. I mean, we're all on the positive design side. I tried asking questions earlier to understand. I couldn't get any good details from the email that you were sharing with those other gentlemen. So I was trying to ask deeper questions to see if you could help, I guess, at least entertain the non-design side. I don't know.
I didn't understand your last sentence.
I was just trying to see if we kind of touched on both sides of the argument for your show.
Well, I think better it's written. We can address better the issues when we write them down. But I think that talking about the issues is good as well. And I think in the first hour of our screen, we have been able to address some points, and I think it was productive. But I think our chats should also be just to have fun and entertaining, and to talk about other issues too. We are not just focused on only one topic. So socializing is fun as well. So
Sure. No, I was just asking. I was hoping we touched on enough bases to answer the question that you wanted to answer tonight. That's all.
yeah, no, it's okay. I think that as I said previously, Joel, I am in the middle of studying a little bit more the ribosome, how it works, and I have still many questions about precisely how many parts that are involved in each of the kingdoms, and I'll dig a little bit deeper into that and see if I find more explanations, because it's really very, very complex, and it takes time in order to understand it a little bit better, and to be able also to address so many issues which are involved with it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I'm actually very interested in it as well. And unfortunately, I just have way too much on my plate right now these days. But you seem like one of the more, or if not the most knowledgeable person I know on the details of the ribosome. And so I'd like to try to maybe continue to pick your brain, as well as look at other resources, of course, to see if maybe we can develop whatever kind, maybe the simulation or any kind of presentation that can really get into the details of not just the complexity, but that irreducibly complex argument that you make, to really just show good examples, I guess, of how this cannot be by a lack of.
Yes, that's why I want to dig deeper and understand how it actually works, what is really necessary. There are many questions involved, and I really need to dig deeper to understand how it works, and so when that is understood, then we can think about it and provide good arguments. But I think that the overall argument is, which you said now, is really the fact that it is irreducibly complex, but not only the ribosome itself, but the whole system, starting from the information in the DNA, then the translation to the transcription, then to the translation, and then until reaching the final place where it is operating, where it is working. This is a very, very complex process, which requires over 25 different steps. And if one of these steps is not there, then you cannot synthesize proteins. So, this scenario where they somehow emerge through ribozymes, this is just conjecture. This is not something that has been experimentally shown that it would be possible. And then the transition from a ribozyme, which is autocatalyzing, to have that relationship from information to directing the making and controlling molecular machines, and that relationship and that transition, that is a big problem. And they can say, oh, it evolved and so forth, but from my perspective, it simply doesn't work. It is not possible to evolve by unguided means.
Right, because the best example, the counterexample so far, my understanding, was that there are less complex ribosome structures in other genomes, and then they just rely on a pure raw self-admitting assumption that there was some first start whatever that everything else kind of evolved from, but that doesn't explain any actual transitions between the lesser complex ribosomes, which I don't even know if that's even the true way of describing it yet or not, into the more complex versions and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, what you need to take is the simplest possible ribosome. There are some papers out there which the title is Evolution of the Ribosome, and then they make some comparisons between eukaryotes and prokaryotes, and they say, oh, there is a difference. The prokaryotic is simpler than the eukaryotic one, so of course it must have evolved. That is the logic behind. But how do you come to the first one? And the fact is that the ribosome by itself has no function. You need all the other parts. You need the messenger RNA. You need all the other stuff in order to have the full pathway from the beginning to the end where the protein is there functioning. You need to have everything there. And these guys say, oh, no, your whole concept of irreducible complexity, it is nonsensical. It is not true. It can evolve and so forth. But conceptually, this is simply not possible. And in special, they even want to smuggle evolution into abiogenesis. And that makes no sense whatsoever.
Yes, sir. Chris just joined.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to still.
Yeah, I made it back. I had a phone call earlier. I apologize, guys. Y'all were having a good discussion. I was listening in.
But do you know what most surprises me is that these guys, they expect me to accept what they are presenting and to say, oh, we have spent so many hours to explain our viewpoint and you still are not getting it. And I say that exactly the same. I've spent so many hours to listening what you are saying, guys, and I am not convinced. And I think I'm not convinced for good reasons, because I mean, from a design perspective, from an engineering perspective, it is simply not possible what they are trying to come up with.
Yeah, and they hold on to it so tight too. You know what I mean? They're not flexible. I was mentioning that earlier. They're like, well, we're not dogmatic. I asked everybody in that chat that I was mentioning earlier. Every one of them said, like, if you could present, evidence, and the guy said empirical. They cut me off before I could say, would it just have to be empirical? But let's say it was empirical. That he would believe, but he wouldn't believe in the Abrahamic God because he was a genocidal monster and all this. Of course, that's another can of worms. But I don't know that they would believe, even if you unless God Himself came down and literally, and then I'm not sure if they really would believe that, if they would, you know what I mean? Because whether they want to admit it or not, they are very dogmatic, and that's why you see a lot of these atheist churches popping up.
Well, their excuse for not liking God is because of His character. They don't like His character. That's the excuse they make for not liking God. But God's character is such that He can't tolerate sin. And
I mean, John, tonight, Leophilius did send me an email, and I want you guys to watch, to see what he wrote to me. And I mean, just a moment.
No.
Well, I had an answer for your question, Chris, while we're waiting for that.
Do you want, buddy? Go ahead.
Yeah, the answer to the question, when will they be convinced? It's simple. As I said earlier tonight, it's simply when they start to actually learn how to do science. Once they break out of their academic strongholds, their religious churches, and they actually start to do some of this work that we're trying to actually learn from and reverse engineer from God's design stuff into actual, human technology. Every scientist that ever started a field of science were theists. And it's like Calvin, for example, the guy who originated the laws of thermodynamics. He says something along the lines that the longer you study, the deeper you study science, it'll force you to believe in God.
We've seen that time and time again with a lot of scientists that have made discoveries and inventions. But I wish I'd have had you earlier, because I didn't want to speak because, that's not my field. You know what I mean? So I didn't want to but I know that you've said that. Other people that are, I know tons of people that are into, or scientists or in the some kind of backfield of biology or something of that nature, and it seems like a good portion of them are theists. So when they say that scientists are mostly atheists, if I would have said that in there, they would all disagree with me. I'm just telling you that right now. But
Yeah,
I tend to believe you. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's completely flipped. The only stance they have to presume that atheists have any kind of dominance in science is based on a Pew Research poll that they poll their own freaking church with. But I think I'm taking.
Yeah, I was going to say, where do they get that from?
Yeah.
Because like
So
they
one
have some
poll.
kind of polls or.
Yep, it's one poll.
It is
Pew Research Corporation.
Pure Research. I looked at it.
Yep. Anytime that they link you a source to that claim, 90% or whatever, 96% scientists or atheists, look at where it comes from. Look at the source.
Okay, I want to look at it.
It's crazy.
Okay, look at this email which Leophilios.
Oh yeah, I'm
sent
sorry.
me
I cut you
tonight.
off. Go ahead. Apologize.
The fact that you creationists with no degrees in any fields relevant to evolutionary science, molecular biology, or biochemistry, and certainly no experience in researching or publishing in any of those fields, think that you have the capability to dismiss or dismantle what a literal PhD molecular biologist and active origins of life researcher who has published and researched in the field for quite some time has explained to you, an innumerable amount of times, is laughably dishonest and condescendingly arrogant.
Translation: how dare we challenge their high priests?
And it's not a valid argument anyway. It's not a valid position. It's not even a position.
Hold on. There's more to it, right? I can't see it. Let me go scroll down.
It's not a valid argument. It's a logical fallacy.
The problem, and Leo Phillips himself, I asked him one time very nicely. He said he was a theoretical. He said on here, I'm a theoretical physicist. And I was like, wow. And I said, he said that one about an hour later. I said, so you're a theoretical physicist? He said, well, not by trade, just, you know what I mean? He studied, so he has no degrees, I guess. So he's just basically like anybody else. So for him to send that's condescending in itself. Who is he to challenge it? Because he thinks he's read more on a certain topic. I mean, I could go out and study any topic and say, hey, look, buddy, I know more than you. You know what I mean? That doesn't prove anything.
This was the first time that he, of course, this was addressed to me, that he attacked me. So he continues here, literally none of you are even remotely qualified to address what Dimitar said. You simply dismiss what he says without even understanding it, because you don't. Because you're more concerned with protecting a preconceived belief than actually arriving at the truth of the matter. It's cognitive dissonance on an astoundingly impenetrable and glaringly obvious level. This is why you guys are laughed at by myself, Speed, Immutable, Aaron, et al. Because you're fucking ignorant of everything you talk about, and it's quite plain to see for anybody who is.
He's not being specific, though.
Yeah, but we don't do that, though. Now, we reject the theory, but we do not. Like, if you go even back to like junk DNA or whatever, we always question any find, you know. And then, but it's just the opposite. Like the soft dinosaur tissue find, then they reject it. It's like they're projecting, man. He's projecting big time.
But that's a claim without giving an example.
Yeah.
It's
just literally declaring it's saying do not be skeptical about their atheist religious church dogma.
Yeah. All it is a claim. There's no example, no.
If you don't have a PhD, you can't question.
He mentions the Bible. Perhaps you guys should close the Bible and open up an actual textbook, which we all know you'll never do because you're scared of actually learning anything, because you know you'll arrive at reasonable conclusions which vitiate every aspect of your idiotic, uninformed, and entirely baseless worldview.
No, we study science. It's for their sake that we study science.
We all study, and Tangela is. I won't put myself anywhere close to his level, but we all study science. We all look at these papers and read them, and some of us are better than others. Tangela is very good at going through these papers, and
it's not that we need proof. We already are convinced.
We already have, yeah.
And when we read the science papers, we see what we expect to find.
But do you know what is funny is that any of all the discussions I have brought up the Bible.
Right.
What I'm using,
Good point.
What I'm using
Exactly.
is the peer-reviewed science papers, and based on them, I make my analysis. And I think we should be skeptical about what they say and not simply blindly believe it because they have a PhD as a medal, and because they have a PhD, we shall swallow whatever they say.
Yeah, I've noticed a trend. They like to block you a lot.
Field of accomplishment logical fallacies on top of many others.
They like to block Antangelo a lot because
because they don't have an answer. They don't.
Right.
They can't respond.
And he's the nicest guy, man, that you could find. And I wouldn't see any reason that to block him other than the fact you don't want to address his points.
I'd like
They want more examples, so he gives more examples, and then they say he's gish galloping.
I like the quote.
That was funny. That was funny as well. That Dimitar, he did send me 2 emails, one with 4 science papers in regards of the evolution of the ribosome, and then he did send another 3 papers, and then John Maddox, he did send a reply which was rather short, but it was very defying. Then he said, well, this is not serious. I want something consistent as a reply to the science papers. And then I said, okay, I'm in preparation to give you a reply. Now, don't complain that I am gish galloping. And then, oh, okay, I'm waiting. And then I did send to them my reply, which was quite extensive. I think Joel saw it. And then today in the morning, one of the guys said, "Oh, he is gish galloping." So you see, if you give a short reply, then they are complaining that it's a short reply; it's not consistent. But if you give an extensive reply, then they are complaining that it's gish galloping. So they are never satisfied. They have always something to complain.
They don't even understand what the gish gallop logical fallacy is. But instead of trying to defend yourself against their own logical fallacies, I wanted to just destroy the entire argument by quoting the alleged founder of evolutionary biology, quoted in his own autobiography real quick. Well, it's a long quote, but he says, quote, "Another source of conviction in the existence of God, connected with the reason and not with the feelings, impresses me as having more weight. This follows from the extreme difficulty, or rather impossibility, of convincing this immense and wonderful universe, including man with his capacity of looking far backwards and far into futurity," I'm not sure if I said that right, "as a result of blind chance or necessity. When thus reflecting, I feel compelled to look to a first cause, having an intelligent mind in some degree analogous to that of man, and I deserve to be called a theist." End quote, Charles Darwin in his own autobiography.
First cause.
All these PhDs, all these appeal to authority fallacies they want to point to, are all based on this guy who calls himself a theist because of the evidence.
Yeah, I gave a reply to Leophilius. I can just give me 2 minutes and I'll put it here on the screen.
Yeah, because that's being honest. Darwin was being honest, and the atheists today aren't honest because atheism isn't anything.
Well,
Did you say peer PEW peer research center? Is that what you said? That the
PEW, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Well, even on that from 2009, it says here that according to the poll, just over half of scientists, 51%, believe in some form of a deity or higher power. Specifically, 33% of scientists say they believe in God, while 18% believe in a universal spirit or higher power. By contrast, 95% of Americans believe in a deity. So even there, in that one, it's still half. So where they
redo the poll every few years. If you look at the sources of all those polls, you'll always see the American Association for the Advancements of Science, which used to be called the American Association of Advancements of Atheism. They changed their name back in 1925, or the National Academy of Sciences, which is an exclusive, another what I call atheist church group, because you have to be invited, and it's already dominated by their atheists. So of course they're going to be religiously biased to the people of their own faith.
And you know why it wouldn't matter? Because a lot of these scientists, unless you're in your evolutionary biology or something, or maybe paleontology or something like that, or other forms of studies primarily just in evolution. Why would it matter? You know what I mean? If you know what I mean, if your science is studying something that has nothing to do with evolution, it doesn't carry any weight what you believe in. You know what I mean? Because you don't know any more about the theory than than what's taught at the college level, which most people have took. Well, I don't know what the percentage of people is. But I took biology in college, but so
yeah, the majority of the people are just assuming that evolution is true because they're told it's true,
or they're fired.
That's the answer which I gave.
Yeah, I bought it. I ain't gonna lie, I bought it.
That's the answer which I gave to Leophilus. Isn't it time to look into the evidence by yourself, make some effort to actually understand what goes on the molecular world and in the universe, and start to think for yourself? I mean, that's what I am doing. I am looking by myself into the science and try to understand it and make up my mind by myself. I don't rely on what others say.
right?
That's called being a scientist.
Yeah.
You have to confirm and you have to repeat the theories and the data.
Yeah, so we're the real scientists.
Yes. That's why Einstein said atheists can't be scientists.
Yeah.
I quoted that earlier tonight too.
It's kind of true because if there's anything that leads to a hand behind it all, you know what I mean?
Right. All the evidence is going to God, pointing to God, and every time it does, they just turn away and try.
That's why I asked them is like, because then they started going, there's three kinds of atheists, then it's like, okay, now you're, that's why I said, I thought atheists, that's the lack of belief of God, and there's no dogma in that at all, but there is because, or he said there's no dogma because if we were presented, we could change our mind. If we were presented evidence, we would change our mind. But there's all kinds of evidence to the contrary that you're not accepting. You know what I mean? Because of your worldview.
This morning, molecular alchemy said that we are close-minded because we want to prove the Bible, but science is open-minded because when different kind of evidence appears, then science will adapt to the new evidence. But the problem here is that God is never a relevant issue. He is never considered as a possible explanation of anything. So God is excluded a priori, and they are never open-minded to consider God as a better explanation. That is simply never the question.
Not only did he basically invalidate himself to be able to claim to be a true scientist, because he specifically is dismissing information that's contrary to his current worldview, but he's also showing illiteracy of the Bible, because 1 Peter 3:15 specifically says to study to be able to. That's 2 Timothy 3:16 says to study to prove yourself. 1 Peter 3:15 basically says something about always being ready to give an answer for your beliefs. That's science.
Yeah.
And again, the scientific method.
It includes science for sure. Yeah, you definitely.
Because science is knowing the facts anyways. That's what science is about.
Knowledge to know.
Sir Francis Bacon, he's the founder of the Christian scientific method. He said, quote, "A little science estranges a man from God. A lot of science brings him back," end quote.
Well, there was an ex-theist in there, and he was a preacher or something. I think it was. You may be familiar with him, Jim Majors. You guys familiar with him, Jungle?
Yeah.
Well, we got into a question about fallen angels and then the Satan and I was pulling some quotes because I'm not going to paraphrase when we're getting to a level like that. I want to give you exact words out of the Bible. You know what I mean? I don't want to
Paraphrase.
Yeah, I don't want to paraphrase. I don't want to speak for God and not have His word correct. So
Agreed.
you're gonna give me a question like
Yeah,
that.
well,
Give me a couple minutes to look, because I do have I answered him off the bat, but I was like, if you want me to defend it, hang on, and I'll get my passages.
the fallen angels can be a little bit sticky. I mean,
Yeah, well, exactly.
Unless you want to say they're just demons or evil spirits or whatever,
Yeah, and then Satan himself, was a cherub. It says in the Bible too. So
covering cherub.
Yeah, and so I mean, I'm not opposed to him being an angel in that sense, because there's several different words in the Bible, or not word, but definitions for angel in the Bible. So,
well, to practice that now, Chris, I'll quote directly from 1 Peter 3:15. It says, "And if someone asks about your hope as a believer, always be ready to explain it."
Right. Well, that's what I told him, and I at the end when I left, I said, I just come here. I appreciate you having me in. I just want to, my faith kind of. I'm not here. I don't have to. God doesn't need me to defend Him, but I don't mind to. But I really like to share my testimony sometime. With you guys, I said, because I believe that's my most powerful argument for God is my own testimony, and so. But they invited me. They invited me back, so maybe I'll get
It was
there.
interesting when I debated Godless Engineer a few days ago. Then he said, "What is your best evidence that the Christian faith is true?" And then I said, "Well, I thought to myself, of course I can bring up the Bible or evidence like that, or historical evidence or archaeological evidence." But I said, well, I will give a real life example of what I experienced actually.
Exactly.
And I brought up that in my region there is a city where there is much so African cults, Macumba, which is demon possession and that kind of stuff. And someone that I know was doing an evangelism campaign, and they invited me to go to participate, and I went. And they had a tent beside the bus, and they invited people to go there, and they would pray for them. And then the woman arrived there, and then immediately she fell in trance and got possessed. And the pastor, he exposed, he made an exorcism, and she fell on the floor. She remained about 5 minutes without conscience, and then she wake up, and she said, "Well, now I feel really free." And the pastor, he exposed the demon in the name of Jesus Christ. And then she said when she was 7 years old, she was consecrated with blood to a demon which perturbated her for her whole life. And at that night, she was freed from that demon. And then I said, why did the pastor not pray in the name of John or of Otangelo or any other name, but in the name of Jesus Christ? And in that name, the demon left her. Why not another name? And after my debate, and a woman, she criticized me and said that I was only mediocre because I used a real life experience as a testimony to back up my faith. Why Christ and not another religion? And I wondered about that. I thought that's very strange, because I think that personal experiences like this one are very powerful, and we should not neglect to use them in our testimony and to reach out to unbelievers.
Yeah, I think everyone that's truly saved has had that experience. Have been touched by the Lord. They have that personal testimony and experience. So at some point, it has to be shared.
We have all the logic. We have all the logic and reasoning behind it, because every time we go to church, we're fortified with more support in our belief. But there's also the creation. Creation is the evidence of God.
Yes, but creation is not. He wanted to know why not another kind of religion? Why not Islam or Hinduism? Or I mean, natural theology, of course, points to a creator, and I would say that the Kalam cosmological argument points to the God of the Bible, but he wanted to know why specifically the Christian God. And I didn't want to use. And
the creation does point to the Christian God, because that's the definition. It's the definition of the Christian God. But
I got to go soon. I got schoolwork to do tonight still, but that's what I'm saying. I was going to caution a lot of the stories we're talking about. The personal testimony is great for individuals, but that's anecdotal evidence, so it won't necessarily convince a diehard atheist and other critics.
Well, a diehard atheist will not be convinced by
God
anything.
specifically. And I like to bring up like Albert Einstein's proof of evidence, for example. He talks extensively about how relativity proves scientifically that there is a finite created universe with calculable beginning and endpoints. He goes into the specifics of it, his mathematical equations for it, the energy tensor limitations, all kinds of physics that proves that the universe is exactly how the Bible describes it, with a beginning and an end. Almost every other religion, including atheism, all dictate that the universe is infinite, that it doesn't have a beginning and end. And there's Roger Penrose, there's Robert Jastrow, there's Arno Penzias. There are many well-published, well-received, whatever you call them, scientists with Nobel Prizes, including for the work that they've contributed to, that specifically describe how the scientific evidence that they published points directly to the God of the Bible.
I would agree.
Yes, but Penrose, he brings some kind of a cyclic universe which is eternal. And I've not been able yet to grasp exactly what that proposal is, but I think
Buddhism.
Well, that cyclic thing, I don't think that's even correct, because everything has a beginning, like Joe was saying, and besides that, energy has to be ordered, and energy can't order itself.
Correct.
Yeah, I have to study that proposal better, but they try to avoid the problem of an absolute beginning and say that the universe somehow can be eternal,
Yeah, it came from Penrose as well. He's actually one of the first to coin that as far as scientific publication. He called it his conformal cyclic cosmology back in the 70s. But his own research, the rest of his career, proved it exactly wrong.
Yeah.
It's not cyclical. In fact, let me just quote him real quick. He, in the 80s, developed something that's called singularity theorem. And him and Stephen Hawking was his assistant, by the way. You guys probably didn't know. Hawking never really did anything on his own. He was basically Penrose's, did most of his math for him. But they won a joint Wolf Prize together in 1985. And then the year after, Penrose penned a book called The Emperor's Emperor's New Mind. Here we go. He says, quote, "This now tells how precise." Well, let me back up the science for it too. Their equation basically he took about 10 years with about 100 different scientists he collected around the world to calculate the minimum entropy rate, it's called, to be able to try to describe the exact precision required to allow the universe to be created by reversing a natural phenomenon that in quantum physics, gravity actually allows photons to attract each other. The massless photons of light packets and stuff. Usually you have to have some sort of mass to be able to have a gravitational attraction. Well, quantum gravity allows photons to attract themselves without mass, which is really cool, and they proved all that stuff. And so they began to calculate what was that minimum entropy rate for God to have temporarily reversed that natural quantum gravity mechanic for photons to be able to repel each other just for a micro nanosecond of enough to be able to allow the universe to be expanding the way that it is. And so based on this, his book is full, it's a big long equation. He concludes it like this. He says, "This now tells how precise the creator's aim must have been, namely to an accuracy of 1 part in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. This is an extraordinary figure. One could not possibly even write the number down in full in the ordinary denary notation. It would be 1 followed by 10 to the power of 123 successful zeros. Even if we were to write a 0 on each separate proton and on each separate neutron in the entire universe, and we could throw in all the other particles for good measure, we should fall far short of writing down the figure needed." And a lot of that's scientific mumbo jumbo. Again, the details are in his book. But Penrose himself disproved the cyclic cosmology phenomenon that he himself tried to invent 30-something years ago. There's all kinds of science. There's all kinds of details. There's all kinds of empirical, repeatable, observable scientific analysis without requiring any kind of faith or any kind of anecdotal, whatever you want on either side, for or against God.
Yeah. Well, how long can a ball bounce,
How long can a ball bounce?
Not very long.
But even if the universe, let's say, collapsed back in, had a rebirth, it would still have to have order again. You know what I mean? There's something has to be behind the order.
Right. That's what Penrose is saying.
That's just being a layman. You know what I mean? That's common sense.
Well, and we know now that the universe can't collapse on itself. It's actually going through an accelerated expansion. And if you guys want to look up the term Big Rip, it's the current modern day cosmological term for how the universe will destroy itself. It's going to it's going to continue to expand to the point where not even quantum forces can be maintained, and every atom everywhere will literally just cease to exist.
Yeah, you would think so, because the gravity wouldn't be enough to hold it together.
No.
Well, that's another thing. We're not even sure what gravity is 100%. There's 3 different forms of theories of gravity. We observe what things happen. We call it gravity, but we don't know what actually causes it. So,
And I'm even wondering whether or not the universe is expanding like that. I'm thinking maybe the redshift is due to the vacuum of space being pulled into black holes.
well, redshift is a spectrum analysis phenomenon, and I think it's provable or believable, whatever you call it. But it only represents local space. It's only what you can see from the Earth. The Planck satellite and a few other observatories have actually been able to look beyond normal light, actually being able to measure the actual cosmic radiation, microwave background radiation effect. So we've actually been able to map the entire universe now beyond relying on just the speed of light. And so we've got a map of the whole universe. And so we know it's expanding.
Yeah.
It looks very similar to a brain cell too. If you saw those pictures, remarkably similar.
Well, it's not in a sphere, and it's the other.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Right. The other cool thing about it is that if the Big Bang or whatever, the universe was just an explosion, then we would see more mass on the edges of the universe.
Right.
But we don't.
Spread it. Exactly.
Right. We see just as much mass on the edges now as we do near the center, and the north and south poles of the universe, so to say, the tops and bottoms. It's not dense at all, but the center is. So it's
But
not.
there's no concentric rings or anything.
Well, it's basically one kind of plateaued almost ring. Yeah, it's a big. I don't know. Yeah, you can look it up. Look at the Planck satellite map. It took them about 2 years, about 10 years ago. It took 2 years for the satellite to map it out. You find it.
I've read before too that gravity is like considered a fictitious force if you actually read up on it a little bit.
Well, again, it's just not. It's not clarified.
Yeah.
It took a while to figure out if light was a particle or a wave, and then we found out it's both. There's converging research projects going on today right now, trying to still determine if gravity is a particle or a wave or both. We just don't know.
Because something's causing the vacuum of space, and I think it's the space being dragged into black holes. And the farther you go, the more space is being, accumulatively, the space is being dragged into black holes. So it makes it look like that the farther you go, the faster it's expanding.
Yeah, I've got a cool small little.
Well, that's just
picture.
an idea. Might not make sense.
A video, just like a little a little small little thing off Wiki, shows how, like, if you turn it onto its side, you can, if it's straight, you're looking straight at it, or you turn onto its side, the inertial frame, like, well, you'd have to look at the picture. I just have to show it to you, but it has to do with the Coriolis and the centrifugal forces that's present in the frame. If you look at it, pretty wild though, because we don't know what gravity. We know what we can describe it, but we don't know exactly what it is.
We don't know its source yet.
We can observe it. It's just
observe.
It's kind of electromagnetism, it seems, but its reach is infinite, apparently.
Well, again, there's 3 different types of gravity, and then
how does the gravity of the black hole that's inside the black hole affect the galaxy around it?
Well, so that brings up another scientific evidence of the biblical God from Einstein. the nature of black holes. He postulated that this before the Big Rip cosmology came out, that black holes would eventually become super singularities. He talked about, where they're so massive that we found them since. We didn't see them back then, but we got over 80 super singularities now that we've mapped today.
Are you talking about like super massive black holes?
Yes.
I saw recently they posited that they actually co-evolve with the galaxy or with the corresponding galaxy.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Everywhere in the universe, every galaxy in the universe, major galaxy has a supermassive black hole in it.
Well, what's frustrating that people don't talk about this as often anymore, and again, they talked about this all throughout the 1920s and 30s, was that according to Einstein's relativity theory, these black holes would continue to grow even after they swallowed up entire galaxies, as you're alluding to, Jungle. They'll continue to grow. They'll continue to swallow other things up, and they become so massive that that they'll start creating what he described as self-reciprocating, reverberating gravity waves. Einstein assumed that they were probably waves, and as they continue to, the waves themselves continue to feed on each other, they're going to continue to grow reciprocally to the point where it'll just literally start destroying and ripping the universe to shreds that way. So whether the Big Rip is through just quantum forces not being able to be maintained versus this collection of super black holes,
and they seem to be fairly unstable. These black holes, they seem to be fairly unstable. They shift their.
Jungle, I'm sorry, I want to finish that point. It all points to the destruction of the universe as the Bible predicts.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the way it would make gravitational waves, because they're so unstable. They're like wobbling around all over the place.
Well, maybe, but something else Einstein and others talked about was even whether or not however coherent or predictable gravity waves may be, which LIGO is trying to figure that out right now. His prediction, he described, would look, so if there were two opposite spinning gravity waves that were to collide somewhere near the Earth, it would look exactly like what John saw in Revelations. I think it's 3:14 or 3:16. Where he said he saw that on the last day, he saw that the sky rolled up like a scroll, and the mountains and the islands were removed from their places.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you would see if you see gravity waves spiraling against each other.
When you say Big Rip, you're just talking about like it's going to be so like a supermassive black hole, so much mass that it's going to actually rip through space time,
or just continue to condense it. Bless you.
Condense it down to
to condense it so that it can't do anything, like in a singularity. Gravity waves themselves are very destructive.
But it would take a long time though for all the matter to go into a black hole.
It depends on how many other super black holes have been out there already expanding and creating the inevitable chaos according to relativity. So
yeah, apparently there's black holes, even supermassive black holes by themselves out in space.
Well, it's the thing though. So again, we've only been able to find about 80 or so since Einstein talked about this. If there are already hundreds of billions of super black holes out there that's already devoured most of the universe, then it could happen tomorrow.
Can I throw something off you, Joel? Because you might be somebody very well could help me answer this or give me some insight. I guess everybody's noticed like there's spirals in nature. You know what I mean? I mean, Fibonacci sequence or whatever, but you just see it everywhere, galaxies, whatever. And even like water when it goes down the drain, like when we flush here in America and then you flush in Australia, it goes backward. But I think there's something to do with gravity and this spiral effect. I don't know. Like some people think, I've seen it where like this, like the sun we're being dragged in like the wake of the sun, and it's actually moving through space time. But if let's say things are falling some way, or the expansion could be, you could look at like expanding at the same time. Couldn't it just be like the force from the movement that's pulling it in like its wake? You know what I mean?
Well, most spiraling effects, particularly with terrestrial or extraterrestrial stuff, like you're talking about planets and whatnot, solar systems, are basically because there's centripetal forces, but they're so super precise that they are able to maintain orbits for a long time.
Right. And centripetal force is a good way to describe gravity, but it's like if you take a trampoline and or a merry-go-round, but a trampoline's better, and you put something real heavy in it, and then or you've seen those things where you throw a penny and it spirals around. That's a good example, but that's not exactly how gravity works. You know what I mean?
No,
Okay.
it is how gravity works, at least, or again, it's good description, but most objects, particularly like what you just described, they're not perfectly balanced, so they will spiral either in or outwards. So again, the fact that we've got very well maintained centrifugal forces out there is just further proof of design.
I would think so too. I mean, that would.
So I have a question for you, Chris. If you have a basin or a sink and you have a drain at the bottom of it and on the equator, which way will it turn?
On the equator?
Yeah, if you're on the equator.
Well, I guess it would depend on. That's a good question.
Depends on which way you start.
Magnetic.
I'll make it easy. It'll go either way.
I was about to say it could go either way. Yeah.
Either way.
Which direction?
Has anybody? You lived close to the equator, didn't you?
I lived on the equator. Yeah, it'll go either way.
Wow, that's so. That would be explained. Basically, that makes sense though.
I actually saw a YouTube video where this guy has a test where he has a sink and a drain and everything, and he puts it on one side of the equator and it goes one way, and he puts it on the other side, it goes the other way. But that's just nonsense, you know.
You know, when the heart pumps blood, it goes in a vortex too, right? A spiral, a vortex. You know what I mean? Have you researched that at all? Have you seen the way the blood pumps through the heart?
Well, it's probably
It's pretty wild, man. It'd blow your mind on that if you just watch a video on that. I was blown away. It's in everything.
Because I guess it's probably more efficient that way too.
Yeah. And
helps accelerate it probably. Yeah.
I thought it just pumps through there, but as it goes through there, no, it's like a little vortex that comes through there. It's wild.
That's how we super compress or densify, as it calls rocket propellant for rockets. Go through turbo shafts, turbo pumps.
It's just more proof that the Lord knew exactly what He's doing when He made things, and that is kind of like His fingerprint, really. You know what I mean? In a way, I know it's cliche. They say that, but it is. I mean, you see it all in nature.
Yeah, Johannes Kepler, the founder of what's it called? The study of the planets and the orbits. I forget what it's called, planetary something. Anyways, he described it as he called it the music of the spheres. And he figured out how, at least for the solar system, that the way our planets spin, it's not just that they're in these perfect orbit or near perfect orbits, but the way that they orbit, the timing of their orbits. He actually started to calculate how it could be translated into music. It's so well perfectly timed. And it's something that Einstein, in fact, that's
wow.
One of Einstein's I love to, when he criticizes atheists, he brings up the music of the spheres. He says, quote, "I was barked at by numerous dogs who are earning their food, guarding ignorance and superstition for the benefit of those who profit from it." Uh-oh, someone's stepping on me. I got static.
Whoever joined, could you mute, please?
Pigs can fly.
Pigs can fly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I will let you talk. I will remain the stream open, but I will go sleep now. It's late now here.
Oh, yeah. We probably won't keep it on too long for you there, buddy. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Jesse didn't come back then?
No, I'll go sleep, but I will remain the stream open, and tomorrow morning I will close it. That's no problem. Okay.
Thank you.
We're not too long.
Yeah, we won't stay too long. But
okay.
That's kind of. Thank you, Antangelo, very much.
Okay, so have fun and good night. See you next time. Thanks to everyone which was assisting us, and good night. Bye-bye.
Good night. God bless you, buddy.
Yeah, Jesse said she's going to try to be back, but
So Joe, you were saying something?
Yeah. Music of the spheres is something Einstein uses to criticize atheists. He says, Then there are the fanatical atheists whose intolerance is of the same kind as the intolerance of the religious fanatics and comes from the same source. They are like slaves who are still feeling the weight of their chains, which they have thrown off after hard struggle. They are creatures who, in their grudge against the traditional, quote, opium of the people, cannot bear the music of the spheres. The wonder of nature does not become smaller because one cannot measure it by the standards of human moral and human aims. Albert Einstein. This is
there's spirals everywhere in the universe. Well,
not only are they really, beautiful looking near perfect spirals, but they're all in different directions.
That's that shouldn't be either. You shouldn't. Well, the same thing with planets spinning. Some are spinning the opposite direction. That's asteroid did it.
Right.
That's what I always say.
Well, there's no
Asteroid
one
did it.
galaxy spinning in the same direction. Basically, they're all. If it was an explosion, we would see some conformality between the explosive, the after effects. We don't see that. It wasn't
Well, it's pretty evident it's fine tuned, but that's why they're positing like multiverse. They have to, because like it's obvious that there's fine tuning. You would like you have an explosion like that to get if it expanded too fast, you know what I mean? Or if it expanded too fast, you would have
no spirals.
No spirals, exactly. If it expanded too slow, everything would just it would fall back in, you know what I mean? So it's just it's going at the right exact perfect.
That's what that singularity theorem was for Penrose, how perfectly it had to be.
If everything was expanded from a single point, then how did it overcome all the gravity of that single point, of all the matter in that single point?
Based on the current conclusions with the Planck satellite and other things I've talked about, the best answer right now is the universe is literally being stretched, as the book of Isaiah talks about.
But wouldn't that necessarily mean that gravity had to be stronger at the beginning, right?
Well, again, Penrose tries to solve that by talking about how literally God, scientifically proven, reversed the natural quantum gravity force on photons to allow the universe to expand the way it is.
Well, yeah, the space is being stretched because there's a vacuum and it's pulling the space into the black holes. So the black holes are like tent poles all over the universe, stretching out the space.
Well, I have to think that one through, because again, the universe.
That's where that's why there's vacuum in space and not not equal pressure.
Yeah. Aside from it, the fact that we had to overcome the gravitational pull, the real irony there is that we have, the mass expansion is actually moving faster, and we understand that due to the red shift. That's a pretty serious problem for them as well.
So if it's twice as far moving twice as fast, what is the energy doing that?
Supernatural.
Yeah, because what's sustaining that? Yeah.
But everything's supernatural, yeah.
Well, it's not. It's nothing natural, so it's got to be supernatural.
That's the problem.
Yeah, by definition, if it's outside the natural, it's supernatural. Whether you want to attribute to God or
every physical thing has its cause in the supernatural.
Yeah, if you want to get really deep into quantum physics, that's exactly what Planck and all those guys that founded that science talks about. Is how quantum physics literally proves that everything is immaterial.
That's what kills me about Leo Filius when he goes into his naturalism. Everything's he just kills me because he's can't see the forest for the trees, Yeah,
he kind of want to debate me on physics, I guess, but I keep waiting for him to. But
he's a big talker.
Well, physics is good, but I would think
there
has to be some kind of momentum. If there's momentum, why is it going twice as fast, twice as far, or is that just an illusion from the accumulation of the stretching of space throughout the universe? Yeah.
Why is it still accelerating and not even if it was an explosion, it would be decelerating?
Well, it says that the Lord spoke things into existence, pretty much from what I gather from the Bible.
Yeah, because to me that's got to be an illusion that it's accelerating the expansion, because how can you accelerate to infinity the expansion of the universe? Or maybe that's part of the equation. I don't know.
Nope.
But
infinites don't work in a physical reality. That's the problem.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
True.
There's a really good analogy about that with the I forgot exactly who was that wrote it down, but basically it was about if you had a Grim Reaper that was supposed to kill somebody named Fred anywhere between midnight and midnight 01. It'd be like an infinite number of these, Grim Reapers that are supposed to kill him at any given time. And then the question would be, did he live or did he die after, default of a 1. And the answer would be both yes and no because of the infinite regress. So it's just idiotic really to think that kind of terminology, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's why I don't think there's a real singularity in a black hole, because black holes increase in size. I
Well,
mean,
then the
if
event
so,
horizon increases with accumulation of matter, but
if so, the singularity is getting bigger and bigger. But the singularity is in infinity anyway.
well, so yeah, there's different parts of a singularity. So yeah, like in the event horizon looks like it grows as it accumulates more matter faster, but the actual singularity itself it's infinite density, so it really doesn't have a size.
Yeah. Wouldn't that just like negate it though? I mean, how would you ever have an infinite, you know,
density?
Like I said, it would have to be an infinite force of energy outwards as well for it to be able to go as fast as it's going right now, right?
No, because again, it's only force in one direction.
But that's why I'm saying different sizes of black hole kind of disprove the infinite singularity.
Well, not necessarily, because again, the size of it that we theoretically want to see is just what's called the event horizon, the junk on the outside that's still able to reflect light before the light gets sucked in with it.
Well, it's still, I mean, it's still not, I mean, you still can't see into the black hole, but it's just getting bigger. It's a bigger area that you can't see into.
It's the spiral to the toilet bowl is getting bigger, right?
Is that how they calculate the mass of a black hole? Do they use the event horizon? I don't know.
Not normally.
Okay.
Well, at least it would disprove it's not going, the mass is not going anywhere if it's getting bigger, unless it's not in our time scale.
Normally, the weight of a black hole is measured initially by either the white dwarf or the neutron star that typically creates them in theory, and then as it accumulates, the rest of the stuff outside of that star, it just adds to the mass. But
Well, yeah, the black holes collide too, and they become the same size of the two masses, minus the gravitational waves.
well, again, the actual singularity, the bottom of the black hole, so to say, that's infinitely, that's infinite mass. Nothing can escape it. And again, the accretion, the event horizon disks can change size. They look like they'll collide and spiral in, like, kind of cool.
You know how you were talking about the music? What were you saying about the rotation of the planet, the planets?
Sure.
Have you ever looked into the 432 hertz and the harmonics on that?
Not sure.
Oh, it's pretty wild. You need to. I wish I could screen share it, but I can just give you a couple things. There's tons, but like if you take 432 and then you square it, you get 100. You get basically the speed of light. Yeah, if you take 432, let me see here. I'm going off of a flight here. I'm sorry.
432 hertz, 528 hertz harmonics of 9.6 hertz square wave.
Yeah, but the it's the diameter of the moon is 2,160 miles, and that is 432 divided by 2.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the approximate diameter of the sun is 432 to the power of 2, which is 864, but it's 864,000 miles. That's pretty wild. It goes on status orbital precession of the zodiac in Saturn years is 864. That's 432 to the power of 2 again. But you look for a smaller scale, you're looking at there's 24 hours in a day, 12 hours and a half day, 720 minutes and a half of a day, 4,320 seconds and a half a day. So there it is again, 432.
That's just coincidence, though, Chris.
Yeah, but you keep adding all these coincidences up. I'll go on. When they did the equatorial circumference of the Earth, 2,407.34 miles, is about 70 miles. The area of 0.6. Excuse me, I got off one on there. Let me go back here. To the pyramids, the original height of the Great Pyramid is 481.349 feet, which is in mile. Excuse me, you take that times 432, and that equals 2,962,596 feet, which is 3,938.685 miles. And
why
that,
why is that being the standard, not the metric system?
well, I mean, I'm just the true. It's weird that it works for that, but it works.
Yeah, who would have thought that? I forget which king of England it was that they designed a measuring system based on the size of his foot.
Yeah, that is weird, because it does only work if you use like the speed of light for miles per second. So
I'll have to look more into that, man. Yeah, if you got a link to that.
Oh yeah, I'll find a good link here real quick, man. That was just a quick one I pulled up because I knew I couldn't. I was on my phone. Let me find the one I got saved on my phone, and I'll type it in. It blew my mind. It blew my mind because I thought it was just a little bit like, okay, yeah, be one or two coincidences, but oh no, it's a ton, and that's a lot of they do the right now. The frequency they tune to a lot of things too, like they don't tune to that, and they say it's for a reason, because when you tune things to 432, that it's the perfect to resonate the to the most pleasing to the ear, and but they changed it, but there's conspiracy theory on that why they changed it, but I don't want to get into all that. That's some Iger television stuff, but
There's all kinds of weird natural things on here too. So yeah,
but I'll find you a good one here real quick. Put the link real fast.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
One of the things that really pushed me towards the young Earth model was if you look at the electromagnetic field that's been generated from our core, it's been decreasing in its strength and magnitude just over the course of the last 25,000 years. They said.
Right.
If you actually go back that far, based on the models that they've been given, literally nothing could survive on the surface of the planet. That kind of magnetic field was generated. Yep. So it's just strange to me to think that there was anything that could have evolved or let alone lived at that time
years
frame.
ago. Right?
Yeah,
right.
Like within a quarter of 100,000 years there. That's insane.
Especially since, in theory, the Earth's magnetosphere, as well as other planets, that should be increasing with time, not decreasing, because the core is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I think it just seems to be like a further evidence that the second law of thermodynamics is definitely like a proven fact, and it's definitely contradictory to what is being espoused by the mainstream media about how we've all evolved from some single-celled organism somewhere.
Yeah, Dr. Carter was talking about that just the other day on SFT's channel, yesterday, the day before, how there's all kinds of evidence showing where even evolution or even DNA, it's constantly degrading, all the mutations that they are trying to map and understand, and it shows that the way the DNA is today could not have lasted millions of years. That there's all kinds of other conversations and things he was going over, even in the atheist camp, that questions how things have survived as long as they have, based on the generation in DNA today.
Yeah, the way I see that is, it just goes to show that there was once a perfected DNA structure that we're just slowly degrading from. It's like the opposite of what they're trying to say, essentially.
Agreed. I call that because mankind violated the OEM recommendations. I think breaking that.
Yeah.
The original equipment manufacturer.
But it's definitely degrading, and they just don't want to face the obvious.
I mentioned the other day one of these chat channels about the Apollo space program. If you guys knew about some of the research they did prior to developing that entire program, because one of the concerns was that if the universe or the solar system had been millions of billions of years old, whatever, that the accumulation of dust on the moon, any landing spacecraft that touched the surface would just sink down to miles deep worth of dust, right?
Yeah.
There's all the asteroids and everything colliding with it, and no atmosphere to really capture most of it or anything. Would cause a potential problem. So that was one of the reasons why they put the long spikes on the first lunar lander thing, just in case. I mean, they shot other satellites and other probes into it to try to measure the depth of it, but it wasn't easy. So there was a real concern that the first Apollo landers would just sink. But nope, barely an inch.
But it's funny how they'll, recalculate their figures after the fact and say, oh, well, that's because of this and that and the other thing,
Right.
Trying to explain why it's only an inch deep,
Well, I think I've heard it all. Some people speculated that enough asteroids struck the moon that it caused the dust to dissipate, and if that was the case, we would see evidence of that. We would see a disproportionate amount of dust, and that's part of what the multiple Apollo programs discovered, is that there's not it's uniform. It's not disproportionate. We'd probably see some sort of floating cloud, because the gravity is very small there, so very weak. So we would see some sort of floating cloud, if not some sort of ring type system. Maybe we don't see any of that. It's all uniform
because there is an atmosphere, and it keeps
extraordinarily thin one. Yes.
But it's enough to keep the dust on the moon, I guess.
Which brings up another more recent discovery: the India Space Agency. They put a new lunar probe up there, and they recently found through spectrometry. I can't say the word.
Spectrometry. Or
something like
that.
Measuring the light waves bouncing off the moon, they found out that there's literal rust, hematite, on the poles of the moon, which requires requires water, oxygen, and iron.
Iron, yeah.
So how does those three things mix on the Earth?
Spectrolysis. Spectrolysis, I think, is the word.
Okay.
For that.
I can't.
Oh, spectropathy.
I had to look it up. It's been too long. I actually did that.
I think it was spectrolysis. I don't know.
Spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy, yeah.
Spectroscopy, study of the absorption and emission of light and other radiation by matter.
Spectroscopy. Right.
I had to do that for thermal imaging stuff, for rocket stuff. We had cameras that would be taking 120,000 frames per second during a rocket test, so we could watch which component was basically going to blow up first.
I was looking at the Y chromosome DNA, and there, of course, you have Semitic, and you have. I was looking at the endings of the words. There's different ways you can make the endings of the word, because in my hometown, and you can call yourself. They're trying to figure out what to call a person from Manaus. It's either a Manawis or Manawadi. People say different things, right?
Yeah.
So in this Kushite place, the DNA things, it'll have they have Berber for Berbers, Egyptian for Egyptian, and then for the Kushite, they put the same ending as Semitic on there, and it turns out to be Cushitic.
Yes.
So I was saying, why they have to use that word? I mean, why can't they just say Kushite?
Because English is one of the most overly complicated languages known to man.
Just like Japhetic, Semitic, Hamitic, and then they wanted to say Kushite, Cushitic.
Like tomato and tomato.
But anyway, I was looking at the Y chromosomes, because when they study the Y chromosome, they've kind of neglected the major population groups, which would be the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, and the Cushites, which are the three sons of Ham besides Canaan in Africa.
Okay.
So when they study the A and the B and some of the E's, the E1s and E2s, but the E3s are all the Phoenicians Berbers are E3s, the Egyptians are E3s, and the Kushites are E3s. But they're obviously from the same family tree, but they have their own branch of the family tree.
It's like pigs can fly dropped off.
Yeah.
I don't know if you your name, if you still hear us, pigs, is derived from the A10 Thunderbolt 2 or not. I'm a Army guy, and we rely a lot on the Air Force A10. It's called the Warthog today.
Warthog.
Yeah, so I say it's when it's a pig that can fly.
There you go.
Save your bacon.
That's a good plane. They re-engineered it, didn't they? Just re-engineer the thing.
I don't know the re-engineered it. It's the same model. They keep updating the avionics because they can't make it better. Can't make a better airplane. The F-35
it's such a good plane.
No, thank you.
It's such a good plane. They had to make it again. You know.
Yeah. Well, they keep updating it. Yeah, but
Updating.
still same design. The F-35 replace it, but even in the VTOL configuration, it's not going to be anywhere near as good as A10 in my opinion.
Yeah.
But that's another topic. Sorry.
Yeah. But it's amazing how back in the day they made almost the perfect airplane, you know.
Oh, the A10? Certainly perfect.
Yeah.
Close ground support. Yeah. Thing can take a beating.
Yeah.
I love the A10.
For its purpose, you know.
Agreed. That was my second favorite aircraft growing up. Was A10. My first favorite was the F-14 Tomcat.
So Joel, I don't know if you've heard about my belief on the breakup of the continents.
Mm-mm.
That it was 100 years after the global flood.
No, but it seems certainly plausible that whether they moved or not, or if just the flood moved stuff around.
Well, because the Bible actually says that in the days of Peleg, the earth was divided, and then that's when the population started speaking different languages and went different ways.
The Tower of Babel thing, yeah.
Yeah, but they take it to mean that it was the people that were divided. And I said, no, it doesn't say that. It says the earth was divided, and then that word "divided" in the Aramaic doesn't mean divided anymore in the Hebrew. You know what it means?
No.
It means as the waters flow.
Nice. We can confirm that with the Strong's Concordance.
Yeah. So, but I have a whole bunch of different proofs of it.
That's cool.
Evidence for that. Yeah. One of the major proofs. Well, it's all the sediment layers that connect up and everything, but one of the major proofs is India, that has glacial markings going from south to north on it, because it was connected to Antarctica and South America or Africa.
Right.
And then when it moved up north where it's jammed up into the the Himalayas or whatever it is, it still has the glacial markings going from south to north, and even though there's no glaciers on the equator, you know. Or
well, I mean, just to speculate, there could have
that's
not been
just
any
one
ocean before the
That's
flood.
one piece of evidence, though. That's only one piece of evidence. There's many more.
Yeah, I like the way I've seen geologists say, if you've seen how they do what's called a sedimentary jar, where they literally put different sizes of rocks and sand and dirt and sediment and stuff in a jar with water, and they seal it and they shake it up. There's one on YouTube I like to show off often. When it settles into those different sedimentary layers, just like you see around the planet. So I'm thinking, the flood, the planet is completely full of water. It's literally the ground is getting shaken up. It's going to turn into who knows what. So anything's possible.
There's 7 mega sequences of sediments, right, on Earth. There's 7 different mega sequences, one on top of each other, and they're all in the same order, like you said.
Okay.
So
I'm hearing somebody play something. Is that me or? Y'all hear
Chris,
that?
Hey, I put that link in
Chris
there,
is
Joe, for
playing
you.
something.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I was turning it down. I put that link in there for you. Inside that link, the reason I use that, I'm not big into sacred geometry or anything like that. But if you'll in that video, if you don't want to go through the reading of all that, but about the 12 to 16-minute mark, they go over what I was talking about, even about the seconds in the day and all that. I mean, it's more. There's a lot more to the significance of 432. It's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was talking about with the 369. If you knew the significance of it, you would have the keys to the universe. But 432, of course, being 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9. But there's a lot more to it. So, but there's a video in that link inside the once you go down about halfway down there, that if you'll play, it's pretty interesting, and especially around the 12-minute mark. So if you have time, sometime.
that might have been an offshoot from alchemy.
Well, I don't know that this
just
isn't
kidding.
necessarily. Yeah, this isn't necessary that it's not really leading you to any conclusions. Some of that stuff in sacred geometry is kind of maybe from the Kabbalah or something. Maybe I'd say, but this isn't necessarily leading you down anything. If you just watch that little part that I was telling you, just read it. It's just very interesting that it seems awful fishy, or not fishy, but awful harmonious.
Coincidental.
Yeah, coincidental, and also that it would be so in tune to that number, and it kind of touches a little bit on infinity, because 9 really, the significance of 9 would be all the numbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Herman
Cain 999.
His famous tag plan.
999.
It reminds me of my wife. Even she's a big psychology expert, and she loves to study all these, like, I don't know how many dozens of different personality type systems there are now. But one favorite one is called the Enneagram system, which is literally it frames everybody's personality types into numbers 1 through 9. There's 9 basic personality types.
Yeah.
It'd be Cellular Enneagram.
Well, there's that many. I thought I didn't know that many, but there's a lot of different people in the world. But now that I think about it, there are maybe, I guess, seems like about 5 to 10 different types of people you'll meet.
That other system has more than 9, doesn't it?
Well, there's other systems, certainly, but Enneagram is based on 9.
Oh, okay.
I am a 9-wing 8, for example. She's a 5-wing 6.
Where you have a link? You have a link for that lists those the personality types?
Oh, heck yeah!
Generically,
if my wife ever gets online, she loves.
Yeah, we'll have to get Joel's wife on that one sometime.
Pardon?
I see. I didn't know that I had a personality until I took the personality test, and then I found out that
I'm fascinated by that stuff. You didn't know you had one till what, Jungle? I'm sorry.
Until I took the personality test, and then I found out my personality is very rare.
I could see that. Yeah, I would be curious to see what mine is. I mean, from the.
But I thought
test.
I thought I didn't have a personality until I took the test. Then I actually had a name for it.
Did you come out with multiple though?
Well, in a sense, it was INFJT. So it's a introvert that thinks, I guess. I don't know.
It's called I think that's so you're an INXJ. What they call
INFJ?
INXJ. Yeah, where you're feeling and thinking. So my feeling and thinking are also very close. I'm 4% thinking. No, yes, 4%. So I'm also very close to the line between feeling and thinking.
I don't know. I just I took the test and it came out INFJ-T. So I don't know. I don't even know if that was accurate or my bias or whatever.
When I first started doing those tests, I tested as INTJ like 3 or 4 times, and then one time I did test INFJ. My wife used to tease me back when we were debating politics all the time that I was INTJ, but I turned to INFJ after 6 p.m. or something like that, because I was rolling. Yeah.
Let me copy that real quick.
But I linked the Enneagram test. That's the more comprehensive one. I don't forget how many, like 100, 200 questions it is. But
It's 131, I think.
131, see? It's like nerd.
I'll take my time with it. I'll take my time with it.
But the Enneagram is far more brutal, is the way I describe it, than the MBTI test, the jungle you were just talking about. Because the Enneagram, not only is it more detailed, but it also there's 9 personality types, and then you go to subwing of that type, and then you also have 9 different levels of what they call health. So it'll reveal. So if you're like level 1, most personality types lowest health rating is like you're suicidal, maniac. Level 9 is the healthy side, right?
No,
I thought one was the. Okay, I got that backwards. Sorry.
That's one thing. I've never been a person that gets depressed or anything like that for some reason.
Well, the health level changes over time.
Well, not only that, but if you're under a lot of stress, say during a particularly hard time in your life, you can vacillate between levels of health rather quickly.
Yeah, I get overwhelmed a little bit sometimes.
I'm just looking at the first few ones, man. I don't like appearing disorder messy. Oh man, yeah, this is going to be. I can see where this could be very accurate test. I find analytical rewarding. Yeah, okay. These questions are pretty. They're more detailed than I would have thought.
I was going to. She's got books that she studies, and she's asking for the mic.
I get. Go ahead.
Basically, when you answer the questions, because you're going to run into a lot of them, they're going to be like, well, your answer would be like, it depends. Just go with what you would usually do in the given situation. That's the best way. Yeah.
I'd also add, there's a lot of redundancies, a lot of repeated questions, and that's specifically, control questions.
To root out,
Yeah, you got it. Root out bias.
I get bored more easily than most people. I'm always looking for, very accurate.
You know who gets bored around here is Javier Ramos gets bored all the time.
That's what he says in the chat.
He's always saying that.
Yeah.
I'm bored. But he's a kid anyway. So
I used to tell my kids growing up that boredom was a self-inflicted wound, but
now you're bored.
Yeah, these days I'm bored.
You need a brother or sister if you're bored. I had a brother to help keep me, or used to beat me up all the time. So
you have to have brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I'm firm on that, man. If you're gonna have kids, you need to have 2.
Yeah.
But if you have one, that's still cool. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, like, it was. I just enjoyed the experience.
It's just hard on the kid. It's hard on the kid because to be by himself, I think.
It makes sense to have another one, even if you adopted or something. It wouldn't be the worst thing.
Yeah, my attempt was to encourage them to go, instead of complaining about being bored, go find something to do. Basically,
that's the way we used to find stuff to do. That's the way we would invent stuff to do. Man, it was so fun. To be a kid again.
Well, gentlemen, I need to probably be going. I got a half an hour. I got technically an hour and a half left. I've got to make a post. I got to do some things for my schoolwork. That's due. I think it's due midnight Mountain Standard Time, which is an hour after me.
Oh, everything's you're doing it online too. It's been turned in. Oh, you better get your work.
Yep, but still got deadlines. I'm supposed to be studying this chapter application case discovery health turns big data into better healthcare. Nonsense.
Yeah, I kick myself all the time, man. If I could go back I've been taking care of my grandfather for 4 years. I mean, he had a stroke at 89. I didn't think he'd be living this long, and God bless he has. And I'm grateful that he has, and I'm grateful that he was able to qualify for the aided attendance program where I actually can get paid for it. But man, I could have started up, I don't know, anything online and had 2 degrees by now.
It's never too late, man. I'm
still not.
in my mid-40s. I'm still. This is a postmaster's. We call it.
Certification.
Yeah, post-grad certification thing I'm working on. Probably
If I ever get finished moving, which is overwhelming, maybe I'll start studying something. But I got a whole bunch of projects besides that I want to do.
Yeah.
Things because I like doing experimental things.
Well, I don't know if you guys heard some of my early introductory comments about how I kind of did life backwards. I was able to get into all kinds of really cool jobs without a degree, before I get a degree or whatever. So I kind of get the degrees after the fact, and that's what I'm kind of doing here.
That's what my brother did. I mean, he's passed away now, but he was very, like, when we were kids, he was taking things apart, like, you know, like little motors and, you know, fans to get out of them, and, you know, all the time.
Yep.
So Joel, did you do you think you learned anything in the army, or did you learn most after you got out of the army, or whatever?
Oh heck yeah, no, I was an electronics expert in the army. I learned so much in the army that Texas Instruments hired me as a plasma physicist without a degree.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. My dad was a electrical engineer in the Navy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
same thing.
It was a long time ago, so it wouldn't be exactly the same thing. But he worked for RCA.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though. He was able to do something like that without a whole lot of education.
My brother worked. He was the only one that worked when he was at Siemens that didn't have a degree, and no one knew it either because he was dating the mom. They kept it a secret.
Yeah, I mean, I was able to do mechanics, but that's not really using your mind too much. I mean, it is. You have to be. You have to know how to, physically put things together and be mechanical minded and everything. But other than that, you're not actually learning, physics or anything like that, or electronics or anything.
You still learn engineering concepts, and engines still have electronics in them and stuff.
There are. I mean, there's schematics and everything, but I didn't
remember that story Joel told about but used the pantyhose on the alternator.
You heard that?
My brother, when we were a kid, I was like 8, and he was like 10. Our car died, and we were trick or treating with my mom, and he got out and he fixed the fuel pump was clogged up, and he took it out and he broke a pin and put it in there, and just so it would be straight, and he fixed it like he's like 10 years old.
And hopefully nothing was junked up in the gas tank, right?
I don't know. Though this fuel filter he was able to get to. I don't know if it was the gas tank. I'm sorry.
I'm saying he bypassed the filter, so if there's any junk in the gas can, it would have gotten to the engine, the gas tank.
Yeah, it was an old Datsun B210, if you remember those.
Datsun.
Huh?
Datsun?
Yeah, well,
Datsun.
My Nissan. That's all I remember.
Datsun. But they look like when you open the back windows, they look like a fly, a green fly. We had a green one. They were terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother had a Datsun by Nissan from like 1980 something, and it lasted until like 2000, like 20 years.
Yeah, all the Datsuns they do. I mean, the trucks especially, they last for a long time.
Well, they had the 280Z.
No, I had a buddy of mine that used to work on those all the time. Those are nice.
I wanted one, either that or 300Z.
Yeah.
If I ever get rich again, I'm gonna get a 370Z, I think.
Yeah. I just gotta move. I got too much stuff to move by myself, I guess. I don't know.
Did you get your house sold in New Jersey?
Well, I made 3 trips so far, but I'm just barely scratching the surface of everything that's in the house.
Trying to move it all in your van?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
whatever I can move, I'll just throw it out.
It's a very nice van you got, by the way.
Yeah, it is. A lot of people see it and they like it. I went to get insurance, and the person I was getting insurance from liked it. So that's a nice van. I said, yeah.
I sold cars for about 2 years, so I know a lot. And my dad used to. He was big into conversion vans, so I knew it immediately when I seen it. When I met you, I seen it. I was like, wow, yeah, that's a nice one.
It's got places to hook straps to everywhere.
Yeah, I've seen that inside.
Yeah, it's great.
It's amazing. It's like one little gift that I have. I can just about tell you where I sold cars for so long. I can tell you within a few thousand what a car is worth. Now, unless you've done some things to it, that I may not know. As far as especially on those conversion vans, you can spend a lot of money on them.
Oh yeah.
Thinking. I heard all kinds of stories of how this one particular family we used to know. We had 12 kids. They would buy a conversion fan, like you're talking about, just to get the cheaper model, and then they would add seats to it.
Yeah. This is it's a cargo van. It's all equipped for cargo, but it still has windows in it, so it's not completely closed. It doesn't look really bad, it looks pretty nice.
He's got them tinted out too, so it looks nice.
Tinted out
Is that well in the back? It doesn't really matter as long as you can in a van or a truck in Tennessee. But where I live out, I don't know about each state. You can have the back as dark as you want.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. I just took it off the lot. Whatever it had, that's what I got.
I'm kind of worried about that stuff myself because we moved from California back to Texas about 3 or 4 years ago now, and we put most of everything in a 26-foot van, I guess, and car trailers and stuff like that. But we've bought a lot of stuff since then. Did much new furniture.
Where you live at? Where you live at? In where?
We're in Central Texas today.
Texas. I thought you said okay.
I emailed Uber Freight to see if I could run cargo for them or whatever, and they said they got 53-foot or whatever trailers and flatbeds, but not any vans yet. So they can't use my van.
Seems like you could do some subcontracting though for somebody like what's that little?
Oh yeah. I'm sure if I look for it, I can find it.
For a fact, you could. For a fact, and that's probably what I'm going to do. So I've got a few lines of things I'm going to do because fortunately, when you're home, you're working 7 days a week and you can't go to work do anything.
Yeah, that's it. That's if I want to go back to work again.
That's me. I've been forced to save money, and then with the property that I have, and then I will be inherited. I'm thinking about just retiring early, man. But I know me, I won't be able to sit still, so I'm already thinking about things I can do.
Yeah,
I keep track of it every once in a while too.
if nothing else, I'll cut grass, because I did that before.
Good Lord, not me, man. I did that for a while, and but I've been taking care of like 4 acres because I take care of mine, my grandfather's and mine, my mom's, and then the church, cemetery. And just this last year, maybe if I didn't have to take care of Pap, I could do it. But I mean, that's like I hate it right now. It's just.
Well, if you get paid for it, it might not be so bad.
Oh
I have to cut my lawn. I got like an acre out there. I got to cut.
I guarantee you, it probably costs about $400 a week, a month. Excuse me, every 2 weeks to have somebody come here a month. About $800 a month. I did all, so I saved. And it's been 6 full months of mowing this year, so I've saved about $5,000 this year mowing myself, just mowing my own stuff. So.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna continue to do. I'm just gonna bring somebody to do some weed eating next year and spray a bunch of weed killer. It's gonna help out. I'll just do the riding because that's the hard work is in the weed eating and tree trimming and all that. That's the hard work. Riding on the mowers.
Between my machete and my electric trimmers and stuff like that, I gotta cut what I can't cut with a lawnmower.
Your experience with Amazon too.
but right now it's just out there growing. Whatever I can't cut.
Here in Tennessee, I can't believe I've never seen anything like this, man. It just rains and rains, and it's still growing. But I cut through with a. But
I just cut last week. I just cut the grass last week, and it was a lot.
Hey, man, I couldn't believe it. I'm hoping last time this should be the last time, and then it was up again. I was like, okay, this should be the last time, and then
this is supposed to get cold now. They're saying it's going to get cold now.
That's why I'm waiting on that good freeze to stunt that grows. But then you get that like ragweed or that that wild onion that grows and it'll grow 3 or 4 foot high if you don't cut it in October.
Again, I need to.
Joe, you get out of here, buddy. Go do your work.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of encourage you guys again. I mean, I know you're all probably got things going well enough and all, but that whole mentality, you don't need a degree for things. SpaceX, for example, Jungle Man. There were mechanical engineers there that I knew, that some of them fresh out of college, they had no experience, that I loved working with, and there were mechanical engineers there that had no degree. There were supervisors there that had no degree. They just had experience. They knew what they're doing, and that's all that matters in the real world of science.
Yeah, that's good. Well, I got a whole bunch of hobbies that I got lined up and things I want to do, so I have to fit the training in between.
That's how SpaceX was started as a hobby. If you didn't know the story,
yeah. Well,
he actually wanted to pay somebody, NASA or somebody, to just simply send a temporary garden to Mars, and just he wanted to donate $1 million to someone to just to automatically send some sort of automated spacecraft that would plant some plants, let it grow for a year, see what would happen, and then burn it. And no one could do it. Well, NASA said sure they could do it, but for like $5 billion. Went to Russia to see if he could buy a rocket from them, and they're like, yeah, we'll sell you this rocket for $5 million. And he's like, all three of these rockets, right? And he's like, no, he's like, no, just this one. So he says, forget that. So he just wanted to grow a garden on Mars, just to see what would happen as kind of a side hobby. That's how SpaceX was started. Got some other friends together and say, hey, how hard can it be to build a rocket?
Yeah.
Now we're going to start living on Mars here in the next couple of years or so.
I just don't know how they're going to get out of the dome, though.
Say again?
I still don't know how they're going to get out of the dome, though.
It's a one-way trip, I think.
I'm teasing. I agree.
I think they intended it to be a one-way trip.
Oh no, it's always been two-way.
I don't know. Well,
Yeah,
I read something like that.
Yeah, no, the whole idea is to not only start a permanent colony on there, but to all the technologies wrapped around making our propellant. We're going to frack the atmosphere. It's got carbon dioxide in it, and then use it with water to. And I forget the name of it. There's a specific chemical reaction that combines CO2 and fracked oxygen to make, or hydrogen, to make methane, which is why we designed the Raptor engines to be Methalox based engines. So you can literally make everything you need for the return trips straight from Mars. So the first two Starship missions that are currently planned, which this may change because things are always changing, but the first two are going to be just foundry material. There's not going to be any humans, so that when the humans do land on the third and fourth missions, all the equipment will be there to not only make the return trip, but we'll also start the manufacturing processes for future return trips.
Yeah.
How long is the trip?
That sounds good.
I know. I mean, not in miles, but just like time. If you had a rough estimate,
it depends on where the planets are in relation to each other. The shortest trip is 6 months. The longest is 2 years.
That's not really as long as I thought. Shortest. I would average that out to maybe a year or so. They could probably do it a year, 2 to 3 months. That'd be bad.
The 6 month trip it rotates every 2 years. So if you go out, if you take the 6 month trip, you have to wait 2 years to take another 6 month trip. Huh?
They'd be humming though, wouldn't they? I mean, they'd be flying at that speed, wouldn't they? I mean, to get to in 6 months to get to Mars.
Yeah, I forget the top speed, but it's rocket science.
But what do they? But what about the? I'm always blown away by and I believe we went to the moon. I won't get into it now. I don't necessarily know about putting men on the moon, but I know we've got there with technology and vehicles at least. But I do believe man actually got there. But I am a little bit skeptical. Long story short, though, but how would they There's a little piece of space dust at that speed would rip through your shuttle or whatever you're using, would it not?
Not necessarily.
A rock.
Yeah, I mean you're only probably going 17,000, 18,000 miles an hour at the most, but
only.
Yeah, but
you hit a bug at 60. Look what it does to it. You know what I mean?
Well, dust is not that big of a. I mean, if it's actual little micrometeorite, yeah, that's what they were. The Apollo 13 disaster, for example, that incident. That's what the first assumption was, is that a meteorite had hit the service module and something blew up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of dangers. There's dangers going down the road.
Did they ever figure out who was drilling holes in the space lab with a drill?
I don't know. I heard that they were trying to still investigate it, but it didn't seem very serious. You talking about the Soyuz?
Yeah, somebody was drilling holes in the.
Last I heard about it was that if they were trying to hopefully speculate that it was just some manufacturing accident, but then they kept finding more other ones, so it was no accident.
What do you think they were attempting to do?
Trying to
sabotage.
Cancel Roscosmos. Yeah. They're trying to sabotage. They didn't want to. Some disgruntled employee, obviously.
Oh, yeah. People are strange.
Yeah,
well, the good
Just think if somebody's out like in a colony in Mars and starts doing stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just the
Well,
word.
be the right people, right? But the good news is it was all pressure tested before and during, so that's how they found out about it, was that once it finally docked to the ISS, then they started noticing a pressure drop. They said, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I guarantee somebody in your wife's field is going to be doing that before they put the people on there. They're going to go underneath some examination. you want to know who you're going
Well,
with.
they do screen people, but you can never know what somebody is going to do.
Well,
Unless,
the training takes years to begin with, so you're going to know everybody fairly well.
yeah, that's
Somebody
true.
Yeah, that would probably be, but
Yeah.
you have to have that, you have to go into it knowing that, you may not make it back.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
always
because a lot of people can't hold a job because they can't get along with other people.
right.
Sometimes your job qualification is more whether or not you can get along with people than whether you know the material you're doing.
I don't know how that falls in the personality, but I've always had gifted gab because of my mom's side. Unfortunately, my dad's side, all engineers and artists, so I can't even draw or nothing like that. But I've always done good at like sales and things like that.
Cool.
Any jobs working with the people.
Yeah, I mean, I worked at an airport, and it's basically you got to know how to get along with people.
And some people can't do it. It's weird. It's like some people. It's so to me. It's so easy, but some people have such a problem dealing with the public or talking to people. It's just like
some people can't do it.
Yeah, they really can't. I don't know. I mean, they're so. I guess it's the word introvert, or they're so introverted.
Yeah,
Or
I was like that when I was younger.
Proudful, that egotistical or something. I don't know.
You can learn your way out of that because you just do what you're doing now, interact with people online, and then you do it out more in the public, and then you maybe do.
Yeah, I'm proof of that. I got over my stage fright, whatever you call it, and talking about in front of groups. While I was in the military, they literally forced me to help give the Tuesday afternoon training things, whatever. So I had to send them for
public
everybody.
speak. That's important. That's important to be able to do. Yeah.
I hate speech class. I love that class, man. I mean, some people they'd get up there. I would watch their face literally shake because they were so nervous they'd never been in front of it. Like it's just like
Well, I am an introvert, but I did play the trumpet in front of a lot of people for a good long time. So I'm comfortable being in front of people.
I get maybe it comes down to I just don't care what nobody thinks about me, which is and a bad thing. I mean, I do care. I mean, like as far as like what I mean. Like I don't want to like do anything to as far as the Lord's concerned. But I mean, I don't. If you don't.
And of course, I knew I had to practice doing that for public speaking. If I ever wanted to share my testimony or speak or something, I knew that I had to be able to, speak in front.
See it in chats all the time. There's a lot of people, and God bless them. They're in the chats and they're chat warriors, and we need them and love them. So some people just they don't, for whatever reason, don't like to speak or they clam up, which is
Well, the atheists come over here and say we're all a bunch of egotistical maniacs or something like that.
And we're just,
and it's not true in every case, Maybe in some cases.
We know some in our community, but we'll mention no names. But they have their flaws, but they also bring some good stuff to the table too. Because usually those type of people do have a way of speaking and some knowledge that you can learn from. So
everybody has gifts. Everybody has their place.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater is what I say.
I don't know how any egotistical maniac could ever love their neighbor as themselves, much less their enemies.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, though, Joe. I mean, and I don't know we kind of some things you might be leading to, but I'm glad that you stuck around, man, because I really enjoyed talking to you and your wife, by the way, Mrs. Joel. We'll have to call.
Mrs. Joel.
Yeah, it's great. I think you have a great perspective as far as the the thing about us. All the scientists are creationists.
Yeah,
that's a new angle.
Certainly, all the useful scientists.
Yeah,
was actually doing it
because they like to say the opposite. I always knew it wasn't true. The opposite. But
well, the cosmic microwave microwave background radiation discovery. That was supposedly the evidence that the universe is 13. That's what's based 13.8 billion years old on. But you know the guy who discovered
Who was that? Arnold Penzias?
Arno Penzias.
Somebody?
Yep, 1978
Who
Nobel
discovered?
Prize. He says, "quote The best data we have concerning the Big Bang are exactly what I would have predicted had I nothing to go on but the 5 books of Moses, the Psalms, the Bible as a whole." End quote. So, yeah.
But and they don't listen to that. They don't pay attention to what people say, apparently, and they don't repeat it.
It's what's so frustrating about those of us actually in science professionally. It's like, what? That's all we do is talk about God and the proof of God. No, it's just crazy. The silent majority, or silent majority is the one that gets no press or whatever, but the vocal minority is the one who wins the day, I guess.
Yeah.
But I did see Neil deGrasse Tyson and maybe some other people trying to explain why all the founders of science believed in God,
Yeah.
Because they do have to try to explain that.
He did, yeah. I saw that. He tried to explain it away. Did he know it?
Quote, if we need an atheist for a debate, we go to the philosophy department. The physics department isn't much use.
Yeah.
Griffith.
Well, yeah, and doctors don't tend to be atheists either.
That's what I was going to bring up earlier. I was looking a minute ago on that when we were talking about that.
And I always knew physicists, there's believe in God too. I mean, Michio Kaku.
Yep, I love him.
I do too.
Of something that was was it Hugh Ross? Hold on, I think it was Hugh Ross. He talked about that. Let me find it real quick. Oh, come on, scroll. Here we go. Astronomers who do not draw theistic or deistic conclusions are becoming rare, and even the few dissenters hint that the tide is against them. Jeffrey Burbidge of the University of California at San Diego complains that his fellow astronomers are rushing off to join the First Church of Christ of the Big Bang, end quote.
So somebody needs to inform these YouTube atheists because apparently they're out of the loop. They're not being informed very well.
I'm sitting here quoting them.
Yeah, we try to tell them. I've been on here for like 10 years trying to tell people, or 8, or whatever it is.
There's a lot of disinformation out there, man. You're right.
It's like Reagan said. You know what Reagan said, right? They know a lot. They know a lot of what is not so.
My most recent doctor, I had went without health care for a year or two, so I searched for the best doctor I could find out because I hadn't seen one in like a year or two. So, long story short, I seen him. He was really quick. I said, "Wow, I've been seeing these doctors on these insurance plans I've been on. I've been having to wait like an hour to see him." And he's like, "Who are you seeing? Jesus?" And I just made it as a funny comment. I said, no. I said, but if I saw him, I guess I'd be cured a lot quicker. And he said, yes, you would. And then we started talking about it. And I said, do you believe in God? He said, yeah. He was him what church he went to it was pretty close by. And of course, he attended one that I had attended in the past. And so he's a very good doctor, and he's I know it's anecdotal, but he's a theist and believes in Jesus. So, don't let these atheists lie to you.
That's how Francis Collins lost his atheist religion was through when he was an active medical doctor, practicing doctor. He kept seeing so many miracles and just so many people being sustained by nothing but their faith in Christ that it caused him to question everything. That's how he started his own kind of questions and found God.
Lots of books written by credible, people that have on those near-death experiences, like with neurosurgeons and stuff. A lot of credible books. I'm sure a few of them are to sell books, but a lot of them have stories where, like, not only they're giving their testimony, but the nurses too are backing them up. So you'd have to have multiple people lying for it to be a false story, and that's usually a way of telling that a story's true. That you have multiple people in on it.
That's how that cold case detective guy was it?
That was interesting. You told me about that. I wanted, yeah.
That's how he became a believer. He was used with all. You probably already know the details then.
No, I didn't look it up. I want to look it up though. I didn't get his name. What was his name? And
Coldcasechristianity.com. J something Wallace.
I'll find
And he was a convinced atheist in his mid-30s, and he was a LAPD cold case police detective, and so he had a background in actual forensic science, and wanted to use his professional skills to finally prove the atheist dogma, that how unreliable the Bible was, right? That we always hear.
Wallace.
Yeah.
Yes, Wallace. You just look up coldcasechristianity.com. You go to the about section, you see his biography.
I've got it, and there's some videos too, so that'd be good. I like videos.
He goes into the details. His particular field of forensic science relies on testimony, on historical testimony, as well as people that have already dead or died. He has to put together the evidence still to try to figure out what there's a science to it, what can be admissible in court, what can't, and such. And he said, based on the multiple testimony and the differences between the Gospels, he recognized the science of it, and he said, "Okay, yeah, this has to be true." He started an international Christian ministry instead of being able to debunk the Bible as he wanted to.
Yeah, well, nobody's changed the world like Jesus has.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Dude, Tom Holland, he's an atheist as well. He's a professional historian. Wrote a book. He published a book recently called Dominion. I highly recommend it to everybody. He goes into extreme detail how Christianity revolutionized the planet. Now, everything, especially in Western society, but in human society in general, relies exclusively on Christianity.
Right.
And look what all
even
for to get started. You know what I mean?
Even those countries like Netherlands and Sweden and all of those utopia atheistic societies, they're running on the coattails of Western civilization, which is based on Christianity.
Not only that, Jungle, but Iceland and Ireland, and not Ireland, but Netherlands and all these utopias, they all have official state-sponsored Christian churches still. There's a Church of Iceland. It's taxpayer funded right now. Today, still. They're all Christian nations.
Yeah, and the populations are small in these places too. So when they say like we're all atheists, but
no, all the atheists in Iceland are forced to pay through their taxes to support the Christian state church in Iceland and the theocracy of Iceland. That's crazy.
That's funny.
Yeah, these people have no facts. They have no. Yeah, sorry.
Well, they won't really take anything. A lot of these, they'll disagree with historians. You can present as much evidence as you want. Like Praise did a thing last night on the Gospels, and although we don't necessarily know who the authors were, you can kind of deduce who wrote them by styles, and then the early bishops that were what they wrote about that knew that were only like maybe 100 years removed, so. And I know they say like after 80 years, of course, you can get legend and all that, but these people were pretty detailed. So there's just so much evidence if you want.
Because even that's proved the validity of it.
Oh yeah, one thing that I'm really I try to pick one thing. One thing I'm going back and redoing. I've watched the whole series, but Mike Winger has an excellent series on typology in the Old Testament, and I'm really big on that. So I've been going back from the series at the very beginning, and now I'm taking notes and pulling out of it so I can use that as argumentation, because it's some of the best argumentation for Jesus. Because if you take the whole book of the Bible and you look at it as a story, I mean, you see how many writers that have wrote it over the course of thousands of years. That it would be the conspiracy is just, it's impossible that they would be able to make that all come together and make it fit like it does, and so it's pretty conclusive proof that it's inspired. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's reasons why the original gospel authors didn't put their names in there, and that's part of the reason why the validity of Christianity is so confirmable, was because they were under threat. They were being persecuted. They were being murdered. Even Paul of Cyrus, before he was Paul, he was still Simon. He was literally commissioned by even Jews to go around and literally murder these new Christians. So their documents were covert. And as far as like the early bishops and stuff you're talking about, the Christians themselves knew who wrote what. They had all kinds of secret codes, and the fish symbol that's real popular today. I don't know if you guys knew about. how that was a covert code. You drew one half, and if you were a Christian, you drew the other half. That was to save their lives. Because if you go out and tell somebody, especially in the proper Europe, that you're a Christian, you could be murdered, you'd be captured, sold into slavery, you'd be put on just the things with the lion things. What was it called? The Roman.
They actually lived underground in the catacombs at one point.
Oh yeah, they really they killed. I don't know the number, but it was just it's an astounding number if you actually look at it. How many they killed?
The Christians had to live underneath the ground, underground.
Yep, hiding in caves. And any other movement that was fake or based on some human, just whatever, would never have survived that type of murderous prosecution.
Yeah.
Stomp the movement out like nothing, but no, still persists today.
Yeah, and the word got preserved too, and that they found the Dead Sea Scrolls. That was just that killed.
Yeah, that's awesome. As a matter of fact, they found the Copper Scrolls. Have you ever heard of the Copper Scrolls?
I have not.
I have.
Mm-hmm. The Copper Scrolls they're like a treasure map of all the temple treasures that are buried underground. They did scans and they know where all the treasure is.
Treasure of what though?
Of the temple, the tabernacle and the temple.
Solomon's temple, you're saying?
Yes.
Dude, Jesse might.
And the tabernacle.
Okay. Yeah, because she's got a lot of historical context for all the different.
Of course, not too.
There's this detective, like you said, the forensic detective from Oklahoma. He went through and looked at these scrolls after the rabbis couldn't figure out for like 50 years. He looked at it, and in 5 minutes, he figured out where things were, and he went and verified it. And there's like 54 locations that they found and verified that there's treasure down below there, and they're just waiting for the legal things to go through so they can start digging it up. But as soon as they start pulling that stuff out of the ground, the whole world is going to be watching.
Wow, so this sounds really recent then, huh?
Because it's going to be apparently last couple of years is when I seen it, and I was surprised that I came on it late myself, because it's been around for a couple of years, and it's all the temple artifacts, even biblically, the silver artifacts that were cut up into pieces and then returned to Israel. That's down there, like. I don't know how many millions of dollars worth of gold is down there and silver.
Something to look into.
It was found. Wasn't the Copper Scroll? Wasn't that Copper Scroll found close to the Dead Sea Scrolls? Wasn't it?
Yeah, it is a Dead Sea Scroll.
It's like it was in the third cave or something they found in there. Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that it's written on copper shows the.
It had some tin, it had some tin or other alloy in it too, right?
The significance of it, yeah, it's probably mixed with something, but yeah, it has, because everything else was written on papyrus or something else, right? Or leather or whatever it was, but this Copper Scroll was written on copper because of its significance and importance, and it was a treasure map to all the buried treasure of the tabernacle and the temple.
And the Islamists, that kills them because they always want to say the Bible was changed. You know what I mean? And then the parts of David that matched right up, and it's just it's awesome when you find that. And that's what kills me. These atheists, I hate it when they say they did it to me in chat tonight when I was over there with them. They're like saying it'd be no different than what you would say if you believed in, if we asked you if you believed in Zeus or this or that. I'm like, come on, man, let's be real.
But the archaeology over there is just like, to me, it's like in Revelation where the dragon spews out a river and the ground opens up to swallow the river or something like that.
Yeah, Shadow Dancer just came back. Yeah, Antangela went to bed. You missed that one, but we had something here that you would have probably been interested in. What was that we were talking about a minute ago? That was right up her alley.
Treasures from
Copper Scrolls.
Yeah,
Solomon's Temple. Have you ever heard of the Copper Scrolls, Jesse?
She'll speak to us in chat.
Dead Sea Copper Scrolls. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, most people haven't heard of those, Jung. I'm surprised. I mean, you brought that up.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't hear about it. Yeah, she knows about it.
Yeah.
I didn't get going, guys. But,
go ahead, buddy. Get some sleep. Get that work done. And,
I would
God
reply
bless you.
I appreciate that, man. But I replied to your friends there that there's no evidence for a sky daddy throwing lightning bolts on top of Mount Olympus. There is evidence that God created a finite, non-infinite universe, though, per the
and there's evidence that all power comes from a greater power. So you can just go that route too.
Yeah, but there is a first
and, and if you know how to define gods are powers anyways. And all gods get their power from God. So they can't win, we can't lose.
Well,
exactly.
There's evidence for the biblical God, whether they want to.
Well, I went that route, and you know what I mean. Like it's like the empirical evidence. I'm like, okay, they found Hezekiah's tunnel. I mean, okay, it's a historical document. I mean, but it's like they're not going to accept it unless God Himself comes down. You know, and Jesus. You know, I mean, in the Bible, you know, there'll be no signs given. You know what I mean?
There's so much archaeological evidence. They found specific gates and passages spoken of in the Bible because of the Bible was talking about it.
So
he's in and Jesus is all through the Old Testament. If you want to look at that typology, so I was talking about. So like he said, search the scriptures. You know what I mean? And then they testify of me. If you truly go back and look, you'll see he is all in the Old Testament. I don't mean like every little thing's in there, because some people try to get crazy with it, but he is all in it.
Yeah, there's messianic Christian Jewish ministries now. One of my favorite ones on YouTube is they're called One for Israel, I think, or I Met Messiah. And there's James Torres on that one as well. He was a Jewish person that converted to Christianity. They love sharing their testimonies because they go into the extreme details.
I love those guys.
Their Bible, quote unquote, the Jewish Bible. So
yeah. If you want evidence, there's plenty of evidence out there.
Yes, sir.
All kinds of evidence. There's only evidence. That's all there is.
Spinoza, right? Atheists like to convoke Spinoza often, especially when they try to say Einstein was an atheist. Believed in Spinoza's God.
Yeah, I've heard that.
You know who Spinoza's God was?
Do not.
Quote, we may be able quite to comprehend that God can communicate immediately with man, for without the intervention of bodily means, he communicates to our minds his essence. Still, a man who can by pure intuition comprehend ideas which are neither contained in nor deducible from the foundations of our natural knowledge must necessarily possess a mind far superior to those of his fellow man. Nor do I believe that any have been so endowed save Christ. To him, the ordinances of God, I get goosebumps to this. The ordinances of God leading men to salvation were revealed directly without words or visions, so that God manifested himself to the apostles through the mind of Christ as he formerly did to Moses through the supernatural voice. In this sense, the voice, like the voice which Moses...
That's Spinoza's God.
may be called the voice of God. And it may be said that the wisdom of God, i.e. wisdom more than human, took upon itself in Christ's human nature, and that Christ was the way of salvation. In quote, Baruch Spinoza, his Tractus Theologico-Politicus, 1677, page 12.
There you go, Spinoza's God. There you go, right there.
Einstein and Spinoza both said that Christ was the way of salvation. First primary source reference.
And Einstein is a Jew.
Well, he's also Jewish Christian, whatever you call it. A Messianic Jew. I got all kinds of
Messianic Jew. He's the Messianic Jew.
Yeah. In fact, I love this interview. I can link you the Saturday Evening Post interviewed him in his apartment, like 1933, and they asked him these questions. They still have the original newspaper article in its original format online. I'll share it here, but
why don't they ever repeat it? Why don't they ever?
Because it goes against their dogma, their agenda.
Yeah, they don't want. Yeah, that goes against what they want, and
so they must really hate the truth or something.
Oh yes, Isaiah 53. Yeah, the suffering servant. Yeah, that's undeniable. I mean, when the rabbis actually take that out of they don't let that. They read that. You know what I mean? And in private, they don't really want that in their. The people.
Read this clip real quick, or no?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Overwhelm everybody, but yeah. So the Post asks him, quote, to what extent are you influenced by Christianity? Einstein says, as a child, I received instruction both in the Bible and in Talmud. I am a Jew, but I am enthralled by the luminous figure of the Nazarene. Have you read Emily Ludwig's book on Jesus? Emily Ludwig's Jesus, replied Einstein, is shallow. Jesus is too colossal for the pen of phrasemongers, however artful. No man can dispose of Christianity with a bon mot. You accept the historical existence of Jesus? Quote, unquestionably, no one can read the Gospels without feeling the actual presence of Jesus. His personality pulsates in every word. No myth is filled with such life. How different, for instance, is the impression which we receive from an account of legendary heroes of antiquity like Theseus. Theseus and other heroes of his type lack the authentic vitality of Jesus. It didn't stop there, though. He said, then he asks Ludwig Louison, whatever, in one of his recent books, claims that many of the sayings of Jesus paraphrase the sayings of other prophets. We hear that today still. People still saying, no man, Einstein replied, can deny the fact that Jesus existed, nor that his sayings are beautiful. Even if some of them have been said before, no one has expressed them so divinely as he, end quote.
Yeah, and even
that's
even
Christian.
when I read the Old Testament, I know the presence of God when I read the Old Testament as well as the New Testament.
That's what Albert Einstein said back in 1933.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. The people
And even when I read the Gospels, even at a very young age, man, I knew the authority that was spoke. You know truth when you hear it. You know what I mean? And then when Jesus says that, you know, those who know truth to hear my voice and my sheep. And
Job said, "I know my Redeemer lives, and at the last he'll be raised up." You know.
So now you know why I love Einstein so much. Here's a signed autographed Bible from Albert Einstein to his friend Harriet Hamilton, 1930. He autographed it for her, saying, quote, this book is an inexhaustible source of living wisdom and consolation. I'll link that. That's how powerful he thought the Bible was. And then you'll hear people post about what's called the Gutkind letter, where Einstein allegedly says that the word God is nothing but something other to him. I forget what they say exactly. But it's about childish nonsense. But the Gutkind letter, which what atheists almost always quote mine from, is fake. Because not only was it was not written in his original. This is something else you never see talked about online for some reason. It was not in his original handwriting. It was found posthumously in 2008, so it can never be verified, and it contradicts everything he ever said.
2008.
Yes,
wow.
It was 2008. There's no way. The both authors, or the author and the receiver, are both dead. There's no way to verify it.
Yeah.
But they quote it like gospel. He wrote a letter that's verified to his own sister. His own sister told the press that, yes, this is my brother's letter to me, where he told her that the Bible was his quote unquote favorite book.
Yeah.
And again, earlier you were talking about the proof.
But they'll believe a fake letter. They'll believe a fake letter, but not the real letter.
Right. They'll ignore everything else, including what about earlier. You're talking about, they're asking you what's the proof for the Christian God. Einstein answered that too, amongst other scientists, where he talks about how the universe is a created finite universe with calculable scientific beginning and end points as they hit. That's how he became famous. Was he proved the Bible, or excuse me, yeah, he did prove the Bible, but he proved the universe is finite, like the Bible describes.
Just entropy alone, When I was reading the law of thermodynamics for the first time when I was a kid in Brazil, I said, this guy is brave because he's proving God.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'll have to look in some more of those quotes on Einstein, because.
And then I come to find out everybody ignores the law of thermodynamics. They just ignore it. Don't even see the significance of it.
Hey, you heard me quote Lord Kelvin directly earlier, didn't you? Not.
Yeah, who, me?
I think guys, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard every quote you've said so far on Einstein.
This is Lord William Kelvin, the guy who first published the laws of thermodynamics. He's the founder of the laws of thermodynamics.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Lord Kelvin, okay.
He said, quote, I believe that the more thoroughly science is studied, the further does it take us from anything comparable to atheism. And another quote is, if you study science deep enough and long enough, it will force you to believe in God.
Yeah.
Love that. So yeah,
I
the
believe it.
founder of thermodynamics. Well, there's debates
I
of whether
knew
he's
it.
founder or not, but certainly
I
these.
knew it. When I read it as a kid, I knew that he was proving God.
He established the laws of thermodynamics formally. So
Yeah.
so that was pretty powerful. Yeah, and I make some really bold statements by saying how all fields of science were started exclusively by theists. There's no field of science started by an atheist.
Yeah.
And I've been asked for contrary evidence of that for 20 years now.
Well, that's a real blessing to me, anyways. Your information.
Well, I'm glad, but I wish it was just more common knowledge, man. Like I said, in actual professional science fields, this is all we talk about every day. So this is common knowledge, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
It goes back to my point. You got these atheist evangelists that are out there trying to to make it look like we're in the minority, and nobody with any intelligence is going to believe in the Bible.
So basically, the educational systems are worthless and useless, teaching nonsense.
That's exactly it. I quote Elon Musk, one of my old bosses. He says exactly that. He says, "School is not for learning; it's just for fun."
It's a waste, total waste.
I quote him too. I
always knew that. That's why I was a poor student in school, because it was it was a total waste. I mean, that's what the excuse I give anyway.
Well, it's only useful based on if you're going to use it or not, but it requires someone that really wants to be willing to learn. In fact, that's more Einstein quotes I love to share.
Yeah. I had a Bible teacher that gave me an F in Bible, not because I didn't know the curriculum or the Bible teaching or the Bible curriculum, but he said because I didn't do well in the other classes, that I got an F in Bible. He gave me a failing grade in Bible because I didn't do well in other classes, other subjects.
Yep. There's two quotes I love to share on Einstein about education. One of them is, quote, "Education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school." And another one was talking about when he was a professor. Where'd it go?
That's the thing. When you get out of high school, then you got to learn life that you can't learn in high school.
That's what education really is what you learn in life. And so Einstein, while he was a professor at Princeton, he said, quote, "I never teach my pupils. I only attempt to provide them the conditions in which they can learn." I love it. This man's my hero. So yeah.
But I love the science teachers. I did very well in the science classes.
There you go.
My favorite class was science and Bible. He failed me in Bible.
INTJs and INFXs or INFJs, whatever, they're the scientists, the called mastermind types. And so most scientists are not evangelical. They don't want to, they want to make money, but they basically want to be left alone and study and do their work.
Oh, I always wanted to be left alone. I wouldn't even be here if it was, up to me.
Yeah, I got a Business Insider headline here. Elon Musk says college is quote, "basically for fun, but not for learning, and that a degree isn't evidence of exceptional ability." And he goes and he cites the Google founders and Bill Gates and all these other, Steve Jobs. They didn't finish their degrees.
Well, if people who do well in school have a good memory and stuff, and they're good, they can memorize stuff, but to think for themselves, maybe it's not so well.
Well,
sometimes, unless they learn.
Yeah, especially with today's curriculum where they just literally have to learn a test.
But I went to school with one girl. She was an A student. There was another girl, not the one I was, in science class, but another girl. She was an A student. She went to the same Bible school as I went to, and it was a lot harder because they just throw everything at you, and you basically have to pick and choose what you want to try to pass and stuff like that. And she about had a mental breakdown because of it.
Because she had to choose?
No, because it was because she couldn't get straight A's
in the science.
No, in school, in Bible school.
Oh, so Bible school is more difficult than.
Yeah, because they were, they would throw so much stuff at you, it would be impossible to do everything that you had to do. All the books you had to read, you couldn't read all the books they gave you to read.
Gotcha.
And everything. They would just throw so much stuff at you, it would be impossible to get straight A's.
I got you. It's just tougher. Looks like we
And
lost
then,
Chris.
and then I guess we did. And then if you played sports, which I wanted to play sports too, but I couldn't play sports because I just didn't have time for it.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. Trying to survive in the Amazon, right? Just kidding.
Yeah, but this was when in Chicago. When I left the Amazon, I went to Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Oh, that messes up my.
There was a girl that I knew that went to the same school, and she had a hard time,
Yeah, yeah. Our kids and Kelly, she started in a private, was a Baptist school, I think you said, and when you transition from like a private religious school like that back into like a public school, it's the private schools and the religious schools are always more difficult.
Yeah, it was a private school we had in Brazil. It was a private American school, but it was just the 1st through 12 curriculum was a normal school. And it was a good school. You learned everything you had to learn, but then when you go to Bible school, they would throw everything at you.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So like kids, when they transition from the Christian school into public school, they were 2 years ahead of the regular curriculum.
Yeah, but to me, my way of learning would be just to absorb something. Like, for example, if I'm studying the book of John, I want to read it word for word and just absorb everything it says, and outline it or whatever you have to do to be able to understand it. And you just don't have time for that. You don't have time to do that in Bible school because they're throwing so much stuff at you.
I hear you. Yeah, quantum physics literally proves John chapter 1 about how God created everything. Planck describes it exactly the same. Yeah. Yeah, Elon Musk, he created his own school for his kids and a few others. And it's not exactly exclusive. There's other families that join it, but he's trying to do it as a non-traditional school environment because for the same reasons you're talking about. He wants kids, particularly his own kids, to be able to learn things really specifically without those traditional limitations. They don't have a K through 12. The first graders learn the same exact material as the 12th graders do. Same time, same class, like they used to do, like schools used to be in America.
It used to be like that, yeah. And then they thought it wasn't good. But that's interesting because that way you're learning the same curriculum, but you're learning it better each time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's as you grow old, you're learning, things better each time, understanding it better.
I think that's just experience. You learn to not only know what 2 + 2 is, but you can actually, Yeah, Einstein he wasn't famous till his mid-40s. Actually, I take that back. His mid-60s. His mid-40s is when he finally got his first science job outside of the patent clerk office.
Right, but his relativity was when he was young, still at the patent office, wasn't
it? Well, he didn't get it. He didn't finish it, much less publish, until his mid-30s and 40s.
Right. Yeah.
He was a patent clerk for 15 years after he got his PhD.
He probably was formulating all the thoughts before he put it.
Yeah, he was reading all these other papers coming across his desk. Of course, it was his job to see which ones were conflicting or whatever. But yeah, you could just imagine how he was intuiting, the next thing beyond what these other people were postulating. And he's all kinds of stories how he would be writing down these other theories and trying to copy some of the math, but then he would hide it in the other papers when his boss would come around because it would have gotten fired.
Yeah, but you have to build on your information, because you can't just understand everything all at once. You have to understand this, and then you understand the next step and the next step, because everything is built on, a scaffold of learning, all different things, and from previous scientists too, from all the scientists before you. It's the same thing in theology too.
Yeah, same thing in every field.
For example, in John, I don't see very many people teaching that what Jesus said, that he doesn't speak of his own initiative, and everything he speaks is from God. And we should not be speaking of our own initiative either. Everything we should be saying should be God's word, so that God is glorified. And there's actually a verse in Thessalonians that actually says that, let your utterances be as it were the utterances of God.
Right.
And your service by the strength that God supplies, so that in all things God is glorified. So everything you say is God's word, so God gets the glory. And the energy that you do for everything you do is given to you by God. Your ability and your will to do it is from God, so that God is glorified.
Agreed. Your talents. So that's
And
Paul talking about
which also means you can't speak from yourself or say what you think. You have to speak God's word.
It's also reminded me of Paul admonishing how to always speak with love, because even if he spoke with the language of angels, it'd be like a clanging.
Right.
True. He wasn't speaking love. Yeah. 1 Corinthians 13, I think.
Yeah.
So Shadow Dancer is talking about hosting a continued debate, chat, whatever, on her channel.
Okay.
Follow her. Yeah, I got 35 minutes to make.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm subscribed to her, but I'll see.
I'm going to have to make a short post tonight so I can at least get a partial grade.
Yeah, you have to go. I understand you have to go. Maybe you should have left already.
Yeah, I haven't even read the dang freaking book part yet. This chapter.
You got to get an A. You got to try to get an A.
Oh, I got like a 90. I think a 99.8 in the class so far, so I can afford to lose a few points. But
all right. Well, I'll see. I'll go look for her thing or whatever.
Yeah, as always, man. You guys have a good night.
All right. Likewise.
Thanks. Bye.